The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The country's best chess players are competing for national titles at the U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. Reigning champ Fabiano Caruana is well on his way to hoisting his fourth consecutive trophy after defeating his friend and longtime second Grigoriy Oparin, starting off tied for first. Newly enshrined Hall of Famer Irina Krush is still on cloud nine, defeating her young rival Alice Lee to join the leaders. The favorites are in form and asserting dominance early. Day 2 of exciting chess coming up next.
Hello chess fans and welcome from the newly renovated and beautiful St. Louis Chess Club. The history of US Chess Championships has been written here for the last 15 years and now we have a new chapter. So let's go to the studio to start the day 2 together with Maurice, Yasser and Kate.
Day 1 of the US Women's and US Championships started with some fighting chess, including one open section defending champion winning and one women's defending champion with a surprise loss. All still to play for as Day 2 of the US Championships from the St. Louis Chess Club starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to the show. I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova and I'm joined by Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Maurice Ashley.
Kate, Maurice, it was a great pleasure being with you both once again. Hello everyone and welcome to the live coverage of US Chess Championships. Indeed, Day 1 was a contrasting tale of two defending champions. Fabi played an incredible game of ultimate accuracy for a smooth victory. On the other hand, there was Carissa Yip, our defending champion who had started last year with 8 wins in a row, going down to defeat unrecognizable. It was quite the contrast. Maurice, what was your take from round 1?
Yes, it was definitely quite a contrast. And I got to say, it wasn't just the loss that we saw from Carissa, but the way she lost. It just wasn't a championship-type game. And also Alice Lee just getting pasted by Irina Krush. That's also a game that she's going to forget and say, man, I should not have played that badly. So we'll see whether or not they can change their game, up their game, and bring it this round, because if they keep playing like that, they're going to play themselves out of the championship.
Clear. Standings, Katya.
Let's take a look at the standings and see what were the results of yesterday. So we have 3 leaders in the women's section: Irina Krush, Anna Sargsyan, and Atusa Purkashian. They all passed the first round, passed the test, won their games, and they're leading.
And in the open section?
In the open section, we have 2 leaders. Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian managed to win in style, and they have their first point.
And the format for these national championships?
So here we play 12-player round-robin tournaments, which means each player plays everybody else in their respective section. Time control, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game. And there is a 30-second increment from move 1. We play fighting chess. There are no draw offers allowed.
Absolutely. Day 1 is finished. Tell us about the remaining schedule.
So today we have round 2, then 2 more rounds, and players are going to enjoy their first rest day. Then 4 rounds, another rest day, and the last 3 rounds. If necessary, we will see playoffs on October 25th.
I'm already marking the rest day.
Maurice, what do you have for us?
Well, long before any rest comes for the weary, we do have some exciting chess being played by one Fabiano Caruana. Now, it's a little early to be projecting. It's never too early. You know, we got to start looking ahead. And Fabi himself has played quite well in this exact arena. He's won so many tournaments, including that epic Singfield Cup in 2014 that he won 7 in a row. It included the likes of Levon Aronian, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and one Magnus Carlsen. So he knows how to go on streaks. Will he put one together at this event, given that scintillating start that he's had so far? We see him entering the playing hall. I mean, he is someone who is so accurate, so powerful, so well prepared in the openings. You got to be terrified of this guy, and then he might just blow you off the board. And these are his upcoming opponents, and they are not necessarily the highest rated players in the field. Andy Woodward is next up. In round 2, he lost his first round game. Yes, he's U.S. junior champion, but welcome to the big leagues. We'll see if he can hold off Fabi. And then 2 tough young players, we have to say, in Awonder Liang and Sevian. They both over 2,700, right around there. So this will be a tough one for Fabi to just walk through these 2. And then there's Dariusz Swiercz, who's played well the first round, but he is one of the lower-rated players in the competition as well. If Fabi can string it together, it'll be quite remarkable, but not out of bounds for him. And he would also be already in contention for the new Fisher bonus prize, where if you win 5 in a row, you instantly pocket $1,000. And then keep on going. You see the money just doubles and doubles all the way to 11 wins that Bobby Fischer did back in '64. Will Fabi be able to pull this off? That's the $64,000 question. It's unlikely, we would say, but if anybody in this field you're going to pick to do it, that's the guy everyone would pick.
Absolutely.
And also, we've got to talk about some intrigue that happened yesterday. You know, Hans Niemann is known for drama.
Right.
Unfortunately, it seems to just follow him. Well, yesterday it followed him in the most unusual of ways, something we had never seen in the history of ever. We call it Umbrella Gates. He spoke about it yesterday with Katerina after his game. With Anastasiya after his game.
We have such a great weather in St. Louis. It's sunny and it's warm, and today the sun somehow has affected your game. So tell us a little bit about this moment and like what happened.
Yeah, the weather is great. I've been going on some walks. It was coming from above, and I didn't realize until I realized that there was a window or like a skylight or something, and Chris with valiance and in a very admirable fashion. Put an umbrella, and honestly, it made me feel like I was the president of a small country, because usually you have your security team that anywhere you go, they make sure that not a drop of rain gets on you. So I was very flattered by the hospitality of the St. Louis Chess Club, especially Chris, because usually you see it in the movies that a politician will have a team of people with umbrellas. So this was obviously a little bit awkward, but it was just a quick fix until I could hear them on the roof.
Fixing something.
No, they just covered the window, which it was very quick. So.
President Hans Niemann with international arbiter Chris Bird coming to assist with the umbrella. I've seen Chris be stern. There, he looked extra stern. Like one of those soldiers at Buckingham Palace.
Right. Nice.
Never have we seen something like this. I imagine it's going to be a long time we see anything like that again.
Sergeant in Arms, loved it. Pairings for this round 2. Katja?
Yeah, let's take a look at the women's pairing. A lot of exciting games you're going to see, but I want to highlight the last game that you can see. Anna Sargsyan against Irina Krush. These players, they won their first game yesterday, but not just they won it in a spectacular fashion. Irina Krush positionally sacrificing a piece. Anna Sargsyan, tremendous attack. So we will see how they're going to match today. And one more game to see. Yeah, here we see the players. They're already ready and focused to start a game.
Absolutely. And in the open section?
In the open section, the game to focus on probably is Fabiano Caruana, who is co-leading the tournament against Andy Woodward, the lowest rated player in the event, but the U.S. junior champion. So the youngsters against the very favorite of the event.
Nice. Fabi versus Andy. That'll be nice.
Levon versus Awonder also looking quite the challenge
really
in the event, as we see them in the far corner.
Right.
of the newly renovated St. Louis Chess Club.
I see they've got the nice heavy curtains to black out the glare of the sun. No more umbrella gate? Oh, man. Too bad.
Everything has to
Something.
end. At
All
some
good
moment.
things.
Something else might pop up,
Yeah.
for sure.
I feel like there's 3 huge games in the ladies section. That you mentioned Anna versus Arena, 2 of our tournament co-leaders. There we see Anna and Megan.
Youngest versus
oldest.
oldest in the
there
competition.
You go.
12 years young.
Wow, a tale of generations. Tusif versus Nasi. Yes. Oops. This is Chris.
Carissa is taking a new job before starting the tournament, the game.
Leonard. I guess she's in a good mood after losing yesterday.
Well, Leonard said, "Hey, how you like my hair?" And another one of our tournament leaders, Levon Aronian, winning against Andy Woodward, up against Awonder Liang.
The ever fashionable Levon Aronian,
Very
the
nice
dragon
button.
shirt.
Yes, he's bringing the heat.
And round 2 has started. So which game, Yasser, do you want to start with?
Well, we've got Levon and Awonder on our screen. Let me just bring that up. D2, D4. For me, Levon is one of those marvelous modern players who's completely ambidextrous. He can open up with E2, E4 is very, very comfortable. Opening with the king pawn equally, D2, D4 is very comfortable. Opening with the D pawn. And I think for Awonder, who actually plays very quickly in the opening, he's just getting settled because he knows he has to prepare for both E4 and D4. And perhaps his preparation was slanted more towards E4. During the Grand Chess Tour in Sao Paulo, I thought that Levon was using E4 a lot to qualify himself. D2, D4 on the board, and after a pause, D7, D5. So Awonder just going through a list of defenses. Now, Queen's Gambit accepted. D5 takes C4 is in Awonder's repertoire. E7, E6. And are we going to see the Magnus Carlsen modern school of chess, A7, A6? Are we going to see old school with C7, C6? Or, dare I say,
So many moves.
the Armenian variation of the Queen's Gambit decline? A lot of Armenian players would play Bishop E7 instead of the move Knight F6. So what was the idea? If you play Knight F6 at once, the most popular reply is Bishop G5, Bishop E7, where in a Queen's Gambit declined after E2, E3. But notice one very important salient feature. The knight has the flexibility of going to either E2 or F3 squares. So what the Armenian school of chess decided to do was play the move Bishop E7, provoke the move Knight F3, now play Knight F6, and when you play Bishop G5, sure, you're in a Queen's Gambit declined, but the knight is already sitting on F3 and you don't have the flexibility.
Great point. And, you know, he's only played 2 moves as Awonder.
I know. And
he's already
thinking,
in thought, and Levon's already gotten up from the board.
Right.
You would think that a novelty had dropped on the board,
No
something
novelty here.
electrifying. Boom, what a move. Knight C3. No,
that's old.
standard fare.
Right.
What is causing Awonder to think so long? You did not mention that he could also play C5.
Which has become very popular.
Very popular, a little Dubov Tarish, if you will, as Daniel Dubov has played a very sacrificial style with this play. Is it something that Awonder is thinking about as well? I mean, like you said, there's just so many moves.
Right.
But he's spending all this time thinking about his very third move.
And when you compare it to yesterday's game that Awonder played against Abhimanyu Mishra, he was 30 minutes up.
Yeah,
it
and
was
played
like move
very, very
16.
quickly.
He had 1 hour, 30 minutes. So he's well prepared, but right now he is caught off guard.
Caught off guard. C3? Are you kidding?
Commentators' luck. We picked the one game where we thought Awonder would be playing quickly, and no, he's not.
But I have to say, I don't mind that we saw this because it shows something really bizarre happening in the very early stages of the game. Somebody thinking that long before finally playing
Knight F6.
Super traditional, old school Knight F6.
And how do they
we
match
have the
up?
head-to-head, yeah. So the lifetime score is 0 wins for Levon, 2 losses, and 0 draws.
Wow.
That is unexpected.
Totally. I mean, the Viktor Korchnoi school of chess is whenever you play a junior player, beat them while they're young. I mean, Levon has gotten in the losses while they're young. E2, E3, again, very, very standard position. You'll remember that in the game of yesterday, Irina Krush and Alice Lee featured Queen C2 and castles, and then this move Bishop G4 kind of came out of nowhere. That got Alice into a little trouble. We'll see what H7, H6, very, very standard, include the moves H6 and Bishop H4. Just get the pawn off of the H7 square with a gain of tempo, and Bishop H4 drops back. I'm going to take a look at the Fabiano game. I'm turning to Fabi versus Andy Woodward. Again, yesterday, I was amazed by the accuracy of, for me, Fabi played a near perfect game, actually. And today, he's playing the English opening. And look at this. He's playing one of my favorite variations. This is so sweet. Probably in my practice, I've had this 100 times or more in my practice at night. Knight F3, Bishop B4, Queen C2 used to be, like my real go-to opening as white. I've had a lot of games that have been featured in this particular line.
Did he just play Queen B3? Is that
Whoa.
Is that a move?
That is, I have never played that move in my life. Never. And Andy's gonna.
What's the theory on this?
Let's check it out. Queen B3. Just a second. So it's actually been essayed
15 times.
15 times.
Out of the thousands.
609 games.
Yeah.
Well, Knight F3 was normal. A3, if we go back,
Knight
A3 was normal. So let's show those moves. So A3 makes sense to prevent the bishop from going to that square. Knight F3 is the most popular, very natural. People play D4 and D3, even G4 in this position has been played more than Queen to B3. And that's a dramatic move, G4. Very highly committal. Queen to B3, and Fabi doesn't make moves like this lightly. You know he's prepared it, just like he prepared that big novelty yesterday. By the way, if you see that Fabi's gotten 2 whites in a row to start the tournament,
right?
It's because of the number he picked.
He chose number 1.
He picked number 1 in the drawing of lots. Therefore, you get white 2 games in a row.
And we saw with black in the last round.
And we saw him play Queen C2 yesterday, and then capture with the B pawn
that was
on C3. And now Queen to B3 again. Early Queen moves by Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, let's try to pick at this just a moment. As far as I can see, this move has a singular purpose. Stop D5. That's it. I mean, it's not like the queen is putting enormous pressure on the B7 pawn. Now, Anatoly Karpov, in his illustrious career, loved playing the moves Bishop C5, A7, A6, and dropping the bishop back to A7. And he would say, like the bishop is on this diagonal. What is your bishop doing? Well, everybody would play A3, B4 against the bishop C5 variation. But now with the queen sitting on B3, A3, B4 makes no sense. You can't even do it. And finally, I see in my database that a lot of people say, okay, if you want to put your queen on B3, I'll fianchetto as well. G7, G6. Ask the gentleman on C1 how you're going to get in the game with the queen on B3. Fabi's going to have to teach us because this looks strange.
So what do you think is the benefit of queen being on B3?
We're going to find out because I don't see it. How do these two players match up, Katja?
Let's take a look at their head-to-head. It's 1 win for Fabiano, 0 losses and 0 draws. So not that many games between these two players, and Fabiano has the edge.
Well, Queen B3, we will keep an eye on that because makes no sense early in this game.
That's a stunner.
Exactly.
If I played Queen B3, Yasser, you'd say, Maurice, what are you doing?
Right. Like what?
What was that about?
Yeah.
You see Fabi play it, you say, wait, what? You know, I mean, he's getting up from the board now. He didn't accidentally pick up his queen and end up on the B3 square. Not a chance.
I'm just putting a move on the board for a moment. So imagining that Fabi is white, opened up E4, and his opponent played C7, C5. So we're in a very, very standard Sicilian. And after, for example, the move bishop to C4, I'm going to play like a Karpov for a moment. E7, E6, knight C3. There's no reason in any Sicilian standard
To play Queen B6 here?
right here, right now, to play Queen B6. Everybody would be reaching for the A pawn to be able to play, you know, A6, B5. This is what I meant when I was talking about Karpov's approach as black in the current position. You put his bishop back here, right? You put your queen on B6, and your student showed you a game, Maurice, where you put your queen on B6, and you go, aha! I got something I can teach you. None of that happened, and Queen.
This is, of course, the position reversed.
Right, it's a reverse position.
Which is often how we think about the opening.
Compare and contrast.
Yes, and you see the queen on B3, you just think, that looks absurd. But it's Fabi, which means it ain't absurd. It's well prepared, it's deep, and we're going to wait for him to show us all the depths of it. The other thing that Fabi does is he plays moves to surprise his opponents, and he already knows how to equalize. But he says at the board, you're going to have to equalize. So he's playing shocking. He's playing that novelty from yesterday. B takes C3 was a shocker. All of us sitting here thought, what are you doing? You put the queen on C2 to capture on C3.
Right.
Now he's put the queen on B3, and it's another shocker. Don't move your queen early in the opening, or at least have a real purpose for it.
Right.
What's the queen doing on this square? You can pretend you know out there, folks. If you do, you might have to send us a tweet or something. Because we don't.
And Kate, this is where I get myself in trouble. You see, I'd already think I'm equal as black, but when you play a bad move, Queen B3, I would think, okay, now I'm slightly better. How do I win?
But guys, I want to talk about something.
Please.
So we talked about Fabi playing this novelty B takes C3 yesterday against Grigoriy Oparin.
Right.
Let's look at the game of Grigoriy Oparin today.
All right, we'll switch over.
Look what happens. You know, sometimes you get crushed in something,
Against Hans Niemann.
and you want to crash back.
Okay.
Wow.
Queen C2, Nimzo Indian, castles. Now, again, from my own practice, I have had this position numerous times against Anatoly Karpov, Vasily Smyslov, Tigran Petrosian. I'm mentioning just the world champions that I've played against. Wesley So has S8, E2, E4 numerous times. There's been tons of games. Yes, A2, A3, bishop takes C3, queen takes C3 is absolutely automatic. It's what Capablanca did all of his life. But let's take a look at how many times B2 takes C3 has been played.
So queen takes C3 9,681, and B takes C3 25 times.
And the 25 were Scholastic's players who got scolded by their coaches after the game.
And today they're emailing the coach back saying, you see, Fabiano Caruana plays this, Grigoriy Oparin plays this. What is your opinion?
Hold on, though.
Yeah.
There's additional intrigue to think about.
Okay.
Fabi and Grigoriy are best friends. I mean, are good friends.
And training
Grigoriy
one another.
is his trainer. Fabi just beat him with the line.
Right.
Afterwards, they must have chatted.
Yeah.
Imagine Fabi saying, here are my secrets.
Right.
Hans has to sit there and go, wait a second.
You guys have been working on this.
He knows, of course, Fabi shared everything after the game.
Sure. It's okay.
He already won.
This,
He's
like
not
that,
going to
I already
repeat
won.
it
Don't worry
again.
about it. I'm not going to play this against you again. So here was my point. So that means Grigoriy has extra preparation from one Fabiano Caruana, and Hans has to sit there and go, oh boy, I got to deal with this?
Yeah. One of the things that Fabi did mention that in his game with Grigoriy, when Grigoriy played D5, A2, A3, bishop takes, B takes. He mentioned that, well, I've got my opponent already to commit to the move D5, therefore I can undouble my pawns at my choice. In this game, Hans castled A2, A3 takes and had not committed himself to the move D5. So you almost think, okay.
No, but he did play it in the game.
Yes, I know.
Oh, I see.
So that, you know, Hans might be thinking, okay, now I'll play B6, bishop A6, knight C6, and put immediate pressure on the e-pawn. By the way, Hans is chill.
It's his turn.
But his clock is running at the
D7.
moment.
I think he was looking at the big board to
Right.
just think about his move in a sofa, in a chair.
On the sofa. You know, if I was in Hans' shoes there, I would have given more consideration. D7, D5, by the way, is a very popular way of meeting this particular line, B takes E3. C7, C5, I would have given more credence to the move C5 as well as knight C6, so that I can play knight C6, knight A5 quickly. And another actually very funky move is the move knight E8. The idea behind knight E8 is to play F5, and again, B6, bishop A6, knight D6, putting pressure on the C4 pawn. By the way, Hans did play after D5, knight F3, C5, a move that we scolded Grigoriy for not playing this move. We thought C7, C6, and Fabi tagged it as well as a bad choice.
Yes, this move takes the game in more principled directions, attack the center, get pawn breaks as fast as possible, free your pieces, and especially exploit that queen sitting on C2. You can see very quickly a knight going to come to C6, the bishop will develop, the rook will go to C8, and the question will be, as the C file starts to open, why is your queen on C2 as the center opens and gives liberation to black? And so now Hans has played a move that maybe Grigoriy did expect, because
E2, E3.
He played E2, E3.
Very quickly.
Pretty quickly.
A big diversion from the game that Fabi played against Grigoriy yesterday, where Fabi put his bishop on G5 and then followed up with a very cunning G2, G4, G5 and pry to open Black's king. E2, E3 on the board. I'm assuming B7, B6 or knight C6 is what Hans is going to do. By the way, Hans played very quickly what I thought was an opening surprise. In my day, whenever we got surprised in the opening, we just chilled. Like, what's going on? Why are you doing this to me?
But he already saw it yesterday, right? Even if he wasn't playing with Fabi, you see the games happening, you check the games, what are the novelties, and he knows that Grigoriy and Fabi are friends.
Exactly.
So you may consider maybe they share, and I'm going to face it tomorrow.
I think he probably did, especially a couple of hours of preparation before the game. You think, all right, this guy might play the same thing he got beat up on yesterday.
Right.
And,
even the score.
Even the score.
And so let me take a look just to make sure I have some good moves. And there we go. Although now he has given pause, and Grigoriy is getting up from the board. Always a telltale sign that a player is fairly relaxed, clear on what is going on, and just playing directly with plans. And it is always going to be in Hans's mind. Does he know something that I don't?
Right.
That maybe Fabi pointed out to him. So that's going to be the drama we follow in this game.
Before we leave this game, just quickly, the theoretically approved move played 41 times in this exact position as knight c6. Second most popular move is b6, queen e7, queen c7, queen a5, all inclusive. Katja, where would you like me to go?
Maybe let's go to the game of Alice Lee.
All
In the
right.
women's section, I'm hearing it's an interesting position. She's playing Jennifer Yu, who survived yesterday against Anna Zatonsky in a rook endgame with a pawn down.
Okay, I'm just looking now at the Anna versus Arena game, but you wanted me to go Alice Lee versus Jennifer. Whoa. Okay, so we've got a Catalan. Everybody's nice and happy. C2, C4. Whoa, talk about off the beaten off the beaten track. C7, C6, C7, C5, D5. D5 takes C4 have been played countless thousands of times. A7, A5, a rare bird, and knight E5, even rarer. Let me just check how many times this has been played, because it's not. No, this is 7 games. Come on. You play the Catalan, it's 100 years old, and tens of thousands. It's so popular at the highest level, and only 7 games.
Yeah, so what's the idea of A5?
Very, very simply, to gain some space. Oftentimes, if we go back just for a moment, it oftentimes happens that this bishop on C1 wants a diagonal. Bishop E3, bishop F4, bishop G5. Somehow, there always seems to be something wrong with those squares. And a lot of times, the fight is over the C4 square. So if you gave white, you said, white, it's your move in this position. B2, B3 would be a very popular move. You want to defend the pawn on C4, maybe put your bishop on the long diagonal. So the move A7, A5 is basically says, okay, I want you to move your bishop. Go ahead, make a move. Just like move your bishop. If you play the move B2, B3,
then you're just going to continue.
I want to follow it up with A4. It's one of those kind of waiting moves, grab some space on the queen side. Maybe on a very good day, you want to take this pawn, follow it up with B5. So the move knight E5 is very common, useful move for white. Not common. It's useful in a Catalan, unusual in this moment.
Yes. If we back up just one move, as you pointed out, this has been played many times. This 386 games. Queen C2 is the most popular move by a long shot, 190 times played. Knight C3 is normal. Of course, Knight BD2 is normal. B3, as you mentioned, maybe you don't want to do it, but people have played that very few times because of that idea. And Knight E5 is on that same level. A weird move, quite strange, developing
moving the same piece twice.
Moving the same piece twice.
Right.
Again, we see modern chess. All the rules get tossed out the window. Fabi just played Queen B3 in his game.
Right.
Now Alice is playing Knight E5, and she knows, does Jennifer, that this move was not played with an oopsie.
Right.
It's played with a definite strategic intent. But what is it?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm really not that sure. You want to play knight to C3 and E4 next. Very, very often you do play the move C7, C6. Once you've coaxed the knight to come to the E5 square, then the idea of playing knight to D7, knight takes E5, doubling up white's pawns, trading off the advanced knight. That makes perfectly good sense, and then attacking the pawn on E5 for Jennifer. So I would say if I'm in black shoes, the move C7, C6 gets my top billing as an answer. By the way, it's somebody's birthday today,
Yes,
Kasia.
Alice Lee is celebrating her 16th birthday. Happy birthday, Alice.
Wow.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Sweet 16, my goodness. And a veteran in these U.S. championships.
We watched her grow up here, right?
Yes. 11 years old, I think, was her first appearance. And in the girls' championship, she was younger than that. So I feel like I've known her most of her life.
Sweet 16.
Sweet
How
16.
sweet it is.
How sweet
Hopefully
it is.
she doesn't have a bad result on her birthday. We know how bad that can be. I know I've lost big game on my birthday. You're trying to celebrate and they say, oh, happy birthday. Take this hell.
You are a loser.
Yeah. Checkmate. Knight E5. What's your take, Kasia, quickly on Alice's position as Jennifer? You is just thinking about C6. A5, A4 is also a consideration. Knight D7. What do you think about?
I mean, the knight in the center looks a little bit annoying from black's perspective. It's a strong knight. It's kind of uncovering the bishop on G2 on that diagonal. So I like your idea of C6, to just putting a pawn chain there, making sure the bishop on G2 it's not strong anymore.
Exactly.
And then to challenge the knight, to try to trade it off.
Exactly. So there we go. So we're thinking C7, C6. Where else would you like us to go?
I want to see the game between Anna Sargsyan and Irina Krush, the co-leaders of the women's section so far.
Okay. And in fact, they were our top billing coming in. And Irina has played, I really want to give Shakhriyar credit for this particular position. Queen's Gambit.
Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, Azerbaijani grandmaster and one of the best players in the world.
I liked to play the Queen's Gambit, accepted as black. And there was one very annoying position that I didn't like to play against, and that's the position after E2, E4. The modern players today, literally led by Shaq, now play the move B7, B5, and equalize, in many cases, quite comfortably. But when I was looking at this exact position on my own without the aid of a chess engine, I felt that something was wrong for black. It felt like, wait a minute, my pawn structure's all messed up. White has more control of the center. The pawn on C4 is a constant target. And I didn't think that the dynamic potential of this bishop on the long diagonal justified my ruined structure. Not true. Today, the chess engines say perfectly playable. It's all perfectly playable. And after knight c3, bishop b7, many, many games from this position. In fact, I'll just pull up how many games there are so you can see for yourself that it has become, as I said, that only 4 games pop up on the database. My database is not up to date. I'm missing like, I feel like 100 games at least.
Well, back up one move, if you don't mind.
Okay, there you go. 795.
In this position is 795 games. It's actually the way the game progressed.
It's knight c3.
Here, bishop e2 is by far the most popular move.
Gotcha.
601 times.
Gotcha.
Knight c3 is only 53 times. So already a steep drop-off. There's no exact reason to move the knight at this moment.
Right.
What's so compelling about knight c3 to be mindful?
She wants to play bishop takes c4. Okay, so question. Why don't we play bishop takes c4? Answer, knight takes c4, queen a4. Now I'm threatening double check and all kinds of fire and brimstone, right? c7, c. Oops. Oops.
Black is just a piece up.
Black is just a piece up. Now with the move knight c3, Anna is saying, defend your pawn. I want to take the pawn. I want to play bishop takes c4 and queen a4 check and take the pawn. So I suspect that a lot of players are playing bishop a6 here, maybe stopping the threat at once with the move
Actually,
knight c6.
Knight c6 is the most popular move in this position. Also,
queen d7.
Bishop e7, but knight c6 by a lot. Bishop b7 is very rarely played, which is why you have wondered about it, because it doesn't stop the threat.
Right. And
but are you really willing to give up your light square bishop for this pawn?
Well, need you ask?
Who are you asking?
Are you asking Maurice or are you asking me? Check. Let's just put some moves on the board for just a moment. And now, if you want to give up your light square bishop, you're welcome to do that, of course. At the moment, I've clipped the pawn. And I guess the onus is on black.
Okay, so can I, instead of knight d7, play queen d7?
Absolutely. Legal. And I will do the same thing.
Okay, bishop e7.
Okay.
Now you cannot castle because there is bishop a6.
Ooh, let me put that on the board, because I was thinking I didn't want to castle and let you play bishop takes f3. But bishop a6, you're right, skewers the exchange. So yeah, I guess I would have to play a move like bishop e3.
Short castle.
Long castle. And we are castled on opposite sides of the board. You have the half-open b file, courtesy of your pawn sacrifice. I have an extra pawn in the center, courtesy of my winning a pawn and being brilliant.
Let's not go there.
I was stuck for what
For
do you
a better
think?
word.
I think
How could I better describe?
I think greedy was the right
Greedy.
word.
Sorry. Thanks to my greed, as we see father and daughter allowing a new policy.
And that's the great thing about the renovated chess club, that visitors can come and see players really close, see all the games.
Queen takes c4. I'm threatening d5. What did you think? Did you think you had enough compensation at this exact moment, Katya?
I wasn't honestly
clear.
expecting for you to castle on the queen side, given I have that open b file. But you're
You do
right that
see
I'm kind of
d5.
slow with my development.
Yeah, you do see d5 as something that, at the moment, you know, you're going to have to figure out how to put a rook on the half-open b file and make use of it.
I really don't want to play c6. That's such an ugly move.
No, it just feels positionally not like what you want to do. Anyway, there is the challenge for Anna. Is she going to accept the pawn sacrifice that Irina is offering her on bishop c4?
There are a couple games to jump to
Let's
that
do it.
really are salient. Just consistent with this one.
Okay.
Consistent with this one, there's another game I see on the big board going on, and it's a game between Ray Robson and Wesley So. And if you just remember this position, if you don't mind, this one we're looking at, and now look at this. Same structure.
This is Hans Niemann?
No, this is Ray Robson.
Yeah, I'm
Ray Robson
I'm
against Wesley So.
Yep, sorry,
And
I got it.
it's on our left here. You'll bring it up on the right.
Ah, there you go.
This game. Looks familiar?
Yes.
Takes back, and bishop e3 in this case.
Not knight c3.
Not knight c3 and knight c6. a3 to stop any knight b4, bishop b4 incursions.
Right. And now?
And now the move queen to d7, which we saw in Kate's line when she was getting that. A knight drops back as a potential threat on that knight. And now bishop to b7.
And we've got a very standard position now.
The structure is the exact same.
Exactly.
But the piece play, bishop is on e3, pawn on a3, no pawns for you, no free pawns allowed. And Wesley taking on the challenge of this position, feeling like he's got a good position and no worries.
Okay, and in my database, this position has been reached 7 times, and 6 of the 7 times White has continued with the move queen c2, and only once has played the move bishop e2. So both players have probably have worked on this position in their preparation. Katya, how do they match up?
Let's take a look. Head-to-head between Ray Robson and Wesley So. 2 wins for Ray, 3 losses, and 9 draws.
One of those losses came in a $100,000 game. Years ago, the first edition of Millionaire Chess that I organized, and these two gentlemen played in the finals for the money. And they were Webster University teammates at the time. They were actually roommates at the time.
My teammates, too.
And they played each other. Webster took home quite a chunk of change that day. Well, these two did. Probably the biggest prize money Ray has ever won in his life. Since then, Wesley has managed to do some damage and won some big events himself. But that really catapulted Wesley So to prominence and the ability to even leave college and go about his professional career. And
he turned professional thanks to that win. He said, listen, if I can make $100,000 in a single tournament, I don't need a college degree to get a job. I got a good paying job right now.
You're welcome, Wesley.
But it was ironic that Ray Robson and Wesley So, literally college roommates, they would wake up in the morning and the first thing they do is start their day with about 5 games of blitz. And then they'd look at each other and say, you want some coffee? They go, yeah, and then off to school they went. But literally, they pushed each other to greatness. They really did. They made better players in their experience.
Since then, Wesley has gone on to eclipse his college roommate, although Ray has had a solid career as well. But this is not the game.
I think they also became better FIFA players.
Oh, yes, video, of course, of course.
May I, however, jump to the game that I really wanted to see?
Let's do it.
The return to that Oparin game with Hans Niemann.
Because that
game has blown up and is now just rich with content. And so
E2, E3, knight c6, so d4 takes c4. What an
ugly triple pawn.
What an ugly looking move. d4 takes c5.
Yasser, it's taking a pawn.
Yeah, but there's triplets, you know, I don't like that. Wow, what a response. Hold on. Where's the novelty in this one?
This move apparently is a novelty.
E5. Let me just check out the opening book, if you don't mind, just for a moment. No game. So in the past, and I would have played it myself, I must confess, I would have played Queen A5, seeking to win back that pawn with speed, right? Queen A5, Knight E4 makes a lot of sense.
But go back a move. I want to know about D takes C5. D takes C5
Not
has
that
only
popular.
been played once.
Full stop.
And it looks like black won the game.
Not too much to be said for it. Bishop D3, by far the most popular move.
far.
47 times the move Bishop D3 has been played. And when you're not putting your bishop on D3, White has been putting the bishop on E2.
Not too many options for that bishop.
But D takes C5 only once, even C takes D5 has been more popular than this. And now E5, E4, a novelty for sure.
Has any move, but moves have been played. We have to keep going.
Okay, after E4, Grigoriy played a move. Doesn't anybody believe in development?
No.
A4.
I'm telling you, so
that's
many.
why the bishop from C8 wants to get out.
Of course, and bishop to G4.
I'm sorry.
What is Grigoriy doing?
Absolutely befuddling the way he's playing. Of course, he's anticipating someday a queen taking the pawn on C5. And then bishop A3 would come. I don't think Hans cares at all about that.
Well, he's shown complete disregard for the pawn on C5. You can keep your ugly pawn. Maybe I want to play D4, blow up the center.
Exactly.
Maybe I want to take on F3 and follow it up with E4 and try mightily to get the knight to F3. I see promising ideas for black. I'm not quite sure. Am I supposed to play bishop A3 castle?
Please don't. Or in Hans's case, he's going to say, please do.
Please do.
Go right ahead and play those moves.
If I play H3 here, are you going to move to H5?
Well, let's have a look-see.
Okay.
Munch, munch. And now I pause because I'm attracted to two ideas. E4, I'm assuming you're going to have to play F4. And the other idea I'm genuinely attracted to is to try to blow up the center with the move D4.
Absolutely.
I mean, because if you take, the rook will slide over to E8. I see the queen coming out.
Okay, if I go bishop D3 here?
Bishop to D3. So a real question for you might be, where are you planning to castle? Okay, I'll just put my queen in the center and chill. So I'm not really interested in this pawn so much as I'm interested in responding to what you're going to do.
Okay, I will do bishop A3. Not going to give you that pawn. I know you want the pawn.
I was not interested. Truly, I was not interested. So, munch, munch.
Push him, baby.
Push him, baby.
Look at this structure that's about to appear on the board.
It just looks so attractive, right? The knight can come.
So if we go to that endgame, if I capture, bishop takes.
I am not giving you any ending whatsoever. I'm just going to ask you where you're going to go with your king for just a moment. Just asking, do you want to put your king? You're welcome, you're welcome.
No, I'll go rook D1.
Rook to D1. Okay, at some point, I got to... knight E5? Let's go. I just feel like I'm getting... What if I sacrifice 2 pawns and your king stuck in the center? Yeah,
it's
pawns.
only 2 pawns.
This one makes it 1. Queen E6 in case you castle.
Every move you've made, I've been looking to see how we can destroy that king.
Okay, rook D4.
Rook D4.
I'll try to claim strong center.
Good for you. Good for you.
Thank you.
Exactly. Let's rip that guy.
Okay, let's take with the queen.
And let's get rid of the queen. I hate your queen.
Okay. I can have C6 here, maybe. No, I have to be careful.
No, don't do that.
No, don't do that. Yeah.
Don't do that.
You're cruising for a bruise.
Yeah, this is
Okay,
not
no,
fun.
this is ugly. So I have to go to F5, and then you're going to play No,
F4, you mean?
F4, yeah.
Yeah,
Let's go
Well,
to
there's
F4.
D3.
There's a knight D3 check. You got to
Careful.
No, rook takes
careful.
rook wins. On
Exactly.
Oh, no.
the spot. Yeah, it's oh
Because
yeah.
I cannot capture
Not
with
oh
the
no.
queen.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
knight takes F3.
That's
Oh,
that's ugly.
Oh, those tricky nights. Well, anyway, we're just saying at the moment, Hans has got a position where he may dictate the initiative.
What is the exact position right now?
Of course.
Please? Let's just get that so that before we leave
We
this
just
game, because
blew
we know
it
there are other
up
things
with-
going on. Okay, his bishop is still on G4.
I think you were trying H3.
And let's just hold on. Let's just be clear in this game. He's played B takes C3
Has
as
white.
one move, right? He's played B takes C3. He's played D takes C5.
That's two.
He's played A2 to A3.
To A4. That's two.
Right,
more moves.
A2 to A3, which was played much earlier, and now he's played A3 to A4. That's 4 pawn moves to make us all go.
That's a lot of pawn moves.
That's a lot of pawn moves, and Black's pieces have all just gone whip, 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 whip. Okay, Black did take 2 moves, I think, to play E6
E5.
to E5. But look at Black's position. It is a picture of perfection in terms of development, king safety, central control. You
All
tell
the
your
good
students,
stuff.
play like the guy playing with Black, and this guy playing with White, he has no idea what he's doing. But it's Grigoriy Oparin. So
One of the top grandmasters in America. And
Clearly-
Fabi's trainer.
he has ideas, but man, I would not want to be on this side. At any rate, other games have blown up.
Yes, let's go to
already.
the game of Abhimanyu, Mishra, and Sevian. You know, Abhimanyu is one of the players who is really well prepared. And right now, he gained time. He gained 4 minutes on his
Oh,
clock.
my goodness. Another Catalan, by the way. And obviously, Mishra is in his prep. Look at him go. So this is all very, very, very well known. Lots of games up to, I was going to say Queen D1. Okay, we're still in theory, 95. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on. Now I'm gonna consult my database because I'm more than curious. We have 10 games up to this moment, and the move Knight D5 has been played in 9 of them. Okay, so it's the most popular way of meeting this position.
This reason why Black is willing to play this position. And now Mishra,
Grab the exchange. Sevian grabbed the exchange.
hold on, back up just one moment, please. This move, Queen F3, I'm imagining is the top move, yes?
Yep.
No novelty so far, all played.
It's all in theory.
And now Rook F1, still theory.
Knight C6. I want to avoid as Black the idea that White might play Queen to H5, Knight G6 checkmate.
If we could bring the pawn on G3, just back to G2,
It would be
it's
Knight
a 3-move
G6.
checkmate.
Exactly. So Knight C6 attacks the knight. Now you're threatening mate in 1. Munch, munch. So in Mishra's mind, he's ready to play the move E6, supporting the bishop, which would support the pawn. And 2 games have played Queen to D3 in one of the games and Rook to A5 in the other game.
He's walking around looking like he's in a park somewhere, relaxing. I mean, look at him over there. He's he's probably just entered the women's section.
Just to have a look,
And
see what's going on.
I mean, he's got more time on his clock than he started with. Whipped out all these moves, well prepared. So has Sam, because it's not like Sam was playing slow-footing it, but much slower. As we see the score between the two of them, dead even, as one can well imagine. Although Sam has been around a lot longer than Abhimanyu, is only 16 years young. Sam, I believe, is 22 now.
In his day, Sam was one of the youngest grandmasters in the world, and Mishra became the youngest grandmaster in the world. I'm looking at this position. And by the way, this is a position not for the faint of heart, because the imbalances are really quite prominent. For example, I'm looking at black at these pawns on A3 and C3, and the first thought I had, I don't know if that, if you had it as well, is I love passed pawns, and we know passed pawns should be pushed. Let me please play the move A3 takes B2. I'm assuming you want to take, and my intention was to play C3, and maybe on a good day, Queen D3 and C2. Now, on white's side of the board, white always has this kind of nasty move, bishop G6, provoking H6, and I got all kinds of light square weaknesses.
Which is something I wanted to analyze. Let's go back just momentarily to see the value of this. So you played the move A3.
Exactly, A3.
And what if white...
By the way, again, we know that the standard moves are Queen D3, stopping bishop G6, and rook A5. But yes, I was going to say, please.
You said standard. You mean
yeah,
two moves that has been played and
known.
We want to make sure that people understand the idea of theory. In fact, because theory, you know, when grandmasters say theory, you think it's like some oracle. Let's consult the oracle on high, and that is not the case. Of course, the oracle these days is the engine,
right?
But also
the database.
It's the database of games that have been played. Just because this move was played doesn't mean it's good. Oh, this is theory. Yeah, no, that's what's been played. Maybe that move sucked, and they realized, don't play that again.
Especially if you have a database of all the games, right? It's like 1,200 level players playing.
Exactly, and it might be a lower-rated player. You're like, oh, that's theory, and then you go look and you go, wait a minute, this guy was 1330.
Right.
And, I mean, you're not a bad player, but sorry, it's not what 2800s are going to play. So don't be fooled by what your database tells you. So the question then becomes, well, what is the engine's top recommendation here? That's the automatic question these days. And in the meantime, there's also the logic that we have as we're looking at the position. So bishop G6 is clearly an idea. Bishop G6 and then bring the bishop back on a new diagonal.
Right.
And then try to get the queen into the G6 square. So let's say you play this move and I bring my bishop back, push. And let's say I drop my bishop back.
So you've got a very, I would say, salient threat of queen to G6. So I probably would find myself having to defend against that threat. Queen G5 would be the alternative.
Or rook A6?
I didn't see rook A6. Good point. Rook A6 might be a good alternative as well. So I thought Maurice wanted to continue the line and maybe, go for that same battery, right? Queen E2 and boom, 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 boom.
Also possible is Queen G4 for the same
idea, right? You could take if you want here. But in any case, you're going to provoke me to playing. I got to close that diagonal.
Right, but then queen takes on B2.
And again, what do we have here is it's an imbalance that I kind of like white in the initiative.
Yeah, I don't like that the queen has to be on E8 guarding the pawn. Can we start with rook A6?
Yeah, we
because
certainly
that
can.
rook, I think, can be helpful with guarding the 6th rank. And
let's do it.
It's anyway not doing much.
Okay, rook A6 with the idea to stop, queen G6. If we continue in the same manner, in this case, I might be able to have a queen D3.
That's why I want to play queen G4 instead.
Perfect.
Unless I'm mistaken.
No.
I'm looking for the E4 square. In this case.
Very, very sensible. Okay. I munch, you look for the... And Kach's point is, instead of tying up my queen to the defense of G6, I don't mind having my rook tied up.
So now if I take on B7, you do have rook B6 on tap.
Right.
And
that pawn on C4 is going to start coming down too.
Yeah. So let's kill that.
I was thinking, I know Maurice is going to say, I'll kill that one now. And again, we've got this really weird imbalance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 majority versus 2, 3 pawn majority for white. Whew.
This one is a crazy one.
Let's put that on chill.
But Guy is walking around like,
I
got it all worked out. Don't worry about it.
Mishra, who's going to win the event, statistically speaking?
Let's take a look, because we have our in-house statistician, Ben Underwood, who prepares these pie charts for us. And chances to win the tournament, the pre-tournament in the women's section, it's Carissa. She's having a great great years actually, just playing fantastically, so 29%, but she did started with a lost game, and you see that her percentage dropped after round one. And it's Irina Krush now with, 30%, 0.7.
Because Irina takes care of one of her most immediate rivals. Now, as we're looking at this exact moment, it just so happens that Irina and Anna, the top two favorites now, are actually competing. Can you imagine if one of those two ladies wins today, what statistically speaking their percentage might be? And what about in the open?
And in the open section, let's take a look. Here it's Fabiano Caruana pre-tournament with 24.8% chances to win, and second, Wesley So, and third, Levon Aronian.
Check this out. I'm sure Fabi's going to move up. I'm sure Levon's going to move up. Let's see if I'm right.
42.5%.
What a mathematician, statistician you are.
Well, thank you very much.
So
hold on,
PhD
42? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That's too high. I mean, I think Fabi is a favorite and everything, but only after one game. Come on, Maurice. One game.
I'm sorry.
One bad game can turn it around.
This is the Fabiano Caruana.
That won 3 in a row.
2022 with no losses. 2023 with no losses. 2024 with no losses, scoring minimum.
Okay, you're making your point.
+4. Now let me keep driving my point.
I'm detecting a pattern. I don't know about you guys.
You can take whoever you want. I'm picking that guy.
There you go. All right, so we know that Levon and Fabi, as a result of both of them winning their games, are indeed the favorites. But the position, because we do have it at the board, Mishra and Sam Sevian. By the way, a novelty,
Your move.
by Sam. No rook a5, no, what was the alternative? Queen d3.
E7.
No, I think it was queen d3. I think queen d3.
Oh, queen d3.
Again, theory. By the way, and I want to emphasize this because we were talking about databases. In my day, the database of the correspondence games, ooh, that was the gold. Those were the guys who spent years playing one game. So when they played a novelty, everybody over the board player wanted to know what the correspondence guys
Even if
were
their
doing.
rating was slow, because we know that they prepared this every single move.
So hard every single move. Now, what was the top engine's move before the move a3? Because, as you said, Maurice, that's the go-to.
Check.
But it looks like Abhimanyu is surprised. He's not continuing immediately with his game, and he's prepared until this time. But now he's thinking.
And what are we seeing as far as Sam and the engine at this moment? Did the engine have
Did you thought this was the third best move?
A3?
A3.
The third best.
Yeah, third best. It liked rook a5 and queen e7. It did not give queen d3 as
Queen
a
e7?
move. In fact, queen d3, again, we talked about theory and praxis, but the engine saying queen d3 is just about horrible because of e6.
And whoop.
And already white is threatening to play the move e7.
Obviously,
And
very, very strong.
So this is a move that may be in the database, but not a move you want to repeat. But a3 is not considered necessarily
And
a
rook
top move, because rook a5 was clearly, according to the engine, the move of choice here.
Well, rook a5, you did something that looked pretty logical to me, and I'm sure Mishra had such ideas on his dance card. I don't know if we have to go all the way back to b1, but you were just reloading for queen g4, queen g6. I'm assuming I have to defend against queen g6, don't I?
The most important thing about this last move is dude who was just walking around like he was in Central Park somewhere. Now he's frozen at the move. And he still has more time than he started with.
Yeah.
But he's been thinking, at least for the last 4 minutes, as he knows this move was not expected. It was not one of the top 2 engine moves.
Right.
So maybe he didn't go down to the 3rd, and he's wondering. Your first instinct in these days, in these times, is to wonder, is this move a blunder? Am I just winning on the spot?
Right.
Maybe bishop g6 is winning. He's going to go through that iteration before he finally realizes, I'm actually not winning.
Not winning on the spot.
But he knows this is not the move that the engine gave as the top move.
No.
So this is what he's going through, as a3 is a novelty. And there are some games Varusian has brought to my attention, some games where novelties did take place. We did see Hans play e5 as a novelty.
Yep.
That one we've already covered. But let's go to Dariusz's game, where he has played the move rook to e8. And
against Sam Shankland.
Against Sam Shankland. If we can pull that game up.
Yep. So that
I think you just passed it.
No, you're right. But now I wanted to go here. So again, a very typical Joko piano position. Many games, I'm sure, from this moment. And rook e8, like you said. Although, I must say, it may be a novelty, but it's a standard-looking move for these positions.
Natural.
But look at the time. I mean, Sam Shankland, 1 hour, 24 minutes. Dariusz Swiercz, 54 minutes. There's a 30 minutes difference.
Sam is very, very good in his prep. I think Dariusz also, but obviously Sam surprised him somewhat with this choice.
Usually we talk about novelties and their stock value. And if we go back to that novelty, let's just focus on it for a second. We saw rook to e8. It's a move that you would think had been played at least 5 times.
At least.
Right? Like
yeah,
rook e8.
So standard.
Bringing your piece, what's the big deal? And usually when you play the novelty, it's your opponent who's supposed to stop and think.
Right.
In this case, Dariusz is the one who's way behind on the clock. Sam not at all impressed by the novelty, and Dariusz playing a move that no one else has played.
I must say d4 is actually not the most popular choice. Bishop b3, by far, prepping the move knight c4 has been played the most often. d4 may be a bit of a surprise, and then bishop g4 is a standard answer, capturing on d4 standard, and even h6.
And the logic to that is when you put your pawn on d4, you suggest to your opponent to start assailing this pawn with the move bishop g4, because you're pinning this knight, you're getting a chance to take on d4, you're threatening those things. And so that move bishop g4 would be natural. He now instead played the move rook to e8 after much thought.
But he's got an X-ray idea of taking on d4 and then e4. And then that was met by the defensive queen to c2.
Again, we're following the game with Sam Shankland, although we see Abhimanyu Mishra on the screen right now.
Right.
We're talking about Sam Shankland and Dariusz Swiercz.
And then Dariusz followed up with a move I like, by the way, c7, c6, because we saw this yesterday, Hans Niemann against Wesley So. Hans played d5 at once without even the prep. With the bishop sitting here on c4, playing c6, and then preparing it with d5 makes a lot of sense, because again, you're going to be hitting it with a gain of tempo.
Yes, sir. Can I just ask a question? If we move back instead of queen c2,
yes.
What if I just go knight g5 immediately?
Knight
I'm
G5.
saying you weaken this f7 pawn because you moved the rook. Are you going to push for d5 immediately?
100%. 100%. 200%.
Okay, so if I take...
200. There's no choice. I'm not going back with the rook. I mean, I'm pot committed. If you take, I would like to ask you a question. Are you going backwards? I could take on d4, and I think actually taking on d4 is probably superior, but I'm asking this one. If you go back to f3, you didn't accomplish what you really set out to do a moment ago.
I wanted to capture on f7
yes.
with some queen f3.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And another thing that you might want to think about too is if I captured on d4 and then you followed up with this very dynamic, I do have a move knight e5 because your pawn on d4 no longer can take my
so
knight.
my pieces are just not ready for this
Not
attack.
ready yet. Not ready yet, but I think that knight g5 is definitely on Sam Shankland's agenda, and I think something like queen a2 and knight g5, then you're cooking with a flame. And that was why C6 and D5 is coming.
I mean,
pronto.
this is very logical principle play
Exactly.
by Dariusz. He may not have seen this position before himself, and his rookie 8 may be a novelty, but it looks like a good one. It looks very solid, very logical play. So again, there's so much room for creativity in chess as long as you're following the key and core tried principles. Let's also go to Andy Woodward's game where I'm seeing a novelty against Fabi. He played a novelty as early as move 5. Well, Fabi threw out the move Queen B3,
that's right.
which was already kind of weird. We haven't visited this game in a while, so let's take a look.
We were confused, quite frankly. A very, very unusual early Queen Sally, Queen B3 by Fabi, and Anatoly Karpov would be proud. Bishop C5 by Andy Woodward, just developing and saying, why did you put your queen on B3? Wow, G2, G3. Okay, that gets me triggered. I played the English my whole life. You don't include E3 and G3 and Queen B3. Why? Because castles, pardon me, in my day, we would have a problem. We would have a very big problem. Queen B3, Bishop G2, D5 is how the old school would teach this. The idea behind D5 is as obvious as, and you could preface it maybe even with knight B4. The idea is to go knight B4, knight D3, Bishop F5.
Punish the guy.
Why did you weaken all the light squares? Andy did not do that. Apologies. After G3, I'm going to quickly
That, by the way, is the novelty. D6 by him. D6 instead of castles, I presume, was the only move played in this very obscure position.
I'm just curious if the guy followed up with, he followed up with D6. It might have been transpositional. So maybe D5, maybe knight B4. None of this happened. We did have D6. Apologies. Okay. So I've got to get out of this very quickly because we are going to take a break as we do our first.
Later.
I know, we're too enthusiastic. I wanted to see where the Fabi game was going. Before we go, we want to check in with our good friends at QBT and have a look at what they have in store for our specials today. Well, check this out. An exclusive 2025 U.S. Championship pullover. By the way, these feel great. I love the fabric. It's perfect for year-round wear. Honor the home of American chess with the official logos of the St. Louis Chess Club and the 2025 U.S. Championship. It's available at QBoutiqueSTL.com, or do yourself a favor, visit in person and look at all of the offerings.
And we have Stump the Commentators.
Oh, I love it. I keep winning, though.
Okay, so let's see.
What?
The shortest game in U.S. Chess Championships history ended in how many moves? 5, 6, 8, 9. Wow.
I think it was Guriev and Kamsky. They agreed draw in some unbelievably short game.
I have no idea.
9.
But since Yasser, you are always winning.
9 is not the answer. I got better than 9 for sure. I'm not telling you, though.
I'm going with C, which is 8.
And what else?
I don't think that's the number either.
What are the viewers going to see as we go on our break?
Well, as we go on a break, you took the opportunity to sit down one-on-one with international master Carissa. So let's take a look, and we will be right back.
I did. It was a great interview. Carissa, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. Lovely to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. You took a sabbatical from school. You're 50 rating points higher. You're focused on chess. You have goals. How are you doing so far? Are you on schedule for your goals? Your 50 rating points are
being a little nosy.
Yeah, trying my best.
No, I'm kidding. Of course, I'd love to share. So, I think Actually, at some point, I think my parents made like a planning sheet for me in terms of, like each tournament, how much rating am I getting? Yeah, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I think I'm on track so far. And, I have a ton of events coming up, so I'm excited for those. But mostly, I think for my time off, I'm very focused on playing a ton. I think playing a lot is maybe kind of the most important thing for improvement. And when I'm not playing, I'm probably training around St. Louis. And if I'm not training around St. Louis, then I'm probably just, taking a couple days off to visit my family.
For me, when I was in your shoes, put it like that, my goal was candidates, qualifying. Myself, it was very hard. It still is, as you know, very hard to get to the candidates. That's got to be your goal too.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a huge goal for me. I had World Cup and Grand Swiss as kind of the main qualification paths. And, those tournaments kind of didn't really go my way, so I was quite disappointed. But there'll be more cycles to come. At some point when my level is there, then I'll just be able to qualify for candidates easily. And yeah, I think maybe there's still the circuit, if I do exceptionally well at World Blitz and World Rapid, but that's obviously a long shot. But yeah, in the meantime, I think kind of my goal for now is, I've humbled myself a little bit. We're just back to GM.
How are you doing in terms of getting the Grandmaster title and literally getting that Queen's bounty that Jeannie has put out there for ladies who become Grandmasters?
Yeah, I'm much closer than I was this time last year. So like I said, I'm 50 points high rated.
Right.
Now, around 50 points away from reaching 2,500, which is the cutoff.
Right.
And I have 2 norms. I got my second one very recently at the Cairns Cup.
Right.
So,
At which you were sick, by the way. I was interviewing you as you were telling me.
I remember, and you were like moving your chair, shifting away from me.
Back off.
I would too if I were you.
Yeah, clever.
Exactly.
So you've got 2 norms, you need a third, and you need to get your rating up to 2,500.
Yes, but I think probably my focus right now is just the rating, because the norm will come. And, to get the rating up, you just need to get the strength up.
Carissa, good luck in your journey, and good luck at this year's U.S. Women's Championships. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasser.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, titans of chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to 4, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after Classical, it all came down to Rapid and Blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
America's top chess players are set to compete in the most prestigious national championship in the world, the 2025 U.S. Chess Championship and the 2025 U.S. Women's Chess Championship, hosted by the newly expanded St. Louis Chess Club. Defending champions Fabiano Caruana and Carissa will lead an illustrious field from October 12th through 25th, with a total prize fund of more than $400,000 on the line. Don't miss chess history in the making.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th. live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Hi, my name is Brian Woods. I am the music director for classical programming at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. It is a monthly series that we put on featuring performers from the St. Louis Symphony, from Opera Theater St. Louis, Winter Opera, and some of the finest freelancers we have here in the St. Louis area. Every live performance is completely different. So when you come to a concert here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, you can expect infinite possibilities all within this rubric of music.
We're the Manos! Welcome to our show! Go, go, go! That's our show! Now go plan yours at visitmo.com!
Hello and welcome back to the second round of the U.S. Championships.
We've got some serious excitement going on in the game between Fabi and Andy. Maurice, sacrifices are coming up.
Well, this game is something that we were stunned by seeing Fabi play this way as he played the move queen to b3 here. And we're saying, so what's this about? What's the point of this move? Is it to restrain d5? Is it to stop this bishop from developing? All right, maybe so, but it's an unusual move to bring your queen out that soon in the game. Well, Andy said, let me play like Karpov, channel my inner development, just bring a piece out, no problem. g3 and then d6. So far, nothing absolutely genius about these moves. Just seems pretty natural, waiting to see what Fabi's going to do. Fabi now played the move a3. Now, usually this move is played so that you can play the move b4 and bring your bishop to this square, except there's a queen sitting on that square. So a3 seems mighty unusual. If you could come up with logic to the move, let me know, because I'm confused myself. Castles
Maurice,
played.
If I may interrupt you for just a moment.
Please.
We forgot to answer our question.
True,
Apologies.
to see if Yasser is always right.
I know. I misread the question. And let's remind us what it was. It was Stump the Commentators, and it was...
The shortest game in U.S. Chess Championships history.
I was there when it actually unfolded.
Well, I happened to not be there. I was watching you from afar, but I remember that the answer was 5.
Correct.
And that it was Cameron Shirazi who played with the white pieces. He's a New Yorker.
Jack Peters. And
that
Jack
I didn't
Peters
remember.
won with black.
So let's get the big reveal of the answer.
Yeah.
And it was correct. Yes.
I was there at the
University of California.
And we even have the position. Let's take a look.
Oh, yeah. He blundered his rook in his position.
The wing
gambit.
The wing gambit. Queen e5 check, picks up the rook on a1.
Let me finish this quickly as a3 castles played, bishop to g2, and you have this scrumptious little d3 square you talked about, Yaz. And now bishop f5.
Whoa, that's
whatever you thought you were doing, restricting me from taking on b7, from restricting me from moving because you might take on b7, go right ahead, take it. Still, just natural development, just like Hans Niemann did in his game. The youngster here is saying to his elder, I'm not that intimidated by you. It turns out that queen b7, the engine gives knight d4. Wow.
Sacrificing the rook.
With the rook hanging in the corner, the knight hanging in the middle of the board. This position could get completely wild. What an explosive move this could become. What is Fabi doing, in fact, letting the youngster do this? Just amazing.
And also 20 minutes down on the clock. So,
this
wow.
Is not his preparation for sure.
Anastasiya is with a special guest, Shannon Bailey. Over to you, Anastasiya.
Thank you, Yasser. I know all these games are happening right now, and it's really hard to have a break. But I have a very special guest here, Shannon Bailey, the Chief Curator of the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Thank you for coming here, finding time, Shannon. I know how busy you are with so many exhibitions happening right now. Tell us a little bit about your role in the Hall of Fame and the galleries.
Well, first off, it's great to be here. It's always great to be interviewed on the commentary. And yeah, we are busy. We just opened up our third show. So if you know that the club has been under renovation and we're so happy to be in this new space, it's gorgeous. If you haven't seen it, come down. But we've been hosting the tournaments over at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Our new name, we added galleries to that, so lots of information. Yeah, so it's been a while since we've had all three shows open. We opened up Chess and Literature, which I'll talk about in a few days, but we have Chess Variants, and we have a Charles Hauska exhibition open.
Yeah, so many exhibitions. Let's start one by one, and let's speak about Chess Variants exhibition.
Yes.
I think it's really great. And how many actually variants of chess you show in there?
Yeah, so Chess Variants, you can see that on the screen. We opened that up in August, and it will run through mid-April. And that is just looking at many, many different variants of the classical game of chess. You can see the duck chess right there. And that was my inspiration for putting together this exhibition. So as the chief curator, I kind of oversee all the exhibitions that are created. We try to make sure that we've got a nice rounded kind of program going on. We do like a chess history show, an art show, a general interest show. So this is kind of our chess show. I watch the chess players play chess nonstop. We just had the opening of the U.S. Championships and the induction, and all the players were playing chess the whole time.
Yes, all the time.
And they're always playing some kind of really fun variant, usually, and I've heard about them playing all night after the tournaments, Bug House.
Exactly,
So,
yes, I love this.
Yeah, so I was very curious as to what that was, and I learned a little bit about that, and then duck chess kind of blew up a couple of years ago, and you know, who doesn't want to play chess with a rubber ducky?
Exactly. I also brought a few ducks to my house in Greece, and now my daughter is also playing these variants of chess. It's so cool, right?
Yeah, so my job as the chief curator is to get people interested in chess, and new audiences or people that love the game, you know, teach them different things about it. And I thought, well, maybe people would be really extra excited about chess if they found out there were these kind of new, wild, fun ways to play. So we look at chess in this exhibition from its origin so that you can understand how the game changed and why it needed to change at times. And we have several variants on display, including, you know, 3-person chess, 4-person chess, Yasser's S-chess, we have that. The Polgars, the parents invented star chess, and we had them in for the opening. We have Asian variants, so it's a way to it's a very interactive exhibition. We want you to kind of come in and touch everything and play and have a good time.
I'm sure that Yasser now is so happy to hear about his variants of chess too. Yes. But let's also speak about another exhibition you have from Charles Hauska, Master of Play. Can you tell me more about this one as well?
So Charles, I know it's Charlie Hauska. He's got a gallery down the street from the Hall of Fame. Like right now you're looking at like this beautiful outside view. He kind of decorated our patio. We put some of his artwork on our windows. And this is a look inside his exhibition. He's a pop artist, and he does these really fun cartoonish pieces with dogs and cats and fish and figures and things about St. Louis. He's really heavily involved in the Midwest. One of his creatures is a mascot for a bank in Illinois. But he did some chess-related commissions for us, including creating this gorgeous 3D printed chess set as soon as you walk in the exhibition. So there's a blacklight room where you can play glow-in-the-dark chess. He made a big replica of our world's largest chess piece that's outside of the World Chess Hall of Fame, and now that beautiful vinyl's inside of the Staunton King with all of his characters in it, so it's really fun.
Yeah, it looks so bright. Actually.
Yeah, it's a fun, happy, colorful show.
Shannon, I also wanted to mention something like a few years ago when for the first time I came to the Hall of Fame, and now it's called also in galleries.
Yes.
I wanted to buy a ticket to go inside, and then suddenly I realized the tickets are for free. It's such a gift.
You can thank St. Louis in general for that. Obviously, we have the most incredible and generous founders, Rex and Jeannie, who make so much of this very affordable and easy and accessible to everybody. But St. Louis has, and I'm not from here, so when I moved here, I couldn't believe how inexpensive and accessible things were. So we're following that tradition. Again, through the generosity of the Singfields, we're able to do that. But yeah, it's free.
Yeah, so everybody
we're open every day.
Yes, everybody can come and actually check the U.S. Chess Championships and then cross the road and watch fantastic exhibitions, right?
Campus is hopping right now.
Absolutely, yes. And actually, I just wanted to mention that for a couple of years, U.S. Chess Championships were actually held in the Hall of Fame.
Yes, it was so great having everybody there, and we got beautiful feedback from a lot of the chess players, and it's really great to see the players come in and love the art shows, because we know that our art fans are huge supporters of the chess players too.
Absolutely. And my last question is, like, what exhibitions are you planning to have in 2026?
Oh, yeah. We are taking the entire building over, and we're looking at the correlation between chess and sports. So what sports do chess players play? What major athletes are playing chess? Are they creating little foundations or promoting the game amongst their fans? Some of the crossovers with that, but we're going to do the entire building, all 3 galleries.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this one. So many famous sportsmen actually love to play chess.
Yes.
You have lots of material for
We
that
do.
one,
We
yes.
really do.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much, Shannon, for being here with us today, and I hope to see you again.
Oh, always. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Shannon and Anastasiya. But Maurice, you have some breaking news.
Breaking news indeed, as we saw Fabiano Caruana yesterday play a sterling model game, near perfection, you called it, Yaz.
Yep.
Well, today, the shoe is on the other foot. The whole script has flipped, and we see it is Andy Woodward who went down yesterday in his first game, the U.S. junior champion, the youngest player in the field, I believe only 15 years young, and he, definitely 15 years young, in fact, and he is playing a brilliancy right now against Fabi. Fabi's queen came out early. It pressured this pawn on b7. It maybe suppressed this bishop from coming out. The bishop said, you can have it. That pawn is generally known as a poison pawn. You could take it if you want to. Fabi said, I will take this pawn. And then the move knight to d4 landed on the board, given a double exclamation mark by the engine, an amazing sacrifice. Fabi needs to take on a8, or needed to take on a8. We looked at that line. Instead, Fabi said, I don't get it. I'm going to capture this knight, and you're going to notice the engine hates the move, gives it an absolute double question mark blunder, and now after simply takes back, he is in deep trouble in this position. It is just not understating it at all. If you take this rook, well, you're going to drop to this move, queen e7, check. The queen is hanging on the square. There's material you might be up at the end. Yes, I think it would be knight to e2.
That was the move I was looking at.
But takes, and then the move d3. This is the move that just puts the squeeze on black's, on white's position. And it's very hard to figure out what you should do next. All your pieces, except this guy, are frozen. What can they do? This can't move. That just can't move legally. What would your rooks do anyway? And it's only the bishop in play. The engine's giving moves like h3 or b4 or bishop back.
b4 and bishop back. Yeah,
b4 makes some sense, except I'm going to attack your rook on the very next move. And then here, the engine's giving as best bishop to b2. Take it. Which is not a move ridiculous. You really want to play.
But then knight g4 is coming,
This move is met by
right?
knight to g4. The 4 black pieces on the board are all harmoniously linked, working together, attacking just wickedly in this position. So, ed4, I want to point out.
This might be one of the most brilliant games I've ever seen in a U.S. championship.
Well, just a couple of moves played, but I want to point out. We're only on move 9. It's move 9.
Crazy. Okay.
Caruana has walked into this. It didn't walk into it.
No, he
actually
played
dove off the deep end into it, and now he is busted. There's not a maybe.
Come on.
He's just busted in this
He
position.
Can't be busted. Come
What
on. Okay,
a
first of
sequence.
all, he's a piece up. A rook is hanging. He could take the rook. Now, I agree with you, Maurice, completely that after queen takes a8, queen e7, discover check, picking up the queen, that position where I've got 2 rooks that are doing nothing, forget about it. But I'm a piece up. Can I like bring my king to f1 when I need to play it? So, for example, let's say I go knight c3 to e2, covering the e file, prepping the move queen takes a8. I'm assuming you're going to play rook to b8, right?
It's just queen e7, no? Then we transpose.
Except I don't take the rook. In this particular case, now I get to play b4, and before your pawn was on d3, if you remember, and you got a chance to play bishop d4. Now, that's not the case. And now, if you attack my queen, I do have the move queen f3. I'm expecting that you would play the move rook b8, if you don't mind. I was looking at rook b8. I was going to go queen f3. I was expecting the move bishop e4, again, just if you don't mind. And now I'm going to give my queen for how many pieces? Please tell me I've got more than 3.
It's 3.
It's only 3. Only 3.
If you could organize, If you could organize a couple of moves, though, you'd be perfectly fine.
D3 and knight f3 and king f1 to g2. But you're saying Fabi is busted. This would be his first loss
in 4 U.S. championships. Well, the last 3 he didn't lose any.
Right.
This would be his first loss in what would be 33. He's got at least a 30. I don't know what he did just before that, but he's got at least
streak.
I do know what he did because in 2021 he lost to Wesley So in the playoffs. So that Wesley So won that title because they actually tied for first. Otherwise, Fabi would have already won 4 in a row.
Right.
But he lost to Wesley So. They had a playoffs with Sam Sevian, and he lost that playoffs. Wesley won and got his 3rd. So Fabi has at least 33 games. Make that 34 games in a row without a loss in these championships. He'd be losing to the youngest player in the field, the U.S. junior champion in this style. By the way, they're far away from the finish line.
Of course.
At the moment.
You'd have to go back to Bobby Fischer winning as a 13-year-old the game of the century to bring this game into a proper context. Andy Woodward, 15 years young, up against Fabi, who's won 3 U.S. championships in a row. And I'm looking at the clock times. Andy lost his first game, and he's playing with a confidence that belies his young age. He's just saying, sacrifice a piece, sacrifice a rook. I don't care that I've just played 2 blacks.
You know, he lost the game, but he did not want to make a draw, right?
Against Levon. He lost with white. I take it back. But this is the current position. Fabi's got less than 40 moves to make. It's craziness. Wow. And a quick snapshot of Andy Woodward.
Andy Woodward, only 15 years old, USCF rating 2644, and he is the current 2025 U.S. Junior Champion.
Wow. Well, he's got the wind of his back right now, but I'm seeing other games. Hans Niemann's game is blowing up. I don't want to go too far away from the Andy Woodward game. I think this is absolute sensation that we're seeing, but I'm going to go to Grigoriy and Hans for a moment because didn't we have something like this on our board? Bishop a3.
Defending the pawn, although you went queen e7. Here, Hans Niemann decided to develop the rook instead.
Similar ideas of d4 and e4?
Please note, Hans spent a long time after bishop to a3. An inordinate amount of time trying to figure out what his next move should be before he finally played the move rook to e8. As you can see on the clock times, he's down to 41 minutes on the clock. He was looking for something forcing, something real. You were looking at ideas like d4, queen e7 with d4, try to blow up in the game. Spent a long time there.
27 minutes, by the way, specifically.
27 minutes, yes, exactly. That bishop a3 move, he probably was trying to refute it somehow, and he finally made this move. And then after castles,
what a move. I mean, that is pretty bold. I mean, putting your king on the queen side. e4, taking advantage of the pin, and now borrowing a page from your book, Katya. Grigoriy has just played the move h2, h3. this is a wild position. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Insane. The engine liked neither one of the last two moves that Hans played, by the way, and giving White a massive edge at the moment.
Really?
Massive edge. Grigoriy just lost. Andy just lost. And the engine saying both these guys may be down bottom in terms of the lower-rated players, but they're making the higher-rated players feel the heat right now.
H2, H3, and what is the top engine's move for Hans at this moment? Because I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Am I supposed to play Bishop G4? Bishop G4, H5? Am I supposed to move it?
I think I'm going to follow with G4 anyway. I will chase the bishop
you have
away.
to, no?
Yeah, I think you do as well. So let's have a look-see, shall we? G4, I don't really want to take the knight and let you take my bishop and open up the G file. So bishop G6.
Knight H4?
Oh.
No?
No, that's fine. Knight H4 is a very good move. My answer to knight D4, by the way, would have been knight to E5. So this is a good move.
Because I want to keep the rook on the D file.
Yes, you do.
Pressure. G5 could come in at some point and hit that D pawn.
My goodness. And I hate what I'm doing. Queen A5, I'm losing pawns. I'm shedding material. Anytime you want, you could have thumped me with knight takes G6.
B4 is possible in case you ever thought you were threatening something over there.
That was go back. Skedaddle.
just in case you thought you were doing something.
No, I'm not doing anything. I'm taking it all back. Bishop H5 is a terrible decision.
No, the engine actually absolutely detests black position, the last couple of moves that he played. I'm curious if you go back a move, what should he have done?
He played rook E8, castles, and E4 walks into H3.
Yes,
there's just no ifs, ands, or buts about that one. That was just a bad decision.
But maybe castles, maybe your move Queen E7 was correct.
Getting
your queen out of this brilliant castles idea.
And actually, the queen is in a terrible situation.
Very awkward pin.
Yeah. So again, we don't like the move. Pardon me. The engine did not like the move E4. The engine loves H3, and it despises Hans's position. And the clock times is indicative that Hans isn't happy either.
You know, it's what's funny, right? Because you say, what's the reason for rook E8? Let's back up.
Yep.
What is the reason for rook E8?
I thought the reason was to play D4.
Exactly. The reason for rook E8 is to shadow the king and get ready to explode in the center with the rook being on that square.
Right.
Suddenly the guy castles on you, a move Hans probably thought was illegal, or at least foolish.
Right.
Because he castles and you're like, wait a minute, but I can attack your knight, it's pinned. You just told me my rook E8 is no good, but I'm telling you your move is no good. But then the guy plays H3, and you start looking, and the more you look, and the more you look, you realize, wait, I'm not getting what I thought I was going to get.
No, you're not.
And maybe you're about to get the business end of things yourself as your center is collapsing, and those triple pawns look like genius pawns at the moment, as the D file is wide open, and don't let it capture on C5. On D5, C4 takes D5, and then play C4 behind it, maybe.
Yeah, or even Bishop C4.
Or Bishop C4 behind it. Brilliant.
Whoa.
Big trouble for him.
I had a very nice interview with Grigoriy. For those of you who don't know, Grigoriy trains with Fabi, very soft-spoken but ambitious player. And he said, Yasser, these national championships are so strong. When I played last year, I didn't win a single game. It's never happened to me in my tournament experience. And my goal is to win some games at this year's event. Well, guess what? He might have an opportunity today against Hans, as he's a pawn up. But at the moment, it seems like devilishly he's tricked Hans into a position that really favors Grigoriy. So
this
we'll keep an
takes
eye.
C3 move is going to be really popular novelty after this tournament.
The sensation of the U.S. Championships. B2 takes C3. Always double your pawns. Always triple your pawns. What did I just say? H2, H3 on the board. Where would you like to take us?
Maybe we can just glance back to the game of Fabiano Caruana against Andy Woodward, because Fabi decided to retreat with the queen, queen f3.
Not even with knight e2, but he got out of the way. He knows that rook e8, d3, rook b8, lots of happy moves are coming for Andy. He's retreated his queen, queen f3, trying to pick up a tempo against the bishop on f5. If I'm in Andy's shoes, well, you attack me, I'll return the favor. I'll attack you. The queen attacks the bishop on f5. The bishop attacks the queen on f3. I don't know what else to do but put my queen. You know, the queen hasn't had a good square
ever since it went to b3.
Right? Like, isn't this position just... what's the pawn count, by the way, after something as ugly as this?
So you're pawn up. White is pawn up.
Fabi's going to die with a full tummy.
Well, if one pawn is a full tummy.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. This is not a good position for white. It looks great, but did I do something wrong? Can Andy even do better? Queen D7?
Bishop g4, what?
Queen D7?
Bishop g4
Bishop g4 is nice.
Extremely logical.
Well, the idea is it's not like the knight can run away because of the move bishop e4, right? Mm-hmm. And it looks like this rook might be able to slide over. In other words, I'm kind of happy with my bishop on f5 for just the moment. But bishop g4 is very logical, don't get me wrong. Queen d7, what would you do, Kate? Mm-hmm. Would you play knight e2? And after bishop e4, would you go for this three-piece sacrifice, 3 pieces for the queen setup?
I don't know. Can I just play knight ge2?
At what moment?
Just
at the current position after queen d7?
I am not retreating the knight. I'm just developing knight ge2.
Okay, great. I'll take your knight. Yay.
Okay, b takes.
B takes. Then I've got bishop e4.
Okay, you still have that.
And if you take with this knight, then I wanted to get this rook out of danger. Check, right? And after king here,
then maybe bishop g4.
There's no need for the after.
No, it's all good.
This is just terrible.
We're convinced. Yeah,
yeah. This is just.
So Andy Woodward, with an hour on his clock, contemplating bishop g4, contemplating queen d7. Contemplating taking the knight. No, taking
so
the
after
knight,
queen d7, can I?
Yes.
I will take the rook.
You could have taken the rook a moment ago.
That's true. I didn't understand what's happening.
Because I would have played queen e7 check.
Right.
In the case
so we transpose. You're going to give a check anyway,
except
right?
you
no,
gave
we don't
me
have
an
to
extra
give a check
move.
in this case.
You gave me an extra move. Before I had to play queen e7 check.
And you got to play knight e2.
I get to take
now
the knight
get to take the knight for no reason.
And guess what? Bishop to d3, and I'm cooking with gas.
Okay,
That's
c6 was also trap your bishop if I feel like it and then play.
No, I liked your knight g4. Remember the...
I mean, it's all of it. I'm adding, just more wood just to the point that the bishop is trapped, knight g4 is possible, bishop d3 is possible. White's not surviving this position.
Okay, so if I go knight ge2, I need to get this knight out right now.
If we play queen d7.
Queen d7.
Knight ge2, gift me your knight.
Yes, and I take with the queen.
Fair. Okay. Now, knight e4 is going to cost you your light square bishop, right? That is not nice of me.
Okay, but how is going to be your dark square bishop? I will take.
Correct.
f3.
Correct. Now we'll pause. Queen f5 and queen f2. Queen f5 castles, bishop d3. I'm looking...
d4 is also possible.
My idea is d4.
Is what she's hoping for.
And after bishop takes f3, I will castle. One.
Some ideas here.
No, so why didn't you just bring the rook to the open file? What was wrong with
when?
Earlier.
Did I miss
just
something?
A few moves back.
No, knight e4. Castle.
What if you bring the rook?
Yep, I like it.
It's even material, right? Piecewise.
Piecewise, it's even.
Okay.
That I've got white has got a pawn. I assume
D4.
You have to play d4.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I want to play bishop e3 to make sure maybe the file is a little safer.
If you can get it in. Well, again, this is not busted. It still looks great
Knight in,
for Andy, but
keep
a
going,
moment
keep
ago.
going. 94. Let's go. Let's go. What you gonna do?
Okay.
Where did I put my queen?
Well, if I
Yes.
take and play f3,
Don't do it. I promise you don't want to do it.
And play f3.
okay, yeah.
Take on d4.
Ooh. Do I smell bacon?
I was waiting.
Okay, how bad is it? Take?
How bad is it? I like questions like that. You're down a pawn at the moment, so I've definitely won the pawn. And can I? What? Oh, you're playing like this, Yasser. Thanks for helping out. Oh, nice. With a rookie one.
Yasser, when did you switch teams?
It's my nature. I'm a king hunter. I've told you that since the start of the tournament.
Thanks for the help. Thanks for that finish. It was
Problem is there is no.
And by the way, talk about opposite scales, right?
Based on the rating, Fabiano is clearly the favorite because Andy Woodward is only 26-44. But as we see in this game, so far it's him maybe going for a win.
Andy's the one who's giving the lesson. You were saying the shoe's on the other foot. Fabi won a game of perfection yesterday. Andy is playing like a boss today. Queen f3, a big challenge because there's two really scrumptious moves. Bishop g4 is so logical. I mean, I mean, come on. In a blitz game, you're playing bishop g4 without thinking. In a classical game, it does cross your mind that, wait a minute, I do have the move queen d7 and preserve the bishop on f5, bring the rook to the open file, as you, Maurice, said, and I got bishop e4 in case this knight ever moves. I get to win my piece back.
This is clear compensation.
Yeah.
Remember, White has played queen b3, queen b7, queen f3. That's 3 queen moves in the space of the first 10 moves. Yes, you got the b pawn. Black does not care at all and has a fantastic lead in development. He's just not trying to figure out what to do next.
Yep.
Let's take a look at a few more novelties that have been played in this round. We did see the latest novelty so far in the a3 move in Sam Sevian played against Abhimanyu Mishra. So we don't need to go to that one, but that is the latest in terms of 21 moves deep. But I'm seeing Ray versus Wesley Varses is still in theory. Could we get to that game? How far in are we in this game?
And it's the echo of the game of Arena Krush.
Right.
And Anna. Knight c3. So all of this has been played before. Wow.
We're still in theory.
It's still in.
We're still in theory.
F5. Dang.
We're still in.
How many moves did you say? Let me
double check.
Yeah, let me double check if I've got this in my openings. Yep, we're still in theory. We've got g3 in this exact position. The moves knight e4 and g3 have appeared in previous tournament games.
And we're here.
And we're here.
Actually, it's only 16 moves in.
Only.
So not so far in. And if we say that, then we've got to look at the clock. And we see Ray is down to 37 minutes.
Not unusual for Ray.
24 moves. But in this position, this position is sharp.
Double-edged.
Razor sharp position. And he's thinking, I'm not looking. Wesley hasn't won a game in 13 tries in the U.S. Championship.
Going back to
last year, and I think even before that, Wesley might be thinking about winning a game now.
Right.
So that one still in theory. Let's look at another game.
Okay.
In terms of theory, we haven't looked at Tatev, I think.
Okay.
Tatev's game.
We switch to the ladies. To the ladies. Tatev is up against our defending champion, Carissa. Yep.
They played a 4 knights opening?
Yes, they played the Scotch.
We used to call this the Scotch ending because everybody would get to an ending after queen f3 and bishop g5. And bishop f4, bishop d6, b3, munch, knight e2. This feels like it's all prep.
All theory so far. And now c3.
I think I played this both for white and black colors.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yes. But now I don't remember the.
I was about to say, how about your rate of success?
Didn't have on your bingo card was the move rook a d1. If we could back up, please, yes. Right here after c3, rook back, rook a d1. In this position right now, we don't have anyone playing this move. Rook F E1.
Previously, Rook E1 was the play.
Rook Fe1 was played, but now
Yes.
here, Rad1, as we call it, is played.
Very logical move, though, right?
It looks like a natural move, although you don't see the file opening necessarily. She responded by playing Rook E8, did Carissa, and after C4, which kind of tries to justify the reason for the move of Rad1, then the move Queen A3, I believe, was played here.
Makes sense.
And if we can catch up with the players, are we here?
She gets off the D file, and she says, "Okay, I'll menace the pawn," and we caught up with the players.
And we have to wonder: is this move, this novelty, which obviously maybe Carissa had not expected, but certainly is a natural move? What do you think of it, quality-wise?
At the moment, I'm kind of not. I'm not behind the move because the move Queen A3 seems such a logical reaction. You put the rook on the D file, you've left the A2 pawn exposed. Feels to me like Carissa's saying, I like it for black.
And when we look at the time eval bar, which is just stuff we made up, right. We don't actually have an eval bar to show you guys.
On time.
But if you look at the clock times right now, Carissa has 103 and Tatev has 33 minutes on her clock. This novelty, so to speak, Rad1 and C4, those two moves combined, they certainly didn't surprise Carissa and may have surprised Tatev herself playing the moves because she's the one who's heavily down on the clock in what looks like a very basic position.
Yeah, 30 minutes. Feels like Carissa's for choice. Have a reaction to that?
I don't know. I like Tadev's position. I mean, go pick up the pawns on the queen side. I feel like I'm going to do something on the king side.
Okay.
Do what?
Okay, well, let's say if I start knight d4.
Knight d4?
That is not on the king side. You're attacking a pawn on c6.
Yes, but I'm also looking at f5. I'm thinking about rook fe1, maybe doing something on the e file.
Okay, so I'm a pawn grubber. I'm also a pawn defender. Bishop to d7, defending c6. Okay. And if you want to get radical, g4, g5, but I'm not.
Yasser likes to mess up other people's positions.
Okay, if I just go like rook d2.
Rook d2. Okay, rook d2.
Enjoy that, queen on a3.
I will. Okay, knight e4 is a little bit messing you up.
But a4.
A4 looks like an easy move, a happy move. I have an isolated A pawn. I'll trade it off, create a weakness, and maybe potentially play for c5 and grab on b3.
Okay, if I take that pawn on a3?
On a4, you mean?
A4, pardon me.
Okay. And
just waiting for you to fall for that trick.
I saw that. She was so sly.
She said it so softly, too.
It's like,
maybe he'll play another move.
And she would defend the pawn on... No, she would not. She would not. Katya, you sly. Queen takes. Queen takes. Now I'm kind of patrolling the fourth rank. Remember,
okay, I take on d5, take that knight. I blunder.
The knight's hanging? Oh, no. My gosh. Did we just blunder a piece?
Yeah.
Look, I have blundered my queen this way so many times that if I haven't done it 4 times, I wouldn't know it was a mistake. I mean, oh boy. But yeah, take on d5, then qualitatively, you've got to tell me, you've got an a2 pawn, I've got a d5 pawn. Not a bad outcome from the opening from black's point of view.
True, but what do you think about the pieces? Like my bishop on d3, my knight on d4.
They're decent.
Pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, I've always liked the knights on f6, and maybe the bishop on d7 is not the greatest thing.
So if I go bishop f5 now?
Bishop f5 now?
Because I do want to bring my knight closer to the...
So you're kind of encouraging me still to play the move knight e4, Katya. I am picking up what looks like a pretty nice tempo.
Okay, so rook d3. Really? Are you going to take that?
You're not worried about it? I think about it.
You know he's thinking. He's going to show it until...
Well, I'm not worried about that. There is always queen g3.
That is a good point.
With some knight e7 tricks, so...
And you do for a moment, you could make some.
Okay, Queen G4.
I shouldn't encourage you, but Queen G4 does have at least a threat of checkmate in one.
Yeah.
Give you something to bite on. I don't know. I just feel like I just feel like Carissa's rolling with the punches, and
it's probably equal, this position, or it's a position.
Yeah. Tatev and Carissa are both veterans to these U.S. championships. How do they do? How do they match up?
Wow, I thought they played maybe even more games, but in the classical chess, it's 2 wins for Tatev, 4 losses, and 2 draws.
Wow, I expected when you throw in American Cup and some other events.
And just US Championship, you mentioned that Tatev played like 21 times.
Did I mention that?
I think, or Maurice mentioned it.
I think it was Ed Gonzalez feeding us some amazing stats. Tatev might be one of the most ladies who's played in the most tournaments in her career. By the way,
we're following this. Of course, let's get back to the action with Fabi and Andy. We know chess is a little bit of a slow-rolling action, to be sure.
Right.
But
classical chess.
Classical chess. So we can walk away and come back, and not much will have happened. But this very significant development, he did play the move bishop to G4, which the engine gives a double exclamation mark.
Wow.
So this is a spectacular way to play, better than Queen D7. He's found the accurate move so far, and now
let's take a knight.
Fabi played Queen to D3. That's the 4th move by Fabi's Queen.
Wow.
That Queen has gone around the world. B3, B7, F3, and now D3.
Queen B3, Queen B7.
Right. Just extraordinary.
Hold on. He's played less than a dozen movies. In fact, he's played 11, and he's played
4 of them with his Queen.
3, 4. You know, my coaches would have beaten me up. I might have gotten kicked out of the chess club. They said, Yasser, don't move the same piece twice in the opening. Is 4 times okay? I mean, I didn't move it twice.
Trust me. Fabi's sitting here going, why did I do this?
What am I doing?
Why am I running my pieces around? My king is still sitting on E1. Just look at the position.
By the way, that's an open file, too. So
the only developed pieces, the knight on C3 is about to die,
and
which is just died. And now it's the bishop on G2, the queen, and everybody else in black's position is working. It's not lost on Fabi that his position is lost. It's not like he's sitting there saying, yeah, this is what I signed up for.
Yeah, I want a pawn.
Yeah, no. But he knows, okay, I'm a world-class player. I'm playing a junior. It is time for me to defend. I don't have to lose the game. I'm just going to keep throwing obstacles in his way and see whether or not he falls apart, he crumbles at some point. I remember that big edge that he had on the clock? Yep. Take a look now.
And how do you think he's going to recapture? Because I think there is queen captures, we can play D4, but pawn captures, we can quickly develop the bishop.
I think it's D4, D2 takes C3, just because I've got to get the bishop.
The bishop out.
But I feel sorry for Fabi, because I really do understand the position very, very well, and I do understand how I would play it in Fabi's shoes. I would play D2 takes C3 and very seriously look at my opponent and offer a draw. Most of them took it. It was busted. No draw offers in this one.
The kid didn't take a draw against Levon yesterday.
I know, but
He's
I'm just saying.
The draw.
There was a grandmaster intimidation and rating factors.
It doesn't work anymore.
It doesn't work
the kid's
with the
a grandmaster too. And he needs to come back in this exact tournament. Look, and he came this close to being a candidate.
I'm telling you how I would play the position.
Yeah. I mean, good luck with that.
If you're telling me you can't do it anymore, well, give me back the old rules.
Listen, what I tell my students.
Yeah, what's that? Never take the draw.
No. That too.
Okay.
But if a top player.
By rating.
You've played about 12 moves, 20 moves, whatever number, and they look at you and say draw.
Yeah.
It means they're busted.
That's exactly what it means.
There's no other meaning.
No.
Because they're not looking at you going, oh, I respect you so much. You're a great player.
Great potential.
The expert.
I'll give you a free draw, lose all my rating points,
that's what
lose my status in the tournament. No. They think, oh, my God, my position is awful, and I'm going to offer a draw and do what Yasser says.
Yeah.
So don't take the draw.
Okay. You were about to make a point, Katya, and that is, if Fabi's looking at this position, he knows he's busted, but he's got to make the best of a bad situation. How should he recapture the pawn? You were advocating for queen takes and maybe d4?
I'm not sure. I just like the idea of having d4 to block the bishop.
Okay, please, let's
but
do it.
I'm worried that maybe it's just...
it's super bad. Let's just take a
slow,
look.
Because, to give a check, I have to move the king.
And let's have a look.
Knight e4.
And just because of the fact that your queen and pawn on f2, you probably got to eat it, right? I'm going to eat.
Sorry, I have a very stupid question.
Please.
I just want to understand what's wrong with it before I do anything else.
What's that?
What's wrong with queen e7? Is there something like totally...
Nothing. You're going all the way down here, right?
But also
queen
bishop
e1.
e2 is scary.
Well, I'm not happy. Queen f2 mate. Sorry, I was about to say, I can't take the rook.
Don't do it.
Queen
Don't do it. No,
e1 and queen f2 is mate.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is terrible. If I
and
play
if you play d4,
it needs
and there's
play
bishop
d2
e2.
too. Yeah,
queen e7 looks too strong.
I'm sorry that you don't have the time to play queen c3 and d4. Fabi did play the move I expected him to play, d2, but it did not come accompanied with a draw offer.
Surprise, surprise.
I mean, that's it. d2 takes c3, and now let's find the crunchers, the crunchy moves for Andy.
So check is being answered by bishop e3?
Well, let's have a look-see. Check. Looks like a very... Okay. I mean, I got to close my eyes at this point.
But you're not planning. You're not planning to castle, right?
In a dream world, in a fantasy world, yeah, I'd love to castle after playing knight e2. Rook e8 check
on the board.
Bishop e3 looks forced, and now I don't like this knight. A moment ago, it was coming to g4.
Well, could we play rook b8 first? I just want to wonder.
We've got rook e8, I think, already.
No,
on the board.
I know. I want to play rook b8 before I do anything else.
Right now, rook b8.
Okay.
Because you plan a castle on that side. I want to just...
And then soften me up.
Soften. Okay,
gotcha.
Now, you want to get that knight attack.
Well, if you don't mind, I just take the last move back for just a quick second. And I'm saying, I've got to hit quickly before Fabi is dreaming. The fantasy world is knight e2 castle. Thank God I don't get mated. Weak square f3, weak square d3. Let's position the knight so that we can take advantage of those squares. Please do me a solid, take the rook. You're never touching the rook, right? You're just never touching the rook. You got to play knight e2. Do you have a better move, Katya, than knight e2?
I do have knight f3.
I don't know, this never touching the rook.
Don't touch the rook. Don't touch it.
But because I have queen d5 to follow up on that, no?
Whoa,
is it that scary?
No, maybe I misguessed queen d5.
Because that forces c6.
For some reason, I thought that you couldn't do this because there was f3. You couldn't play f3. Queen d5, exchange sacrifice.
It becomes a straight exchange sacrifice after the move c6 or some queen move.
It's not a certainty, I grant you that. But what I wanted to say, if you don't mind, it was that after, say, knight e7, I can do things of this nature where my knight is positioning itself to take advantage of some weak squares.
And
you're
queen
right.
f6 coming up.
Rook b8, toss in a rook b8 to soften up the b2 square. Bishop e3 on the board?
King f1.
Okay, that was a surprise as well.
Something's wrong with bishop e3.
There was a refutation?
It must be, because Fabi didn't put it there.
Well, he is dreaming of bishop takes so that his king could potentially go to g2 after f3. So I liked your move now, rook b8, and just say, okay, do your worst. What do you think? Do you have a better move? Did you like queen e7?
I think after queen e7, maybe now Fabi wants to play bishop e3, kind of forcing more trades.
Okay, I'll go along with your program. I like Maurice's move, and I like bishop takes e3 as well.
And
it just feels so...
How scary is if I capture
Scary.
now the bishop on c5?
No, it's perfectly legit. Take, take. I mean,
Oh, no.
again, the king on f1.
Oh, no. No, this can't survive.
It just feels wrong.
It just cannot survive. No.
Okay.
The file is open and the rooks are coming. Your king is... No white pieces are working. Knight on... How do you... Even if you got your knight out, how do you get your king to safety?
Right.
Black has a number of moves to figure out how to attack.
We do have for those of you joining us late, we're seeing a sensation as three-time champion Fabiano Caruana on the back foot against the lowest seeded player, 15 years young, U.S. junior champion Andy Woodward, sacrificed first a knight, then a rook. And Fabi said, whoa, 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 I'm giving it all back. I'm not taking. Fabi has a pawn, but he's got a terrible development in his position. And we're thinking Andy's got to come up with some really, really nice moves to keep his initiative, keep his attack going. And again, I'm looking for you, Katja, for help. What do you do? It feels like everything is in Andy's favor, but he's got to come up with some good moves.
I just checked with the engine, by the way.
Yes,
and
please.
The line that you had, Yasser, was pure genius.
I'll leave that to historians.
I hate to admit it. You know, these are things I don't
I'll leave that to future historians. What was the pure genius? Knight d7?
No, after rook to e8 check, the line with... Yes, the knight d7 line. So bishop e3.
Yes.
Knight d7. And yes, you actually can play... What's up with this mouse pad?
Well, thank you. You were sitting there saying, come on, Yasser, come on. It's really, really easy. I struggle.
We got to work on this. Anyway, this...
Katja had a good move, queen d5.
All looked good, and in fact, is not good. Black is supposed to be crushing in this position simply because you've given up your light square bishop and you cannot develop your pieces properly.
And look at him.
And I think 97 on the board.
Andy is playing like a boss. He's not taking his time. He's saying, I love my initiative. I love my attack. Teach me, Mr. Fabiano, please.
So knight
teach
d7
me.
played in this position.
Yeah.
Yes, he's found that his knight is being controlled.
Right.
Let's reposition it. Let's bring it in the game. Fabi.
Wow, that was a move. Did you see Fabi's reaction? Now that's discomforting. I don't like that knight coming to e5 and tagging my queen yet again.
I didn't see that reaction. We will need a replay.
Through the magic of television.
This maneuver is fantastic.
So, again, one pawn down is Andy, but he is playing using all the harmonics, I want to say. He's bringing his knight to a beautiful square.
And he's maintaining time advantage. He's not dropping in time to making sure that he's going to find the best moves later.
I'm not saying it's the worst threat ever, but queen f6 looks a little scrumptious. There is a bishop on c5 tagging the pawn on f2, and queen f6, queen. And that line that you were showing too, queen e1, when you doubled on the e5. I mean, a whole line of vultures are
let's be clear. Let's be clear. Just take a look at White's pieces. I mean, White has only one piece past the third rank.
Terrible.
Your king's not castled.
Terrible.
My late friend Ronnie Simpson would say those pieces don't count.
They're not.
And especially, we could even sack a piece to get a position like this. Remember the game Irina won yesterday?
Mm-hmm. Beautiful against
game.
Alice Lee.
Sacked the piece,
E5.
but her opponent's pieces were on the back rank.
Right.
You're free to sacrifice pieces. In that case here, you sacrifice the pawn. You're free to sacrifice an exchange as well.
No question
Go right
about
ahead,
it.
Fabi. Take it, please.
If you would like. I tend to think of chess as a game between two armies, and I think at the start of the game, all of the armies are in the dormitories. They're just waiting to come into the battle. And Fabi has absolutely misplaced his pieces in the opening because they're not in the battle. They're still in their barracks on the first rank.
I will say I just checked with the
Andy
engine,
Woodward.
and his move 97 is not the #1 move.
Not the #1.
Or not even the #2 or third best.
Even
move.
what was
No,
what was better?
The better was Queen C8.
Queen.
He has to prepare the move Bishop F5.
I guess Yasser, the history books are not going to consider
No, but
it.
97 is still a good move. It still maintains a
But
real
Queen
advantage.
C8. Okay.
But it's just Queen C8 was considered the top move, and even A5.
Well, okay.
I see on the big board moves like that or Bishop H5.
What is Fabi supposed to do right here, right now? After
But
the
against
move
97, 97 is still good for black, though. Very good. I said it was not the #1 move or one of the top moves, but Fabi is still in trouble because 95 is coming with force. So the move being given is B4 right now.
Okay. Looks reasonable, right?
So allowing the tempo, 95?
Yes, you can't stop that. B4, 95, and Queen C2.
And that is away you go from here. All right, we're going to pause this, what we think might be one of the modern-day brilliancies, just to check out what happened in the game between Grigoriy and Hans.
Yes,
is that heating up as well?
It's getting pretty heated up.
Okay, when we left it, Hans had a very awkward decision to answer. How to deal with H2, H3. He dropped his bishop back to E6. Grigoriy took that pawn. Looks good. Knight D4 is also rather compelling. Takes. C4. Oh dear. Warning.
Really enjoying that rook on the D
Queen
file.
F6. I've got Bishop B2 as a potential answer. And we do have Bishop B2, pardon me. And the only move, because this knight is hanging, the queen is hanging, is the move Knight B4.
I think Bishop B2 was not a move that the engine liked.
Oh, I'm sorry. What to do instead? Probably take in that case?
But then there's Queen A1.
Okay. And what am I supposed to do?
Oh, it's a straight piece sack.
King to D2.
Take.
Queen takes.
And now who do you take?
Who do
Well,
we
actually,
love?
it's not quite a piece sack.
But Knight B4, Rook D8.
Well, there is a
C4
sighting of takes on F7. This didn't happen. Let's get to the current position, if you don't mind. I mean, we have lots of traits. Grigoriy, captured on F6, captured on C2, captured on C2. Hans to play. Clock times. Grigoriy's doing nicely.
45 minutes for Grigoriy, 28 minutes for Hans.
1, 2, 3. Extra pawn for white.
I think Hans dodged the bullet somewhere.
I feel so as well. I mean, it's not like he's out of the woods, but...
but the more we get into endgame, those pawns disrupted, doubled, that's going to be a bigger issue.
Exactly, exactly.
And he has a choice of which piece to take, the knight on F3 or the bishop on F6. One keeps his structure intact, while the other at least gets rid of the second bishop.
I would want to get rid of the second bishop, frankly. And the idea here is, you just mentioned it yourself, Katya, which is these pawns. The deeper we get into the ending, the weaker these pawns become, and suddenly Hans may feel like he's dodged, as you just said it, a bullet. Let me get the current position, and Hans, after a little bit of reflection, captured the bishop as well. And this game, where would you like to guide us?
I want to go into the women's section, but I'm hearing that maybe Ray Robson is in trouble, so we can take a look at that game and then switch to the
Well,
ladies'
this
section.
was the game that the players had both followed theory in rapture for some time. Look at that move, Queen A4 by Wesley, by the way. Nicely timed. White has to trade, and suddenly this pawn on B2 is being targeted.
The same knight on E4 is being targeted now.
Exactly. Wait a minute. I really don't like what Ray is doing now. He's played the move knight to C5. Ooh, this feels wrong on a lot. This just feels wrong on a lot of
But
levels
it feels
here.
forced, right? Where else do you want to go with the knight? Because the pawn B2 is hanging.
I didn't like knight E4. I didn't like knight E4. I've got a problem here as black. I like the position too much. I like black's position a lot, in fact. Knight takes b2. Well, let's look at the most forcing moves first, yeah? Knight takes b2. What would you like to do? I'm attacking the rook. I'm thinking about playing the move c3. I guess you take on b7.
I take the bishop. Knight takes b7.
I take the bishop.
And now I go rook b1, c1, b1.
I can resist everything except temptation. I took another pawn.
Now I'm going to transfer my knight. Knight d2.
Knight d2. And at the end of the line, how do we feel about this? See, oh, you do have a check. That is a little disruptive. I think I can handle king e7.
And if I go knight c4 or e4?
Sorry, knight c4. Knight c4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What is the body count? You were attacking my rook. Pardon me, your rook was attacking my knight, and you were attacking my pawn, so I played
But
knight
after
d8.
rook b3, you still have bishop b2, right?
Yeah. Shades of Mishra and Sam Sevian's game, where there's a bishop anchored there. Let's see the current position again. Clock times, Wesley's got nice
Twice
extra
as
20.
much time.
Exactly, a 2-to-1 advantage. Not unusual for Ray to be behind. By the way, maybe just also a very chill decision would be to play, you know, I'm still kind of lording over the long diagonal. I'm thinking about grabbing this pawn on b2 and maybe on a good day, rook to b8.
That's fantastic for black.
But can I do something like b4 here?
Did not see it.
With some tactical stuff?
Did not see it.
Oh, you're not going to even take that
Are you
pawn.
going to play rook takes on d5 was your point?
Yeah.
I was going to play knight takes e2 with a check. That rocks the world.
Because then bishop f3 is
Brilliant.
hanging
Yep.
because there is the file. There's the pin on the g file.
But-
Okay, not easy.
But you had one dirty trick, but I wasn't so sure it was dirty.
No. She wanted to play because bishop c6 is possible.
No, you have
here.
bishop c6.
She wanted to play rook takes d5.
Gotcha. So gotcha. Followed by bishop a4. Yep, got it.
But I'm still not sure it's that amazing after c6.
That amazing. Isn't that terrible when your opponent falls into your trap and you proudly play the trap that you had sprung, and then you look and you go, yeah, it wasn't that good anyway. Yes, please.
Could we jump to the game as there are a couple of games we're following, but they're still going slowly. The game between Atusa and another former champion, Nazi Paikidze, in fact, two-time champion, Nazi Paikidze. There's a move. Move 13 was a novelty in this game. If we could get to that, and
which move?
Move Queen B6.
Okay, let's let me just Queen B6, move 13. Okay, here it is, 12.
Yeah, so Nazi's favorite Caro Khan, you know,
yes,
a serious Caro Khan player,
and
a
Queen
woman
B6.
after your own heart.
Yep.
And then to move Queen B6 here.
Looks okay.
Looks like a move, looks like a natural move for this structure. But things did not go her way in the next few moves as she found herself with her king sort of caught out there, chasing a pawn, and now this move, G6.
Okay, well, chasing a pawn that's not moving, kind of stuck, right? So, I mean, I think Atusa's idea was that she wants to get as much compensation for her pawn by bringing a rook to the 7th. So, shall we? Mm-hmm. Tell me if you like or dislike my suggested ideas. Rook to 7th, yes. And
boy, you better have a threat.
I'm worried about rook takes. Followed by rook to c7, followed by queen to d7. So
okay.
I'm thinking
so
that
no h4 attacks are.
Well, I am
yet.
thinking about h4 attacks, but I'm thinking about first dealing with this horrifying threat of rook takes f7. Now let's just add a few more things to the fire. There is a check potentially there. If Nasi gets her king into safety, she's the one with she's the one thinking, you know what? I've got some attack from the current position once again. Queen d8, g6. I played rook f1 to c1 for Tusa. Katya, did I do something wrong?
It's now or never. It's now or never because the king is running to g7.
Is that an opera? a soap? It's now or never?
I think it's a long ago Tom Jones song, maybe. But,
yeah.
But yes, she's going to have to find something here.
Okay. And where else would you like us to go?
So maybe let's take a look at Irina Krush against Anna Sargsyan. Those are the leaders.
Look, our two tournament leaders facing
What's
off.
that pawn on d6 doing?
Let's go back and let's just see how the players got here. This was that very strange knight b6. I don't even know what the line is called. By the way, she did take on c4. That was why she played the move knight c3. And Irina got her compensation.
So maybe let's wait a second so we can have the board visible. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so we'll just go a little bit slower. So Anna captured the pawn, knight to b4, opening up the bishop's diagonal as well as threatening a fork, answering the fork on, defending against the fork on c2 with our own.
Was that knight already on b5?
Yes, it retreated maybe too early, we thought, but now it came back.
Yes, the answer is yes. c6, takes, a5, defending the knight. I think you were throwing a haymaker in my direction there, Katya, with bishop a6. I was castling and getting skewered in variations that we were looking at.
Yasser, can we move back? What's the story if instead of a5, I capture a pawn, I still keep the same trick in my sleeve?
I think Anna's reaction would have been bishop f4, seeking to trade the knight for the bishop. I don't know if that was in fact her intention, but
looks very powerful.
It looks.
Is it? So
I'm
if I
not
take
sure,
the bishop,
because after
and bishop a6,
or even check first.
Or check.
Yeah, bishop a6. Both kings. The king on e8, the king on e1 are not what I would call happy campers.
But it's an open position. Black has a bishop.
That's true.
That's a good point.
It's true. It's true. It was possible for sure. It wasn't what Irina played. What Irina did do was play the move a5, castles, and there's that skewer of the exchange. She took the exchange, and look at Anna go. She said, "You got my rook. Give me your queen." "No way. Give me your bishop." "No way. Give me your bishop."
What?
And
Wait, so
now Irina's going to be a rook ahead after f6 takes g5. She's got castles with every fiber of her being. Let me get my king out of dodge. How is Anna going to follow up her very interesting
maybe
sacrifice?
a3?
A3.
I'm simply attacking the knight, so your pawn on c6 is going to be weakened.
A3.
Oh, but
I can castle.
maybe you still castle, right? It's not probably enough compensation. Okay. No, I need something stronger.
Absolutely. I was thinking that you were going to play moves like knight takes g5, d7 check to try to stop me from getting out of dodge. And I'm looking at Irina. Irina has not captured the bishop? What is she thinking about? Castles and being an exchange of. So she's thinking, how serious is this? I can't believe it. This is a whole rook.
It's a rook.
It's a rook.
It's a rook, and it's not clear how white should continue even.
Wow. Okay, but she is looking, pardon me, Irina Krush is considering the move castles, and it's an exchange.
It's not a rook, though.
It's not a rook. But Irina might be thinking, yeah, but I'm much better.
Yes, without taking the big chance.
Without any chances, yeah.
That's crazy.
By the way, castles. She didn't go for the rook.
You know, Irina, her personality is one of calm, peace, position,
love,
maybe even
caution.
love. But she doesn't like chaos.
Right.
She really abhors chaos. And she could see that line, yes, I'm up a rook, but there's potential possibilities for opponent. And she said, you know what?
Joe.
I'm good. I'm not greedy. I already took a rook. I already took an exchange. I'm up. Let's chill. Keep all the advantages I have in the position. But some materialist might have said, that's a rook.
That's a rook. That would have been me, by the
Show
way. And by the way, these two ladies, statistically speaking, Ben Underwood's prediction says that these two have the highest probability of being the champion thanks to their first round results, including the Carissa Yip loss, the Alice Lee loss. Predictions. We're being asked for predictions. Ladies first.
Thank you, Yasser. So kind of you.
Well, thank you very much.
So for the ladies section, I think, now seeing even how the first round goes and the second is going, I'm going to go with Irina Krush. I think she was just inducted in the U.S. Chess Hall of Fame. She's playing beautifully today. I mean, yesterday was an incredible game. Today looks like she's also going to win. So.
Statistically speaking, that was a very good. What about your open section?
And in the open section, let's go with Fabi. That's just.
Ooh.
I know somebody has to pick him, so let that be me.
Now that you rejoined us, it's time for you to play catch up on the predictions.
You don't get to wait until.
I just want to. Hey, I'm giving you an opportunity. I'm giving you the field. Come on, you got to appreciate respect.
Really,
right?
Respect.
Right.
Yasser is so kind and respectful.
Right? He's so generous.
Right.
I'm going to go with Irina as well.
Okay, that's 2.
And I know Fabi's getting his head handed to him.
But he's a 3-time champion. Come on.
But he's a 3-time champion. I can't mimic.
You cannot copy me, no.
I can't be the annoying.
Of course you can be the only younger brother.
Right?
Yeah, who's always following his older sister.
But who else is going to win other than Fabi?
Levon. He's
Wesley So.
Wesley.
Nah, Wesley's drawing.
He's drawn.
He's drawn too many games.
Yeah.
Levon, yeah.
Okay, I'll take Levon.
Okay.
I believe the answer is Fabi, but I can't just copycat you. She's going to lord that over me for too long if it happens.
Right. I am going to go with Carissa, just because you guys have forced me to take the 2-time defending champion.
Force you to do anything.
Yes, you
did. 11 other players there.
I know, but Carissa,
what a hard guess.
a bad day 1. But I remember last year when she went 8 out of 8.
And remember, even Cairns Cup, she started slow. She finished with getting the GM norm, winning the tournament.
Right. How can you go against Fabi? Fabi is, how many tournaments in a row he's
You're just going to copy her. Why don't you just do it? Like,
I did.
Don't justify it.
I did. Fabi.
You couldn't help it.
Fabi, I mean, he may go down today, but he's undefeated in 3 straight U.S. championships. That's just an incredible record.
And I'm hearing that
Levon.
Anastasiya is taking Irina and
As well.
Levon.
That's
How
my
about
pick.
Var? Var is taking Carissa, but who else? Levon, probably. Always Levon.
Man,
Yeah,
Levon's
man.
getting a lot of love.
He's getting a lot of love. And it was that first round victory that Levon had over Andy that really, Levon is a streaky player. When he's playing really well and he gets off to a really great start, he is so dangerous.
Hold on a second.
Gosh.
Are we so shallow that we only pick Levon, Fabi, Carissa, and Irina?
Yeah, and he's
We all picked only those
the
4 players.
stats. Wow. I was very, very, very tempted, by the way, if Fabi's results hadn't been so great. I was very, very tempted to pick. Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Let's
I'm looking
jump
at my
to
pick.
the game of Levon Aronian and Awonder Liang because he just made a move with exclamation point.
Okay, I am going to leave the ladies and I'm going to turn over to the open section. Levon with white against Awonder Liang. And let's catch up with the players. Knight takes b2, rook d4 takes munch, a6.
A6 pushing the knight to a better square.
But he's thinking, I got to rescue my knight by giving it some support points.
And by the way, we have to mention that Levon, he's a pawn down, but he has compensation for the activity. The bishop on b3 is incredible. The knight on d6, both targeting that f7 pawn.
Right.
And the knight on b2, yeah, that's a shaky knight.
That's another really important reason, I think, why the move b5 was crucial in these last few moves. The move rook d7 would be a fantastic move, right?
But maybe it still works. Rook takes c4.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Rook takes c4.
That's very compelling.
Rook takes
rook c7?
Or rook c8 check, rook c7 check.
C7.
I don't like my king.
I mean, we're going to watch the dominance of the bishop against the knight.
I don't like what I just did there. So we do have the potential for knight takes f7. Maybe I just have to grin and bear it and drop my knight onto the c4 square right away.
Okay. If you do that...
Yes. You can...
I can go knight d6.
Exactly.
That's
and
one
after
option.
rook takes e5, I suspect a draw is a highly likely.
But we have a move.
He played bishop d5. Levon, I picked you.
The engine does not like the bishop
I
d5
see that
move.
the engine's given it that Swiss cross
Missed opportunity.
of missed opportunity. Well, you're attacking the rook. I think Awonder. By the way, I wanted to say, had I not chosen Fabi, Awonder was my close. I think that Awonder has been playing wonderful chess of late. I think now that he's graduated from the University of Chicago Economics, I think he's devoting himself a little bit to chess. And this man is just so young and so
and he
impressive.
keeps improving this year so much.
Constantly.
2762 rating, the 2017 U.S. Junior Champion.
And I want to emphasize he was just one game away from becoming a candidate. What a breakthrough that would have been as we see Awonder there. Where would you like to go?
Could we jump to the Fabi game, please?
Of course.
I'm fascinated by something I'm seeing, that the engine's accuracy evaluation.
Yep. King f1, we left it. Knight f3, by the way. None of this. Bishop takes a business. Knight e5. Knight takes e5. Rook takes e5. What were you about
All
to say?
looks best by the engine. Fabi's sitting here, by the way, needing to make how many moves? 25 moves in the next 15 minutes.
Okay, challenge.
He's going to have to bring his best of the best U.S. champion, multi-U.S. champion, top 3 player in the world, world champion candidate. He's going to have to bring all that on to save this position right here, right now. His opponent has 36 minutes and looks determined, knows he has a good position, does the young Andy, and Fabi is trying to figure out exactly what to do. It's definitely still worse for him, but what I'm looking at is the engine accuracy evaluation, accuracy of moves. Without looking, how do you think Andy has done in terms of accuracy?
Oh, he's in the high 90s. There's no question in my mind he's in the high 90s. I just don't know if it's 96 or 98.
Try 93.
No.
93.3.
Be serious.
To be exact.
I thought his moves were really good.
The engine has not criticized any of his moves. Knight d7 was not the most accurate, but otherwise it loves his moves.
93?
You're not impressed, Yasser.
Somebody needs to wake the engine.
What?
What?
Like we're thinking he's playing a brilliancy.
Absolutely.
And the engine's like, meh. Okay, you're closing in on an A-. Like, all right.
That's the way I felt.
That's a little harsh.
A lot of my teachers would give me A-. What's up with the minus? I thought it was perfect. You know,
he just needs to play a couple more off moves, and he's in A- and then B territory. That's not fair. The kid's playing brilliant
and bringing it. But
you can see Fabi is having issues. I mean, he has 13 minutes now.
And Fabi's looking at a massive threat. Bishop E2 check. I hate the move Bishop E3. I don't want to play this move as white. I'm looking at check and all kinds of happy moves for black. These are very, very easy moves. The king is, this is insufferable. I just don't like this position for white.
For informational purposes, the engine gives Fabi 88.7.
Oh, as well, I thought it would be worse because Queen B3, Queen B7, Queen F3, Queen D3. 80.
Yeah, go figure. You wouldn't want that you wouldn't want AI grading your test.
No, no. I think I tricked my teachers. I used the Jedi mind trick. I would say, but do you know, I was playing in the Washington State Championship this weekend. It was very hard to do my book reports. Oh, well, we'll give you a little time off on the book report. Yeah, I think I got it. Oh, my goodness. And where are we going next, Katja?
What if we take a look at the Grigoriy Oparin and Hans Niemann game?
Okay.
To see what happened there.
I think we're going to have to pause on that. I'm being told we need to take a quick break.
All right.
And then come back as the action really is about to heat up. So this is the
Get it
last
in
chance
now.
to really get it in.
So as we go to break, Yasser had a chance to sit down and talk with Grandmaster Levon Aronian. Enjoy, and we'll be right back.
Levon was so cool. Levon, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. Great of you to join me. I thought it was really, really cool. I want your perspective. We just had the legends play. Garry Kasparov, Vishy Anand. They're such storied players. And they're at the board. And they're fighting.
Yeah.
I mean, did that evoke something inside of you when you saw them? Because you were even commentating their games.
You know what it evoked, honestly? I mean, of course, I love both Anand and Kasparov, as I said many times. I mean, both of them belong to top 5 of all times.
Absolutely.
Maybe Garry is, let's say, top 2 or top 1.
Yeah.
It made me think, and I told to myself, okay, these guys are fighting hard, but, I mean, I could see it with Vishy. He didn't really have his motivation to fight back. And I said, well, this is an educational tournament. This is, I mean, even the greats, even the amazing players are struggling with this. So it's something to work on. But of course, it's wonderful to see them playing against each other. But you understand that when you're out of chess for so long, it affects you. With Garry, at least he plays against us. And this kind of keeps him alert.
Yes.
And Vishy hasn't been playing for a long time, I mean, in this format, Blitz and Rapid. And it was sad to see, actually.
You were a commentator for the event. I saw a very appreciative audience. You got a chance, a small chance, to realize the incredible talent that you need to be a commentator. How hard it is. What a great job is required.
You know, I have really great appreciation for you folks. No, really.
Oh.
Because to talk non-stop, and especially, I mean, I'm a good player, you guys are not. And to make sense of the things you're saying, it's much harder.
Non-stop.
Non-stop. So I have a great appreciation for you.
Yes, I can feel it now. The respect is coming right across the room. It's so powerful. I'm going to let you go, but I want to ask you a question. Levon, you are an artist. You are an athlete. You are a competitor at the chessboard. You're a scientist. You study the game. What for you are those pieces? Which percentage of the time are you a scientist, an athlete, a competitor?
I think the science part is much less nowadays because the computers became so strong that they show the result. Something that you would work on for, let's say, 10 days,
exactly,
you would see it in 10 minutes.
Right.
Therefore, I think first and foremost, we're athletes because you need
You're going for the point.
Yeah.
You want the point.
And you have to be in a top shape. And, you know, if you get the chance to get the tiniest advantage, you have to push for it. And that, of course, is a huge difference from the past, where people would agree to a draw in different positions and just go and enjoy their life. Nowadays, this is the maximum you're going to get, and you have to stay there and focus and try to put the maximum problems for your opponent.
Levon Aronian, thank you so much for joining me. It's
Thank
a pleasure.
You.
Good
Always
luck.
a pleasure.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, titans of chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to four, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after Classical, it all came down to Rapid and Blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
Hello and welcome back to the second round of the U.S. Championships.
And so much action is going on in this round, and we're going to toss it to Maurice because our defending champion, Fabiano, is on the back foot, Maurice, as you...
The back foot, he's leaning on the ropes, holding on for dear life. Please don't kill me. Yes, the youngster has definitely done some damage, and it looks as though we'll go to the position after this move. Rook takes on e5, and Fabi decided, I'm not going to try to hold on for dear life with my queen. I'm going to have to give that up because I need to connect my pieces on the back row. And he played the move bishop to f4. And here, rook e2 was played, and after queen takes on e2, the engine quite oddly says that bishop takes e2 check is a blunder. I mean, I see a red right here. I doubt that that's a mistake, and it's a mistake on its side by even giving this coloration. We can't trust these AI things. At any rate, this is the new position we have after king takes e2. And I'm going to say something maybe a little controversial. I think Fabi has a chance to make a comeback in this game. I know it looks bad. I know it's a bishop and rook for a queen, but it's actually bishop, rook, and pawn for the queen. And it is not attractive. The engine gives rook b8 right now as the best move. And after b4, the move bishop to b6, and says, you try to fix this position with your king on a funny square and queen showing up, etc. I just feel like there are chances here for some sort of survival. The engine is not giving that bad a situation. It's -1 to white. And I think Andy now is going to enter a technical phase. He has played wonderfully so far. Forget about that 93.3 nonsense. He's played wonderfully so far. He's attained this position. But this will be one that he's going to have to, and we actually have those last two moves on the board, and Fabi has to play very quickly in severe time pressure at 10:30. But it just turned into a technical game, and now you've got to outplay a 2,800 player. And I've just got the feeling like it's bad, but the engine's giving a move like king to d2 as the best move. I'm not happy seeing that move on the board. g5 being the most accurate, and then capturing here. And again, it's a rook, bishop, and pawn for the queen. d5 is being suggested as the best move.
With an exposed king?
At the moment. But after takes, it wants to play a5. These are the best engine moves. I'm sorry. This is sophisticated stuff. I'm not sure you'd have liked those last two moves, Yasser or Kat. You guys approve? The engine's still saying real edge for black, but this is where you have to start playing not so obvious moves even here seeing those last two moves, I'm wondering why those moves were played, and I just easily get behind the fact that Fabi's just stone cold busted. This king ain't happy, don't get me wrong. But I'm starting to feel like it's not so easy.
And you don't mind the
he's
time
got
control?
his advantage. I think Fabi is so experienced at the time, it's not a factor. If it simplifies. If there were some knights on the board, I'd be scared. But with all just linear pieces now, like straightforward things, especially the bishops get traded off, I think that the tactics become easier to see. Yes, there's times time pressure is severe, but I don't know. I'm starting not to feel as comfortable for the youngster.
Really? I love the position for black. I do
too. I do too.
Yeah. In fact, I wasn't sure that I actually even had to move the bishop. The first move that caught my eye was the idea of playing bishop takes f2 and g5 with the queen on f6. So I saw this as a prelude. I didn't think you could touch my bishop. Maybe I got it wrong. I was going to come down here with a check and take this pawn. And it just feels like the rooks are... Am I right? Do you have to play bishop d2? What else can you do?
King f1.
King f2. King f... apologies if I take this guy.
Rook e1.
Rook e1.
Be careful about back rank checkmate.
Clear. Thank you. Boy. Nothing?
So the bishop can land on e3 at some point and shut down your threats on the f2 square.
Darn it.
That's a little...
Darn it. So I can't play queen f6. That's a pity.
But we have a number of moves on the board.
Bishop to b6 was played?
Yes, and then bishop c6.
Bishop c6.
Maybe not immediately, I'm
maybe
not
I have
sure.
to take back what I said about
Bishop c6.
What is bishop c6?
He wants to play king f3 to g2, and
That's
he's making...
ambitious.
Oh, that's way too... I think that was a bad move, bishop to c6. And the move g5...
Feels like Fabi has all the time in the world to just improve
the position.
the position and wait with the king. But I don't know.
G5, I get... Well, help me out here, Katya. I get out of the back rank mate, but I'm looking at queen f6, pardon me, that was supposed to be queen f6, queen f2, queen f6, and queen c3.
Okay, I go always bishop e3.
Always bishop e3.
Yes.
So I took us.
Okay, I take.
With the pawn or the king?
I thought with the pawn.
Okay, very good. With the pawn, again,
at least
queen
I have
f6.
some...
We do have moves on the board.
Queen f6 was played very quickly.
Sorry, not g5. Queen f6 was played very quickly. Apologies. Okay, so Fabi is at least thinking in his mind's eye he had to stop the move rook e8 check, and so maybe he wants to make a final stand with his king still on e2. Queen f6, attacking the pawn on c3, menacing bishop takes f2 as well as g5.
Incr thinks this is the best move.
Queen f6.
In response, yes.
Yeah. How was Fabi supposed to handle all his business?
Well, we have to defend the pawn on c3. I think that pawn is crucial. So
rook? Or the
this
other
one
rook?
or the other one, yeah.
Well,
Incr
guess
says
what?
the king was the right thing to defend with.
With the king.
To give up that pawn on f2, wow.
That is not an easy move to do. With the king, well, he's still thinking that after g5, he's going to try to hold on as best he can with both hands. Again, he's thinking that he's got that square covered, so he doesn't have to worry about rook e8.
Amazing.
I just don't like this king in the current position. So d5 takes, borrowing a page from the Engines playbook. I'm looking at queen f3 check to try to get my queen scrumdiddlyicious.
Rook f1.
Rook f1 check. Let's
King d2.
King to d2. Get this. I dearly want this rook in the game.
Run, Forrest,
no, rook
run.
c1 or run.
And Fabi, we gotta mention his time trouble as well as his positional difficulties.
I mean, it's bad.
Yep.
But it's not just direct and bing and hit
bang
and dead,
boom
and we
and
see
boing
where the problems are.
Right.
it just, Fabi has decided to play very positionally with bishop c6, rook c1. I'm just going to hold the fort.
Hold as best
Show
you
me
can.
your technique. Show me how you're going to break through. I guarantee you Fabi is going to say afterwards, especially if he survives, I just didn't see how easy it was for him to break through.
Well, maybe.
And there are no obvious pawn breaks. You're clearly up in that you have this
Material.
queen, right? You have this queen, but what's the angle? It's not obvious, and it's also not obvious to the engine, by the way. It's not like the engine is showing 1, 2, 3, smack down, except in that crazy line when it sacked the pawn and played a5 and all that. And even that's not obvious to us. I'm not sure it's obvious to Andy. This has actually gotten hard. Kudos to Fabi for figuring out how to create complex defensive problems or complex problems by this great defense for his opponent to have to figure things out.
Yeah, and I'm really curious how Andy is going to handle this position. And I want to come back to this game, but maybe we can switch gears and see Alice Lee, because she's playing against Jennifer Yu, and position is getting really crazy.
Former U.S. champion Jennifer Yu up against Alice Lee with the black pieces, Jennifer.
This was the crazy 95 game, right, in the opening?
Yes, that was the Catalan. Okay, and we jumped to the current position. We're still catching up. First things first, notice White's bishops along those long diagonals.
Beautiful.
That's really nice for Alice. Bishop e4, g6,
Now
knight
we've
c5.
completely weakened that dark a1, ha diagonal.
I just so want to play the move e5, e6, and she did. A girl after my own heart, what can I tell you? Bishop, 16 years young, by the way, today. Congratulations, Alice. Knight d7. Whoa, whoa,
And now
whoa.
all we want to do is just queen e4, queen e5.
Well, that would be nice. Jennifer, too, she will have to shut down that business once you get your queen to e5 with a move like knight to c3. But I feel that Alice is dictating the action right now. This looks really, really good for White. I'm not even sure what Jennifer is supposed to play, and the time difference is a key indicator that Jennifer's in trouble.
Big trouble here for Black. Black pieces are separated. You can feel it. They're not coordinated. It's not cohesive, the army, and it's not clear exactly what Black should be doing. What's Black's play? What's Black's plan? It's just not obvious. And that knight on d7 is just spider knight, octopus knight, as we call it.
And you don't really have f3 because that knight e5 move, because I'm going to be targeting that pawn and the queen. And in general, f3.
As soon as you said it,
commentators curse.
Wait a second. So if I just play knight e5 here,
Knight e5 is splendid because that is a trade that really favors White. Remember, Black's extra majority is way back here. This pawn on c6, yes, it's doing a good job protecting the bishop and knight, but no, it's doing a very bad job as far as creating a passed pawn.
but I may even recapture maybe with bishop on f3 to keep the threat of discovered attack and having some bishop g4 stuff.
Love it. No, this feels big trouble here for Jennifer Yu, who yesterday was very fortunate to get away with a draw against Anna Zlatansky. I'm hearing that Sam Sevian, a very, very tough opponent, is in trouble.
Against one Abhimanyu Mishra, the unbeatable one these days, 68 games without a defeat at the international level, and we can pull that up right now. We see, we're going to try to keep an eye on that game between Fabi and Andy Woodward, but another potential favorite, as it looked like Andy just played rook to d8, but another potential favorite is this youngster. We didn't mention Abhimanyu at all, despite the fact that nobody seems to be able to beat him these days.
He should be in the conversation.
He is definitely in the conversation. If you gave me a dark horse, I'd pick him. Because, as I said, he hasn't lost in 68 tries, and this one is looking very positive for him, although that pawn on c3 has me distracted.
It's menacing. Okay, let's boldly ask the question. Where are you moving your queen? I want to play the move. I want your queen to move so I could play the move e7 and win brilliantly. by taking the rook.
How can my queen not move here? You want to play C2?
I think you're having to go C2. And let's just take a look-see at this one. How come that didn't work? I put queen. I did. Honest.
And now rook takes A2.
Rook takes A2. That was a good move because I was just dreaming of an opportunity of playing bishop G6. But wait a minute. What is the body count? This is just wonderful for white, isn't it? Or am I wrong? Can I? Take? Queen takes E3.
Yes.
Apologies, of course. I could have played queen F3. Okay, now let's see if we can't improve the line. So after C3, we can go checkmate, right? Oops. No, we can't go checkmate. Oh, wait a minute. Bishop G6, H6.
Is forced.
And then, no, sorry.
And your pawn's hanging.
Gotcha. C3 is becoming annoying. C3 is becoming very annoying. Should I include the move queen F5 first before playing the move rook D7? What do we think of those apples?
So what if I go rook D8 here?
Rook D8. Big question for you. Are you prepared to advance my pawn one square further?
I don't understand. Why couldn't I take and play E7?
Same idea. I wanted to... I was being too fancy.
Okay, E7, that's a nice move.
I've got the back rank. Whoop. Yep. Okay, no rook D8. Gotcha.
Then queen F5 looks like a really good move.
Just keeping an eye over this pawn as Mishra is prepping. Awesome. Rook to D7 and E7.
I just saw Mishra look at his score sheet, acting a little bit nervy, as he has 34 minutes and 39 seconds, while his opponent is only 2:57. And it's interesting when your opponent is in time pressure, how sometimes you get nervous as though you're the one in time pressure,
right?
And feel the need to move quickly. Look again. He looked again. There's no reason to be looking at your score sheet.
Yeah.
Your opponent's the one who's suffering.
Right.
Cool, calm, stop, slow your heart rate down. And look at Sam. Sam, by the way, looks as nonchalant as ever. Even though the engine says he's in trouble, it's weird, right? Psychologically, when you look at the two players, and there's no reason for Mishra to have any nervousness here. Maybe he feels like, ooh, I can win this game. Right. I just need to find the exact right move. Just calm down and find the move.
Yeah.
Your opponent was going to suffer when you make your next move. And that time is going to tick down, and you've got a ton of time on the clock.
15 moves to the time control for Sam Sevian as he's staring down. 3 minutes only on his clock, and we're looking at queen F5 for Mishra, defending against the pawn on C2 while prepping this very powerful move, rook to D7. He's got the advantage. Katja, I'm sure a lot of games are really heating up. Where would you like to guide me?
I want to take a look at either Alice Lee to see how if there's any improvement, but then back to Irina Krush, because we were talking about her game, how she's having great advantage being exchanged up, but I think things are different now, and Anna Sargsyan played really well. So where do you want to start?
Okay, let's just start with Alice Lee for a moment, because we did see the move F3, no knight E5 for you, said Alice. Alice said, you know what, give me your queen, H2, H3. Jennifer said, I'm backing up, queen H5, rook E5, give me your queen. And Jennifer, with virtually no time, 8 minutes, 7 minutes on her clock,
so probably queen
just
H6?
Stopped. Queen H6. Pause, because, no, what am I thinking? I can't play rook takes D5 and queen to C3. So I guess I'm just going to have to take this. Take this. Do I have any knockouts here? Maybe I don't need.
So close.
Maybe I don't even need a knockout. It just feels like a really great
You might just
advantage.
play queen E4.
Queen E4 looks
getting ready for that
beautiful.
Move takes D5.
Sorry, this feels overwhelming. In fact, let me go to
whoa,
the game.
Whoa. Wait a minute. I know it's not just feels overwhelming. I know it is actually overwhelming, but
for sure.
The threat is rook d4. So knight c3 here.
Knight c3 here. Let's say.
I'm not gonna go bishop c1, which I'm.
Yeah. If you just joined us on this game, a very enterprising Catalan Open has seen the game develop very, very much in Alice Lee's favor. And the clock times, 30 minutes to 5 minutes, is indicative of Jennifer's difficulties. She's going to have to play really well to save this one. I did want to go to the game of Arena, if you don't mind, because these two ladies, Arena and Anna, are playing for first place. They won. They both won along with the two sets.
Great fashion, the first round.
When we left it, it was all smooth sailing for Irina Krush. She had a chance to go a rook up. She decided that an exchange would be enough.
Maybe we wait a second for the board to come up.
And I must say, Anna has done very well to still nurse this pawn on d6. And Irina, I don't know, for an exchange up position.
And now the pawn on e6 is hanging. If I take that with the knight, then that's covering promotion square.
Exactly. This is not clean, not what I would call a clean position. So shall we play rook to d8, get out of dodge?
Well, here I can go knight takes e6. And after queen takes d7, I have knight takes d8.
Yes, yes. And somehow I feel like I've saved something because for a moment there, I was worried that Irina was losing.
Oh.
Like, okay, it's just good to know that, you know, it's not lost for her because the pawn coming to e7. If Anna can play bishop takes b8, knight takes e6, we're shaking hands. It's game over.
So could I
please
take us over to the big board, because there is a lot going on. But what's really interesting, actually, as I go back in this game, from this game, if we take a look, okay, well, exactly what I was trying to show, actually. Look at the screen. If you look at the eval bars on all the boards, it's even everywhere.
Except for one.
Except for one big game where Jennifer Yu is getting beaten up pretty badly by Alice Lee. Only one game. So we were expecting maybe more decisive games, more action as we go along. Maybe it will still come, but not just yet. That game, she just did play this move G5 in the position, and it looks as though just any bishop move here is good. Even moving the rook over is being given as a good. I'm very fascinated by this move, actually. Rook here takes, and now rook f7, and woo. Oh, that's going to get bad really, really fast. Yeah, knight c3 is not going to help now because there's going to be a queen replacing that bishop on this diagonal. Plus, this bishop is hanging. So very bad news in this position for Jennifer Yu, the former champ, as Alice Lee looks to bounce back. But I'd like to now switch over to the open section. And again, if you look, even. We see Sam in trouble here against Abhimanyu, and not so bad for Fabi, as that one's even. So today we really have tussles going on. Might see plenty of draws, but let's take a look at this position, which we were analyzing. And this one, we were looking at it and thinking that the move rook b7 could be met by queen e3. We analyzed just this far. It turns out that queen f5, the move you wanted to play first, can be played now. This threat is gone. This is gone. We're looking at e7 hitting a rook. This bishop will be hitting that rook.
Nice.
This position has simply collapsed. Abhimanyu, Mishra. Could I change my pick? Because
we're flexible.
Right here, this is a very difficult position. He still can stay in the game, apparently, with this move. I mean, e7 can now be met by queen takes on e7.
Amazing.
And rook takes by rook takes, and suddenly you lose your bishop, and black's not afraid of losing this position pretty much at all. But
you don't have to play E7 in that moment.
you don't have to play that. So we're waiting for Abhi to move in this position
By the way, Maurice, can you show the accuracy of Abhimanyu in that game? The accuracy score? Because I think...
The accuracy at the moment is 99.5. Good point. 96.2 for his opponent. 99.5. This kid, the youngest grandmaster in history, now 16 years old, now on a 68-game unbeaten streak. I mean, he's extraordinary. And 2 years from now, guys, I mean, what are we going to see? I mean, he's going to be at 2,700 without any question. And the game we want to go back to is this one here, where, I mean, it's brutal that Andy, the 92.6, he's losing that position of A-ish, you know, still within A range. But let me tell you, this is not easy anymore.
To break it down.
It's just not easy to get through. And Fabi figured out a great defensive setup, looked like he was getting busted, beaten up, crushed, and he didn't seem to do anything wrong.
But he has only 4 minutes left.
For a lot of moves.
17 moves.
17 moves, yes, indeed. Can Fabi pull it off? He might still lose just because of time pressure. And we know time pressure makes fools of us all, including the greats. Can he survive? He's doing a great job right now on the board, but not on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the challenge, right? Like, you've got a bad position. My sole purpose when I'm in difficulties is to make it as hard for you as possible, to keep asking those salient questions. By the way, I do feel like Andy's playing it pretty well. Andy's saying, okay, if you want to run with your kings to the hills, you can do that, but it will cost you a pawn. You go king f1, I will check you, I will pick up this pawn. It's a very useful pawn. I'll be attacking the bishop. By the way, if you don't do that, I'm thinking to play the move g5 and force your bishop to move. If you move your bishop, I could play queen g4 check and go after this pawn. Your king will have to play the move king to d3. I think this is where what attracted Andy to the move rook to d8 was he's thinking, can I get in the move d6, d5? So big test now for Andy Woodward. He's got 22 minutes versus Fabi's 3 minutes.
Engine doesn't like queen g4 because of king d3. Because of king d3.
That king is actually safe in the middle of the board.
You know, it's bishop. It's still rook, bishop, and pawn. The king in the middle of the board really fools us because we all don't want to see our kings sitting out there dancing and prancing like it's salsa time.
No.
We want the king nice and tucked away and safe.
Right.
But it's just a queen in the game. The rook on d8 cannot figure out how to assist in the attack.
Right.
So because of that, despite it all, despite appearances, the king's pretty safe.
Amazing. As you say, I'm only attacking with the queen. I am not attacking with the rook. Queen versus king, rook, and bishop. It's not decisive.
No, he just hasn't figured out a way to break open lines. And I told you before, when I saw that sophisticated way the engine tried to break open the position
with A5,
with D5 and A5 and all that, and we didn't even know why it did it, even after it put those moves on the board. That was too hard. That's not human. And the youngster has not figured out a way. I see Fabi maybe even coming back, maybe winning the game.
That's a big ask. Let's say this. The rook, I'm trying to bring the rook into the game. I'm trying to open up some files for the rook. Let me essay the move g5 so I can play rook to h8.
Just to jump in, Yasser, we have a result. Anna Zatonsky drew against Megan Paragua. For Megan, that's the second draw in a row.
First
12-year-old.
12-year-old.
Wow, not too shabby. G7, G5. And then, well, we're going to keep...
But this kind of move, Yaz, is the kind of move that could lose you a game and win you the game.
And win you
Right, as you start to open up because you're not happy with what has transpired. You're trying to do something.
Trying to do something. Also, I noticed Nasi, too, big fight.
Yeah, let's take a look maybe at
Wesley
Atusa
So,
against Nazi.
Yeah, sorry.
I thought I heard that Alice was about to win her game.
Then let's jump into Alice Lee against Jennifer Yu.
Okay.
Oh, she's sacked.
When we left, she just played the move g5. We were even looking at rook f5 to f7. She sacrificed in exchange, munch, munch.
Oh, queen f5?
Queen d1, queen f5. What is queen f?
I just want to go queen e5 and
queen f5
on the board.
Not knight f6, but queen e5 at once.
And queen h8 checkmate.
Or queen g7 checkmate.
What's wrong with knight f6 too? I mean, they all look yummy.
Everybody, give me that too. Queen f5 on the board.
Double exclam by the engine, by the way.
Jennifer Yu has no defense to this long diagonal, this bishop on b2.
And she has only 34 seconds on her clock.
She could have 34 minutes on her clock.
There's no coming back. No defense.
Bounce back game by...
Rook takes d7. She's reaching for rook takes d7. She's played rook takes d7. Okay.
Take it.
Oh, well, that does give the f7 square. Should we play queen e5?
And allow d4?
But then there's d4.
And then I'll take.
It's possible.
Or you want to just you just want to take it.
Well, we got to calculate both. And we have all the time in the world to calculate.
Yes.
If you're Alice Lee.
Queen takes d5
I like taking
check.
the rook. Yeah, queen takes d5. It's
with queen
really
d5
scary.
looks crushing.
Queen e5 is on Alice's agenda.
Also, just bishop takes f3 and bishop takes d5.
Well, pile on, why don't you? Nice.
Well, here, actually, queen f7 is playable. In this exact position. What happened?
Sorry, I just refreshed. What's playable? Queen
f7.
F7 is
just to meet queen e5 with bishop f6.
You're
I'm wrong.
Happy. You're not
I'm
happy.
wrong because you're promoting.
Correct.
Yeah, you're promoting. I don't have time to take on g2.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay. Well, then that doesn't work.
I don't see the defense though, Maurice. Takes on d7 looks absolutely crushing.
And there she goes.
Alice doesn't have to be asked twice. I see the win, says Alice.
There was a time when Jennifer Yu was the future of U.S. women's chess, and it may happen again. She did take time to stop and go to
Harvard.
Pretty decent school, I hear, Harvard, and graduate from Harvard. That was super important to her parents, to make sure she got a great education, which she has done. But now I think she has decided it's time for me to now take a bit of a break, that I've done my schoolwork, and get back to what every one of us knows, her incredible talent. But if you're not playing chess and studying chess and focused on chess, you're not going to grow. And
5 seconds.
Now with only 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1. She's going to fall on time.
There is no move. That's the problem. She's lost.
Oh, she was at...
She's lost the game on
because
time.
Because they just had 30 minutes.
But there was no
moves.
move.
30, but there was
she ran out of time, but the clock saved her from having to resign. That was it.
So happy birthday to Alice Lee with a win.
Yeah. Jennifer doesn't look very happy about giving the present of the win. No. A big win there. Where would you like to take us?
I want to take a look at the game of Atusa Prokashyan because she's the co-leader in the women's section.
Yes, she is. She's up against Nasi, and I thought that when Nasi got a chance to just defend, chill out, defend the pawn on f7.
Black is ready to open the h-file.
Bingo. So she is prepped that move. She didn't want to see the queen trade, so she played rook h6, but she's got h4 on her agenda. By the way, Atusa, your king's a little lonely, don't you think?
I mean, it's really nice how it's tripled on the 7th rank, both rooks and a queen, but there's just nothing to hit.
That's what's so interesting about this position. Optically, you think white's attacking. I'm attacking. I'm in, all in fact. And then when you look, you go, what are you doing?
What are your pieces doing?
You're not hitting anything. We're going to be the one playing for the attack.
H4 followed by either h takes g3 and queen f3 or queen g4, or even h4, h3, h2, and queen f3.
But what happened here? The engine had this as equal a second ago. Where was the mistake?
There was a mistake. Remember, we kind of saw this forthcoming. Nasi's played it really well. I liked it.
No, but there must have been a major blunder in one of these.
Well, I don't think this idea of bringing the queen to e7 is worthy.
Yeah, I think it just... Atusa spent a lot of time bringing her queen to e7, where it was actually not that powerful. And in
Because
fact,
it's very straightforward for black now.
H4 and let's go. And for Nasi, a win would really give her sails a chance.
By the way, the move was Queen B4.
That was
Queen
the
B4 was a
mistake.
big mistake, going for the entire excursion. Queen B4 followed by Queen E7, compounding this idea because she was trying to trade queens. And now after Rook H6, she's lost.
Wow.
This maneuver was, you need to keep the queen home and try to hold the position. Instead, playing like this, she's now busted. And somebody who's no longer busted is one Fabiano Caruana.
Remarkable. He just, we were having trouble for Andy opening up the position favorably. Andy couldn't find it either.
Can we check in with Tatev Abrahamian and Carissa to
Okay.
see what is happening there?
For those of you who missed round one, a shock of shocks as our defending champion, Carissa Yip, was unrecognizable in losing yesterday's game. Now, today she is on the black side of an ending where she's got the passed pawn, but our pieces are kind of tied up, right? That's the problem.
I mean,
she could put her
position
king.
for white.
She can put her king on E5, but once the pawn gets to F4, how do I increase the pressure?
It's funny you see this pawn as passed. I see it as isolated. I mean, it says classic Nimzovich. The blockaded pawn.
blockaded,
It's being
but it's
targeted. It doesn't look as though she has a great situation at all.
Let's pause our analysis.
Because Anastasiya is with Alice Lee. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, Kate. Yes, here I am with birthday girl, Alice Lee. Happy birthday, Alice, first of all. We have a small special present from St. Louis Chess Club for you.
Yeah, thank you.
And also, of course, congratulations on your victory against Jennifer. What a game it was. What a birthday present you made for yourself. How special does it feel?
Yeah, I'm just really happy that I was able to win this game today, you know. I play in the U.S. Championship every year, and on my birthday, my goal is always to not lose. And actually, in the 4 years that I played, I haven't lost a game, so I guess it's good birthday luck for me. So yeah, and also I'm really grateful for the cupcakes. There were cupcakes in the playing hall.
Yeah, of course, we are going to celebrate a little bit after the broadcast, but still, maybe you can share your wishes for yourself for the future. You would like to have maybe some birthday wishes for yourself.
Like my goals.
Yes, maybe something like what you would like to achieve and what you would like to came true.
Oh, I mean, I guess for this tournament, the most immediate thing would be I would like to win this tournament, and of course, it's a bit of a shaky start, especially with round one, but you know, there's still 9 more rounds to go, and that's my most immediate, I guess, wish.
Of course, and yeah, you mentioned a little bit shaky start, like how hard it was to pull yourself together after yesterday's game.
Not that hard, I think. I mean, my mentality was that because the first game is the best game to lose in a tournament, because especially in one like this, where you can come back. The first game, then you know, okay, I need a certain amount of points, and it's much better than, say, losing round 11. So I was like, you know, it is what it is, but there's still 10 more rounds.
I like your approach, like very positive no matter what. And I actually saw you yesterday that you at the gym.
Yeah.
Like, is it a part of your routine?
Yeah, I think I made it my goal this tournament to have like a bit of a study routine. So after my game, I want to go to the gym and have dinner instead of like staying in my room and being sad over a loss. And it actually does help a lot. So
yeah,
exactly. I saw you also yesterday.
Yeah, we were there yesterday. It was fun. Anyway, so let's go back to this game. I want to actually check one point, one of the critical moments. Of course, you created such a nice attack, and I was wondering what was the most pleasant move in this game you made.
I think rook takes d5.
Rook takes d5, yes, beautiful.
Because actually, I wanted to play queen d1, and I thought I was like very clever with this move here. Like if I play queen d1,
But then I realized that, I mean, maybe it's not so easy because I want to play rook takes d5 next, but sometimes black has knight c3 in some points, which is still, of course, quite good for white. But then I thought, okay, rook takes d5 immediately, and then I have queen d1 ideas. But then also I saw, okay, queen f5 might be cleaner in case she plays like rook c8, rook c3, then I have like knight f6, and it's quite good for white.
Yes, so this is the moment, yes, after you take on d5, yes, queen d1 was one of the options here. And yeah, I mean, absolutely winning for you after this move. Like, how happy you are to win the game in style like this?
Oh, yeah, actually, once I got into the rook e5 position after g5, because I saw, like, it was a very good position, obviously, but then it was like, I kept seeing these very nice potential mating patterns. For example, if I get the rook on e5, queen on f5, and somehow the black queen like disappears to e2 or something. I have queen f7, of course, but then I also have queen takes g5, bishop takes g5, rook takes g5, checkmate. And it was
Also,
like,
yes,
yeah, I was like, I have to win this game in a nice fashion, and there's so many opportunities. It's just about finding one that works.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to find one when you have so many. But I was wondering, how are you going to celebrate today, your birthday?
I think I'll probably get ice cream.
Maybe with Carissa.
Yeah, maybe with Carissa. Yeah, of course. Actually, I had pie in the morning for breakfast, and then there were like cupcakes in the playing hall provided, which was really nice. So I've had a lot of sweets, and of course there's this Coke. But, you know, maybe I'll hold off ice cream for tomorrow, or maybe I'll get it today.
Sounds like a good plan. Thank you so much, Alice. And
thank you.
My birthday wishes from all St. Louis Chess Club and all chess fans. And good luck in the next rounds. Thank you. And we're going back to the studio.
Ice cream is always a good plan. I don't care.
Happy birthday.
Congratulations, Alice, and a very nice victory over a very tough opponent as well. Where would you like to go, Katja?
I wanted to take a look at the game Rose Atwell against Talia Cervantes because Talia did a really nice trick, but Rose responded perfectly.
Check this out. So we've been looking at bishop takes e5.
Wait a second. We need to have the game of Rose Atwell against Talia Cervantes.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Okay, and that is the current position, and the analysis position is what came earlier. Rose reached across the board, and on her previous move, grabbed the pawn. Gotta love grabbing the pawns. Boom! Knight e4, a shock move, as Talia is thinking, give me the bishop, give me your queen.
And
bishop
this is
e6.
Just such a strong move because you cannot capture the knight because exactly that bishop c5, but just intermediate move, bishop b6, attacking the queen.
Yeah, we just wanted to say that the tables would be turning in Talia's favor if we allow bishop takes c5. We would end up having to play d4. Check this crazy variation out. There's even a queen takes g3 sighting as well. But no, Rose had this counter blow and takes, and d6. We've caught up to the players.
Now look at that bishop on g2. The pawn on d6 is blocking the other black bishop on f6.
And we've got knight b6 on white's agenda. Rose imagines herself forking the rook on a8, the knight on d7, Talia on the back foot.
White is dominating here.
I love what Rose has done.
You remember we saw when we looked at the eval bar, there was only one game.
Yeah, now
suddenly there are two games, more games that are heavily in the favor of one side, and that just shows you how much time pressure matters. It's not about playing perfect chess, and if you beat yourself up because you're not playing perfect moves, take a look at the clock. Usually that's a factor, and two games went south because of rash decisions as the clock ticked down, and it looks like Nazi's going to win her game, and Rose is going to win her game to make it a trifecta so far. So far. There's still more time for us to go and see how it goes in both sections.
Maybe let's check in with the game of Atusa to just see how it progressed, because Nazi was able to open up the king side.
When we left it, we just saw this really nice move by Nazi, rook h6, preventing any queen trades and asking a salient question. Your king has no defenders. Better back up and defend the king. Rook c3, h4, captures on h4, recaptures on h4.
It's time to run with the king.
I mean, excuse me, but rook g6 check is going to hurt. King f1, queen g4.
Because I want to play queen d1, rook g6.
That's the mating net that Nasi has in mind. Queen d1 and rook g6 on black's agenda, hence running shoes.
But now
king
just
e1.
h3, right? Let's go.
Well, you're not afraid of rook g3? Or are you afraid of rook g3? Let's have a look-see, shall we?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I just take and play h2.
So simple. And we have a result.
Result, yes. So Hans Niemann drew against
Oparin.
Against Grigoriy Oparin.
Right. And we think Grigoriy had opportunity in that game when he had castled long. Yeah, rook g3. So Nasi has a chance, maybe just simply push the pawn, h3, and run.
I think looking at her right now, you see head and hands?
Yeah.
Like, let's just really focus on her intensity at the moment. That is what she's looking at.
Yep.
You can see that right there. That's a look of a woman who says, let me just make sure this is the killer blow. I push the pawn. She gets rook g3. I take it and I push. Is there anything at all I need to be worried about after this?
Maybe there is. h2, I do have a check.
And she stopped herself.
Wow,
she did.
She played rook g6.
I mean, check, you just play king h7 and you have no more checks.
True that.
It's over.
There's no more checks. I'm not sure. She saw it, of course.
Of course she did.
But she must have felt that rook g6 is even a simpler solution, as she's looking at a chance of maybe playing queen e4 check.
And maybe just capturing the pawn on d4.
Ugh.
That is very simple, by the way.
By
the way, I'll take that one. That sure looks like a good pawn, if you ask me. But queen e4 check, rook g1, and Atusa. Again, her queen and rook, they look menacing, but they actually don't attack anything. All the vital key squares, f8, f7, e6 are all defended, and Nasi also with an edge on the clock. Maurice.
Could I tell you something strange?
Please.
Incr now giving Fabi slight edge.
Fabi.
A slight edge in that game.
Wow.
As he has come all the way back from the precipice of death. He's looking over.
Wow,
and
what a return.
He only saw doom and gloom, but he kept his composure together. And now we have this position. And actually, this is a more advanced position than the one I just saw. So it looks as though it's just, well, no, it's still the engine's giving a little edge here.
Fabi has 36 seconds.
36
10 more moves.
seconds. Oof, 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 oof. Boy, I get scared at 5 minutes, never mind 36 seconds. Rook c2. He was worried there before that move, rook c2, that the queen was kind of dominating the rook. This rook wants to go to e3 and f3, but he couldn't leave this rook on pre. So rook c2 with how many seconds did you say?
So he has 58 seconds
So
now.
he did it with 28 seconds. Okay, if I'm in Andy's shoes, I'm thinking I've got to open up the position for my rook. I want to play a5, and in case of en passant, well, at least in this case, I've got a chance for maybe bringing my rook to the open file. And by the way, that bishop kind of dominates a little bit. I could play for c6. Sorry,
Yasser,
I got a5, please.
Yeah, what about rook e8 instead? Like, do we want to trade rooks?
Yes.
So if I first offer you a trade, feel free to take it or move away.
Okay. I guess I take.
I take.
So I did a course. On Chessable.
Yes.
On a material imbalance. This material imbalance is too close for the course that I did, but principles still apply. When there's a material imbalance, if you have the queen, you want to get rid of rooks.
Mm-hmm.
You want to trade rooks off ASAP because you want the other pieces to work on their own. Two rooks working together will connect the forces, and they'll protect each other as well as other pieces. But if you can get rid of a pair of rooks, then that lone rook is floating and can't just run around the board at will because it doesn't have a partner. And in this position in particular, the danger of A5 is the move rook to E2.
Right, rook E2, rook E7.
The rook C E2, rook E7, then F7. Notice how all the pieces are working together. So we put that on the board. The move A5, you have to be careful for the doubling of rooks. Even if you're dropping that C pawn, that suddenly the rook ends up, and you see the rooks. Ooh, we're working together. We're protected. The F7 square is now hit. The bishop is working in harmony. You can never do this with a single rook.
Right.
So this is an important moment for Andy to say, you know what? One of those rooks has to go right here, right now. Play the move rook E8, get rid of the rook, and force the rook and bishop to work on their own. It may not be better for him anymore. Maybe, or maybe not. I'm not sure. But it's an important thing to understand in this moment, because otherwise he might even lose the game.
Right. If he allows rook E7, rook F7, I agree with that.
So in this game, I mean, the thing about this position is just how Fabi played an insane sequence with queen to B3 and queen takes B7. If we could go jump all the way back to the opening, we saw him play a weird move, a never-before-seen move. Queen B3, okay, has been seen before, but to put his queen on B3, and then he went on a journey. He took on B7, and then this move, knight D4, rocked him. And yes, rook E8 was played in their game. And then he just started queen again, moving for the fourth time. But somehow, slowly but surely, especially after this king F1 move, he was able to make the comeback. That knight D7 wasn't perfect. But then he sacrificed his queen to get this position, and then the comeback was on. B4, bringing the bishop back, moving his rook. Sorry, this bishop C6, which we decried, but turns out to have been genius defense. And then just a few more moves were played as White was able to stabilize. Queen F5 was not the best by Black necessarily, but White was able to stabilize the position. And now facing down this situation we see here as the youngster wisely got rid of a pair of rooks, and now Fabi's got the position defended.
Yep.
If he could just trade off, he'll be able to keep this position. He's not thinking about winning this position. Rook F3 doesn't really do much if the king moves and plays F5, but his rook is right where it belongs. His bishop is where it belongs. He's taken on a defensive posture, very much looking like a draw.
Still, I got to say, remarkable defense. I mean, I think Andy at a certain moment felt when he had the imbalance of the queen versus rook and the bishop that he was winning. But as we saw, it was very, very hard to somehow get the queen coordinated with the rook. And in fact, we didn't find the way. Rook E3, by the way, with this threat of rook, kind of makes me think I should be reaching for the F-pawn. And after a move like rook F6, reaching for the king, I can see a draw right away because it looks like a fortress currently. And
probably with only 2 minutes, but Andy, you remember he had that massive edge?
He did.
He's down to 6 minutes on the clock. There are a lot of other exciting games, though. Let's jump to that game between Anna and Irina. Irina is down
by the way,
only,
to 12 seconds right now.
12
she has to make a
seconds?
move.
How did that happen?
And her king does not look happy.
I'm going to bring up the game between...
It feels like it's Anna Sargsyan now, who is in the charge of the position.
That's why I said I was trying to equalize. I felt that the position where Irina was an exchange up was not a favorable position. This position's horrifying. Her king's free-floating.
If that rook shows up anywhere, that white rook could just...
Like a rook C1?
Rook C1.
Rook B1 looks possible. Rook C1. You can't really trade rooks, can you? With
Hold on. Can we do it another way, maybe?
Oh, yeah, that looks saucy.
Rook to...
The idea of rook F3?
Yes. Can we do that? Sorry.
I think.
Doesn't it take longer?
Well, what would I do on C8 versus F7? Oops, sorry. That was a mouse slip. I'm looking at Rook A3. Did you guys like something else? Apologies.
It's fine.
What did
It's
you
good.
like?
Rook A3 is good.
What did she play? That's what she played.
Rook
is
A3 on the
A3.
board. Yasser.
Now, Rook F3 looks
Scrumptious.
vicious.
If Anna gets, well, by the way, this is her first U.S. championship for Anna.
What's the time situation? I mean, what is the clock?
14 minutes against 26 seconds.
Right, but how many moves? What's the move count?
Oh, move count.
41 moves.
Okay,
So they
all right.
just reached the time control.
Oh, okay.
So no time pressure.
Yeah, that's it. That busted position. I mean, you know, like, Arena, you're going to lose on time? No, you made move 40.
It's one of those,
Yeah,
I made it, I made it, I made it. Guess what? You're dead.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that has happened to many a time trouble addict that they did make the time control, but they didn't like the resulting position. I don't know where it went wrong for Arena, but this is not the position she bargained for.
I think that move Rook A6 was not a good one because it allowed that queen to get to the 8th rank.
So even here, Black's king is just uncomfortable. I mean, the pawn shield has been pushed so far forward, and the bishop got a great square. A moment ago, there was a pawn on F6 denying the E5 square for the bishop, and you're saying Rook A6
Yes, maybe
was
here
the
Rook
culprit?
A8.
Yeah,
Just to guard that F8 square.
makes
But
a
it still
great
looks
deal
much
of
better
sense.
for knight. That bishop on E5 centralized, guarding so many squares, queen on C5.
Agreed, agreed. So Anna in great shape here. Atusa also coming in as with a share of first. She won her first game. She's up against Nasi. We thought Nasi had everything going for her, and is that still the case?
I think it's just about to.
H3.
You cannot capture that pawn because
Why not?
queen D1 is a checkmate.
Well, if you're going to be mean. Ouch. Queen D1 is a checkmate thanks to the rook covering G2 and G1.
So we have rook C3 on the board.
Rook B3, C3. This is no longer checkmate, but
So now
it's
we're gonna
still
check
really
on
good,
D1.
isn't it?
Yep.
Queen D1, only one move. Pause, pause, pause. I'm attracted to rook E1, but you know me, I'm a pawn grubber
Yeah,
too.
so D4 is hanging.
But H3 might hang in that case. This pawn is just one square away from queening. Can we do this move? And in case of rook G3,
Just H2.
H2, but you do have king G2. Isn't that a crazy move?
Not that crazy. It's the only move. It'd be fantastic
my
to play.
Goodness.
You'd be laughing all the way to the bank.
Yeah, tell us about this game, Maurice. Nasi got the advantage out of the opening?
No.
Or something happened for Atusa? Atusa was doing good.
Atusa was doing quite fine in this game, but at some point in time pressure, she played this maneuver, queen to B4, queen to E7,
Right.
put her queen in the position too deep, and that is what cost her because Nazi was able to come and do a counterattack by defending the position, rook H6, rook to G6, and now major trouble for White in this position as Nazi is just dominating that H-pawn racing down the board, and it looks unstoppable.
Absolutely. In fact, queen D1 check, rook E1 only move, queen H5. I just don't see how we deal with H2.
She's played rook G1, however.
Queen D1 and rook G1? Or, let me just...
Oh, of course. It just forces resignation.
King takes, only move.
It forces resignation because
Queen
you're going to have to
takes.
take the H-pawn and allow the rook to the H-file.
Yep.
Takes.
Yep. No choice. Clean cut. And that rook that's been defending this whole time.
Precision.
And now this
Play.
kill in the box checkmate, right? Queen F5, rook H3.
Or, yeah, exactly.
Is that clear? Is that
Oh, no, we don't have queen F3. Oh, wait a second.
Okay, it's all forced. Nasi
that's
looks
correct.
like I've got this. I've got this.
Okay, I can take on d4.
No, but we don't want to take on d4. We
Why
want
not?
to take
Because then we take on
you
e5
don't want
too.
no stinking pawn?
Wait,
want to
she's
take
taking
on
off her jacket now?
Hey, man, it's warm in the playing hall.
You figured she's mating her. She figured out the mate. I thought it was mate myself.
I haven't figured out the mate.
But now I'm looking at it, and
Just take the pawn on d4, take the pawn on e5.
Take the pawn on d4. Good decision.
You just have to
Katja.
believe your pieces that they're good enough to checkmate the king.
just believe in your pieces. Excuse me, but
This sounds really beautiful.
No, now we have also rook h3.
And rook h3. Yeah, I think actually this is a forcing mate. No. Okay, but king g3, queen takes e5, smacks back.
she didn't do it. She played check first. And,
No,
you
this
mean
is
if king
right.
g4, this is our line, yes.
This is our
If king up, then queen takes. So there is
D4.
no direct mate that we
Which,
can
by
find.
the way, is very surprising.
And be careful, by the way.
Come on, there should be.
Wait, what are we being careful for? What if I play queen g2? What do you do?
Rook g3.
No, rook g3, queen e4 checkmate.
That is hilarious. I was ready.
We were
to
worried
give you
about
a-
this. I was worried too, but queen
I was
e4.
ready to give you a
king g5,
King G5,
queen
queen
f5
F5.
mate. You never get your disco.
Oh, exactly. I want to disco check the black king. No discos for you. The king stays on the g file
And gets mated.
Oops. So sorry. So queen g2. Actually, there is a mate.
Yes.
There is a mate. It is a mate.
You're going to get
Wait, so king f4?
king f4?
No, just take the
Will
pawn.
you guys just stop it?
I'm
Will
saying
you just
give
stop
check,
it?
take the pawn, and there is a checkmate. Just believe me.
No.
She has not
Queen f5.
done so. She is going after some sort of mate. She sees the mate.
Rook h6.
No, I think it's actually queen g6. But I'm with you too. Rook h6 is wrong.
Queen g6.
Doesn't queen g6 work? I just gave my rook into the action
Probably
now?
it does. Probably it does.
No, she's going to go for rook h3.
That works too. She gets queen g4 in the next move.
So king g2, queen g4 on the next move,
And then
king f2,
once they work
and
together,
then
it's over.
rook h2. And that's the coordination.
Good job.
I mean, boy, we Good morning, St. Louis. I mean,
I think the other moves work too, though.
I do too.
But she's found a very clean
Forcing.
line in her mind. So
Very
she's
forcing
going
line.
right after. You have to resign here, actually.
Indeed. And Nasi is aware she's about to win her first game in the 2025 U.S. Women's Championship and take down, by the way, a tournament leader.
Yep. But by the way, Irina is being taken down
by
her
the
game.
tournament leader.
Which
so
means
Anna's
Anna
all
Sargsyan
by
is
Anna's
gonna
going to
be-
be all by her lonesome.
What about that Bobby Fischer prize?
What Bobby Fischer prize?
You got to win 5 in a row.
Yes.
Anna's getting interested.
Levon drew, right?
I'm not sure.
All right.
But I'm thinking that Anna Sargsyan is going to get interested in that.
Levon is still playing.
Levon is still playing, but I thought he was equal in his game.
Yes.
But at any rate, Fabi doesn't look like he's going to win his game.
No.
So that his Bobby Fischer prize hopes are gone.
Right.
And with Irina going down,
it's up to
and
Anna
Hatusa
Sargsyan.
going down. Anna Sargsyan is going to be the only
Only
one
one.
maybe could win just 5 in a row. We know it's so difficult to do to just win 4 in a row.
Exactly.
Which is why they agreed to my idea of this prize, by the way, when I told them.
Yeah.
You know, the only person who's done it in the last 10 years that's done 5 in a row is Carissa.
Right.
So you're probably not giving away any money, even at 5 in a row.
Much.
You know what? That sounds good.
But she did win 8. I do want to remind you, she did win 8. Rook h1 check on the board at
King
2.
f2 only move.
I don't know what else she's thinking about, maybe resignation, but king f2, let your opponent play rook f2, and then give it a rest, because checkmate is inevitable. King e3, rook queen g3 is mate, right? Oops.
But your rook e2, queen f3 is good too.
Exactly, but one move faster was cleaner. And
Resignation.
Atusa has to resign. Our congratulations to Nasi. We look forward to your interview.
So let's check in maybe with Tatev Abrahamian against Carissa Yip.
Absolutely. A very unusual ending in the sense that all the pawn structure, look at Black's pawns, b4, d5, f7, h5, as split as you want, but White's not that much better herself, f3, h3, a2, and b3. Lots of pawn islands in this one, but I'm thinking the position is, frankly, just too balanced for either player to make it a difference.
Rose was winning, wasn't she? Could we see? Did she wrap? Is she wrapping that
Yes,
one up?
let's take a look.
Sorry, Tatev has.
Tatev has 40
I think
seconds.
she's made time control though.
Has she? Okay, just a second. I didn't see. Yep, move 40 has been played. So there you go. And where did you want to take us?
So let's take a look. Rose Atwell against Talia Cervantes.
I have it. And Talia.
Okay, this bar looks very well for Rose.
I mean, she's up a full exchange.
Well, and also collecting some pawns.
in the party.
Collecting some pawns, perhaps. Rook to d1.
Yeah, I'd like to get rid of that d pawn.
Yeah, it's insufferable.
Zero play.
Yeah,
with just down a straight exchange.
Wait,
well, what happened?
So what happened in this game?
It was a closed Sicilian where I think Talia missed. When Talia played the move knight e4, I think she was very optimistic, but Rose had a really nice response, which was bishop on c5 to b6, giving her an advantage. Eventually, she won an exchange, and it looks like she has a technically winning position at this moment. So Rose bouncing back after difficult loss, I want to say, in her first round against Anastasiya.
Could we see Fabi's game?
Let's do it.
Is he definitely out of the woods there? I guess he made time control. I guess they both made time control. Because
well, that's the way it works.
Because for the first time, I'm seeing a clock where Andy is down.
All right, let's.
Which we would never have suspected for this game.
For sure, when Andy plays the move h5 and f5 and a5, he's chasing victory. He's because he could have just sat there and kept a quiet fortress. Andy's thinking, look, I'm going to play queen takes c4, queen takes c3, and I got a passer. And what do you got?
What move number are they on?
What move number are they on?
Let me double check.
Okay, I can do it too.
It's move 41.
Yeah, they've made time control.
So 41st move just played.
And, okay, you're definitely Fabi's cleaning up the king side, but queen side's
all the pawns
is going as well. And we could have a situation like this. Now,
oh, my goodness.
This position, I'm sacking the bishop in a nanosecond, and I've got a fortress. So I don't think Fabi's taking any risks in this position that they have looming.
And we have Anastasiya with a guest. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, Kate. Yes, and I'm with a very special guest who probably feels a little bit jealous that she cannot be here with you guys. And she decided to come back here in the studio. She found her way very easily since you managed to win against Atusa today. Very nice, interesting game. Tell us a little bit about today's encounter.
Thank you, Nastya. So if I hadn't won the game, then I would have wished that I was doing commentary. But since I won, I'm very happy that I'm playing. You know, I took a risk today and it paid off, but I wasn't sure it was going to. I was very, very stressed, and it's so hard to win a game in the championships that sometimes you have to take a risk.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to win any game. Even if you have a brilliant position, it's also hard. But you said that you were very stressed. Like, at which point exactly you felt something is going out of control? Or
you know, I left the king in the center for too long, and on purpose. But then I was questioning my decision once the king was on f8. I think if she didn't trade knight for the bishop, my position is so passive that there's kind of no way out. So that's
I think this was the really important moment, not here, this diagram, but where she decided to take the knight. Yes, so you played like queen d8, took the pawn on g5, and then she could probably choose another pass like rook c2, something like this. Did you check it?
I was looking at rook c2, and that's when I realized that I was in trouble.
You got it, yes.
And then when she took on g5, I was relieved.
Yeah, so you felt like this bishop, of course, you would like to get rid of this bishop in this game.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, so after that, like still it looked a little bit scary with this rook on c7, but
definitely.
But what was the exact moment you felt that now it's your turn to create an attack in chess?
You know, after I played g5 in a couple of moves here, after I avoided her queen trade, and then I found this idea of rook h6, so she can't force the queen trade with queen f6, then I was like, okay, I'm the one playing for a win for sure.
Here,
and I think it is winning.
Yeah, it is winning, but you know, I remember there was also last moment which was interesting when you like bravely gave this pawn, h-pawn. Like, did you calculate until the end of this checkmate?
I did. I was double checking, but I did calculate until the end.
Did you do any exercises before this tournament to kind of get yourself into shape?
A lot of puzzle rush and just puzzles, yes.
Really? How many per day? I'm just curious because like it seemed like easy for you.
At least 50, usually 100.
It's a lot. Yeah, that's a great job, actually. Yes. So, how is it important for you to start the tournament well, like, and get, let's say, quite a good percentage out of 2 games?
Definitely very happy with my results so far, especially winning with the black pieces. But it's a very long tournament. It's like a marathon, so I'm gonna take 1 game at a time.
Yeah, and my also like interesting question. I paid attention that you come to the plane when you're like the first one. Like I see you like 20 minutes before, and like I'm always wondering like how you can do it. You know, how can you be always like so much?
You know, it's funny you say that. I actually can't do it any other way because I'm very anxious before the game, so I have to get here early to calm down.
So to calm down, like let's say that you're not late, or what is the main reason behind it?
Exactly, so that absolutely nothing can go wrong before the game.
Wow.
That I'll have time to manage anything.
Like you're not stuck in the elevator or something like this.
And that has happened, by the way.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's experience now, I see.
Exactly.
Yes, so I wish you all the best of luck, and we of course hope you'll be back.
Thank you so much, Nastya.
Let's go to the studio.
Quick question for you, Nasi. You've played in the old...
There is a question.
The old chess club and now the newly renovated chess club. Just a quick perspective of the new premises.
Yes, so Nazi, Yasser is asking you, like, how does it feel to play? You played in the old chess club and now it's a new one. How does it feel to play in the renovated club?
It feels like the old times. Of course, the chess club is bigger and more beautiful and better, but it just takes me back to my first US Championships in 2015, so it feels great.
Yep. So I think Yasser could hear Nazi at least.
Perfect.
Great.
Keep up
no
the
more
good
questions?
work.
So let's get back to the studio.
Nasi. Keep up the good work.
Keep up the good work, Nazi.
Thank you. Miss you guys.
Likewise. Maurice, you have something for us.
Yes, a big development in a game that we haven't really taken a gander at in a while, and that is this one between college roommates, Wesley So and Ray Robson. And we saw that this game was equal at one point, but it's not equal anymore, and it's that old friend bugaboo, in fact, time pressure, as this position was fine, a little bit worse for White. But from this moment on, he collapsed. He played this move, taking, and so far, not so bad, but this move, going in the wrong direction. Pay attention to this F-pawn. You don't see it under attack just yet, but in time pressure, he put his rook on the wrong side of the board instead of leaving it on this F-file. And now C5, bishop B6, and now everybody's on the wrong side of the board. And look at this king. Oh, sorry. This mistake was played by Black. Black should have played the move rook D7, but he played E5, and both of them in time pressure. But that, the famous quote, he who makes the last mistake is the one who loses the game. Well, that was definitely a last mistake to make because the king just showed up on the f3 square out of nowhere. What a king. It was over here. And then, whoop, it's all the way on this side of the board with a massive threat of taking on f3. On f2, I mean, if bishop takes on c5, whoops, where did that come from? Suddenly a mating attack. And if you play h4, then check this out as you switch and get behind that bishop and pick it off, winning the game. Beautiful tactics that you had to see. That's not easy to see in time pressure. This would be easily winning. King f3 on the board, and Ray is sitting there thinking about this position. He must have supposed that he could take this pawn on c5. Now you can see him visibly there shaking his head, realizing that he cannot touch the pawn on c5, otherwise the rook will swing around and capture that bishop. This was what he was counting on in defense, but bishop missed this point at the end as Wesley spotted it, put his king on f3, and look at Ray. He is fully disgusted by the situation as he realizes, oh my goodness, I am busted suddenly in the position. He can't believe it. Just look at his face. It'll tell you, easy to miss. That rook swinging around from f7. It looks so passive on that square, but there's nothing to be done now. It is too little, too late. And he just can't believe he had such a fine position. He had worked his way out to saving the game, but again, time pressure.
Always. It ruins so many positions. One of the things I was learning in chess, and more or less by the time I became a Class A player, which was very good. I mean, I was really, really proud that I achieved that status. I didn't realize how strong an attacker the king could be. And Wesley's king on f3 is proof positive of how really, really good a king can attack. And that is delivering, actually, a checkmate.
One of my favorite studies that I like to create are positions where the king is deep in the heart of enemy territory, with pieces surrounding. And you're like, wait a minute, why are you in the heart of their position? But the king helps to deliver mate to the opposing king. And the best kind of move to make in that situation is a waiting move. If you want a secret to my puzzles, look for a waiting move. Don't try to check your way out of danger. It's a waiting move. And you say, wait a minute, you're king. It's horrible. How can it possibly be alive? And then you see, nope, just as you think you got the king, suddenly you're getting mated. That king versus another king across that opposition position, as we call it, that position is so strong that it just needs a little support and you will get crushed. King in the attack against another king.
Amazing.
And, in this case, you're not getting mated at all. You're not in any worry. You're the one who's just straightforward.
Yes, it reminds me, last year from US Championship, some of the youngsters, they had king on d5, and we were looking at king e4, king f3 for black, but they went to b7.
Was it a game
I think it was also Abhimanyu. It was one of the guys, for sure.
It was a remarkable march.
And then we analyzed it and it was like, oh, I've never considered coming this close with the king.
That was crazy. I just turned our attention to the game of Anna and Arena, huge game for the ladies' championship. And it's Arena's king position exactly at this moment that is really awkward. I mean, again, if the pawns were giving more of a protection, and Anna came up with a move. Remember, we saw the move rook a3, and we were going to go rook f3, right? Like we're going to slide the rook across, rook f7, and it's a checkmate coming. Okay, Arena decided, I got to shut that down with the move g4. And this move, f4, I hadn't anticipated that move coming. And that asks a salient question. I'm going to play queen g5 check. I'm going to take this pawn, and this rook is coming across anyway. How are you going to deal with that move, queen g5? And I didn't see an engine.
This as a bad move?
Really? It looks so promising.
Yes.
Why is that a bad move?
Must be a response.
Was there even a missing? Did I miss an opportunity here, Kachi?
I don't know. I mean,
or did Anna miss it?
F4.
F4. It looks so powerful.
Can you play? I'm going to play a random move on the board. Can I play Queen F5 and hang a knight because of Queen B1 and
hang a knight?
Tactics.
Well, let's just take a look. Can I take the knight? Probably not, right? Check. 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 And you got another check on G6.
I don't know. You're running up the board.
You got another check on G6.
There goes that king again. Marching up the board, but there's a queen B1, but then queen E4.
But Yasser, what about waiting moves?
Of course.
If instead of
Well, Maurice just gave me the
just-
secret to his.
No, check. No, go.
Okay, sorry.
Queen captures the knight. Check.
Yeah. Yes.
Here G3, King H3,
Yes.
and now Rook G6.
Yeah.
And now Rook G6. Sorry, a waiting move for
black.
For black. Sorry.
And now just Queen H1 checkmate.
Wow,
This
Ray is
suffering for Ray.
Oh, I remember Daniel.
Is Wesley laughing?
You know that you often get those sibling photos of the younger brother, you know, losing his toy to the older brother, and the younger brother bawling his eyes out, and the older brother kind of like, "Look, I got the toy." And Wesley looks like he's got a half smile. Ray's looks like, "Oh my gosh, I'm such an idiot."
You would think that Wesley would get up and walk away from the board and not let him suffer. So,
Right.
you know, let him just suffer by himself. No, I want to sit here and watch you suffer. I'm not going to move at all. Just going to stay relaxed. There was actually an incredible video in the World Rapid and Blitz Championship from 2024 where it was Ivanchuk against Daniel Naroditsky.
Yes.
And they were in heavy time pressure, and Ivanchuk lost the game.
Which he was winning.
And I think he lost on time, maybe.
Right.
And anyway, he loses this game, and
just in total
the
distress.
howls of distress. I mean,
Were
literally,
great.
you could hear it in the tournament hall, and people were crowding around.
Like, what's
going
going on?
And he was whimpering in sadness. And Danya felt such compassion for him that he couldn't get up from the board. The game was over. They'd already agreed to it was over. And Danya just sat there and
commiserated, yeah.
And it was such a touching moment to watch a great player like Chucky go through that pain of losing such a game. And his opponent felt that compassion and felt, let me just sit and let him go through the emotion. And he sat there for quite some time.
Yeah.
Wesley doesn't seem to have that look right now.
Any compassion whatsoever. I could care less. That's your issue.
But that was you could see that video online for folks who have not seen it.
Yeah.
It's a pretty amazing moment.
Truly, because we've all suffered great setbacks, horrors at the chessboard. I'm staying with Anna and Irina just for a moment because this is such a big game for our ladies' championship. F2, F4, and you've suggested, and Katja had your back on this one. She had a really nice idea to make a waiting move after G3. Rook takes G3 is one idea, but the point was, Katja said, don't give a check on H1. Wait one move. Play Rook G6 first, and suddenly the tables have turned, right? Now you've got to play the move Bishop G7 check and hope that you got some perpetual action. So maybe that's the problem with F4, that Queen F5 offering the knight defends G5 square.
And if you don't take the knight, you can certainly, what's happened? What is this about?
Awonder is having fun.
The faces chess players make when it's not just stoic. And what is going on as Awonder?
I mean, actually, that's a position I wanted to jump after it because Awonder is having an extra pawn, as you can see.
Yeah.
And it's knight against a bishop, so there is a chance for the knight to jump around and try for some improvement.
Right.
Good luck with that.
Pretty easy draw, I want to say. 3 versus 2.
Is it?
Yes.
If I go, well, knight. So can we go into it?
Sure. Let me bring that game up on my board, and we will switch. I think, by the way, that Fabi is way out of the woods, but Levon versus Awonder, yes. And we have this current position, bishop b5.
So our goal is to get the knight to d4 if possible.
Okay. So bishop to d3.
Maybe if we can bring up the board. And at some moment I will have to play g5. Okay, so I'm probably not getting to d4, so if I start with g5 now.
Okay, trade. Munch, and I win.
And now I go knight to d4.
Sorry?
Oh, no, you have, sorry, e4, but you have g4 now. No, you don't. Okay, knight e4.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, g4.
King g2.
King d4.
So the maximum you can achieve is a king on e3, correct?
Correct.
And then?
It'll be very hard to break that structure up.
And you can put your king back on e4 if you'd like. The way Levon is playing so fast, his behavior feels like it's trivial for him. Like he knows this inside and out. I mean, at least it feels like, let's do your worst. You wanted the knight on d4. I wasn't quite sure why you felt that this assisted you. So let me give you the opportunity to put your knight on d4, Katja. I'll just wait. So I'll do it, and you've got your knight on d4. Why did you feel this was good?
Well, I think like the knight is just, well,
it's
centralized.
Good. It's good. It's centralized, I agree. But at some point, you're going to have to play g5. And you've got, I think, by the way, I think Awonder could now play knight c2 to d4. So he is going to achieve your desire. Yeah. And Levon is going to let him play bishop c4. I was going to play bishop a4, bishop c4 by Levon. You get to go knight check. You get to go king e3 and kind of ring around the rosies for a little while. It's a challenge for Awonder to make anything of his extra pawn. We think that game's a draw. Let's go back to Irina's game for a moment.
She's down to her last 4 minutes.
She's already made the time control, so...
the first time control.
The first time with no more extra time.
Sudden death time. With 30 seconds, of course, an increment. But she has to be sure if she plays queen f5 that she's not losing somehow.
Exactly.
And the rook can't get into the game, so it will be the queen and bishop working to somehow get an angle and get some purchase on the black king. But I think queen f5 is actually defending everything.
Well, queen g5 is a winning threat. Queen g5, if you play any move and allow queen g5 and check with pawn.
Let's say g takes f3. It's too much, right, allowing the rook. I'm thinking that, yes, you get the rook there. I go rook g6.
Rook g6. Check.
Oh, and that's just game over. King h5, rook f5. Yeah. That looks dead.
Yeah. No,
so
the
queen
goal,
f5, the only move, probably.
Yeah, well, no, the goal of rook f3 was so powerful it forced g4. And again, the goal of queen g5 was so powerful. I actually, when I saw the move f4, I thought it was just winning on the spot because I did not see queen f5 and the piece sacrifice working for black. But Irina is obviously in distress because she doesn't realize that she has to play queen f5 and she's got rook g6 as an answer in case of queen takes d5. A big moment for her in this championships in its early days. This is just day 2. Maurice, you're at the big board. Tell us the current situation.
Yes, I wanted to check queen f5 And is it really that strong? It turns out it is the only move
Precisely.
to try to stay in the game. I think her problem is right here, the move bishop g7 check. Because what can you do here? If you play king h5, then suddenly you run into a mate after this check because you have to put the queen, something in the way. And you don't want to put anything in the way because this check is coming and it's going to be mate. Whatever you put in the way, this is going to happen next and you lose the game. So after this move, queen f5, bishop g7 check, you have to walk into the discovery in this position, and nobody likes waltzing into discoveries. Where can the bishop go that might hurt your feelings? Bishop f8 to make sure you cannot go back to this square is possible, and now you have to go this way and continue to go into the line of fire. So this is not a trivial move, queen f5, because of bishop g7 check. She's calculating what happens to my king. Will this rook be able to appear? Thankfully, she's got that square covered, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. No rooks coming in the game from the a3 square, and the Incr is giving bishop to h6 to try to get on the g5 square. Let me tell you, yes, the Incr is saying she's okay, as now the best move is what? King to e7. Now, hot-footing it to the other side of the board, but this is not at all easy to calculate.
Maurice, she made the move.
She did play queen f5, realizing she had to play it. Give it to the GM, of course, for finding the only way to fight back here as we jump back to this move, queen f5. This one is going to definitely, I'm not sure it's going to come as a shocker to Anna, but she's going to be thinking, I must be winning. Come on, you get to play bishop g7, a disco, get the king flying. The key to the defense is, one, the rook is not in the game, and two, the light squares. This piece can't control the light squares, and as the queen shifts, you start dancing along those light squares as you escape, but still a long way to go. And I'm going to say this. Just like I thought Fabi wasn't going to lose that game, I think Irina will lose this game. I think she'll lose because the defense is too precarious in time pressure.
Yeah, having 2 minutes to make so many accurate moves. This is not one of those you survive easily.
And you're not threatening. Well, I guess you are looking to get your own action going here. But at some point, this king will actually nestle itself on this square, and the attack won't be straightforward, especially in the line we just saw, as a matter of fact. So I feel like I'm going to say it's 75, 80% that Irina actually loses this game, despite the fact that she's defending so well at the moment with queen f5. It's just too hard. Engines, they say things, and you can trust that they may be right, but not when humans are playing.
It's such a tightrope that you're walking. King g6, king f6, king e7. I agree. The challenge is huge. Now, having said that, sometimes only moves make it kind of easy for you. When you realize that bishop g7 is going to force you into a discovered check, you kind of say, okay, can't do anything about it. I play my only move, my only move, my only move. And guess what? At the end of the day, you're as surprised as anybody that you're not resigned, that you don't have to resign, and hot-footed over to the queen side.
But every one of those moves burns clock.
Of course,
like you just don't go ring, ring. She has calculated to not realize she had to play queen f5, but it's so much energy too as you play. It's no energy for us as we see the injured move, or even as we suggest and talk between ourselves. I suggest the move. And then Kate proves the move, helps me with rook g6. She has no such help. And you start seeing ghosts. Nobody wants their king marching around, and suddenly you go, I'm getting mated, or I'm not. Later you find out you're not. But it's so easy to see ghosts in this situation. By the way, no ghost at all in the game between Wesley So and Ray Robson. He did give up the piece, an exchange actually, the way we supposed should happen, and now it's just a completely lost. Well, there may be some hope of trying to survive this position. Your bishop is guarding the pawn on f2, and you can play the move a5.
Very fortuitously anchored the bishop on b6 with the pawn on a5. Sorry, Maurice. And you were saying, hey,
maybe I can make
looky.
But our plan is to push maybe h5, h4, right, to weaken that f2, and then 2 against 1.
Yeah, I don't doubt there might actually just simply be a Zugzwang. Sorry. Like you can imagine this position that you reach, say just here, and then you run out of moves. Wherever your bishop move,
you don't have
it's going to cost you a
H3
pawn.
for a checkmate.
And you don't have king H3 because of just what you said.
That's a
There's
pretty funny
checkmate.
position.
So it could be that it's just a simple Zugzwang and you don't have to go H5, H4, or any of that business. Wesley looks like, yeah, I got this.
So let's check in with Fabi and
Absolutely.
Andy. What is happening there?
For those of you joining us late, what a magnificent game we were witnessing. The very start, Fabi had a very peculiar opening. Wouldn't recommend it to my friends. And we currently have a position where Fabi's the one with the dangerous pawn at the moment. Andy's last move was queen takes c3, and he's trying to keep that pawn under control. Let's say we go h6. How does Andy deal with this?
So queen h8.
Queen h8, and we've been told all of our lives that rooks belong behind passed pawns.
Queen h7.
And let's see if we can't dislodge that queen.
Oh, you're trying to be funny.
Not that funny.
You didn't want to take the pawn on c6?
That's a different idea. If you want to take the pawn on c6, that's okay as well. I'm trying to force a perpet.
Force me to perpet you.
Correct.
Yeah, it doesn't seem possible to stop this.
No. No.
c2 is coming, takes...
But it has been, and I got to give Andy a great deal of credit, because you lose the first game in the U.S. Championships, you're kind of feeling bad about yourself, and then he came back with some expressively confident moves. Bishop f5, knight d4, sacrificing a rook, sacrificing a knight, sacrificing a pawn. And it was brilliant play by a 15-year-old phenom from Texas, Andy Woodward.
Brilliant play.
Wow. And
we'd say he has a future.
It took, dare I say it, a stellar defense by Fabi to hold the position too, right? I mean, because I think a lot of players would have collapsed in the face of what Andy was throwing there.
No question.
Really impressive game.
We mentioned Fabi's a world championship candidate. Fabi's a four-time champion of this event, back-to-back-to-back. He's won the Singfield Cup. Start making a list. It's going to be
Grand Chess Tours.
Grand Chess Tour champion. This champion
He's
was
got a
before.
serious resume.
A serious resume. People like him don't go down easily, even when he has a busted position. And he brought all those defensive skills and experience to bear on saving this game.
It was some of the worst experiences of my chess career was playing the Garry Kasparovs, the Anatoly Karpovs. You had to beat those guys 3 times. You had to get a winning position. You had to win the winning position. You had to get them to sign the score sheets for that game to count. And I mean, wow. Yeah, and for those of you who are joining us late, there was actually a kind of a funny moment. He was on the white side of an English, and he played a very poor move, Queen B3, and I was very, very critical of the move. And guess what?
And you said you've never seen it before.
Never seen it before. Let's have a look at the video.
Did he just play Queen B3? Is that
Whoa.
Is that a move?
That is. I have never played that move in my life. Never.
No, I think.
Ooh. No, he's flashing some of his prep. Played Queen B3 against Arena. Whoop! Completely forgot about it. I was the arbiter.
Sir.
I was the arbiter. I was
What
making
do
sure.
you mean?
I was making sure that they played the move
You're
correctly.
a 4-time U.S. champion,
I
former
wasn't
top
looking.
10 in the world, and you don't remember he played Queen B3 ridiculously in a match?
It's not a move that sticks to your memory, right?
Thank you.
It's so
Thank
ludicrous.
you.
It should have stuck to your memory.
It
You
is
got us all
ludicrous.
analyzing here, and you'd seen it before.
No, and by the way, again, for those of you joining us late, just check out the moves of this young man. Like, the queen on b3 is ridiculous. I think a lot of players would have said, come on, I'm going to play bishop b6 so that I can play bishop f5 and drop my bishop onto the d3 square. Andy said, no, you want my pawn? Go ahead and take it. Queen takes b7 at first blush. Not only does it win a pawn, but the diagonal is a disaster. Now black is losing more material. Yeah, you can have that too. Take the rook or take the knight, said Andy.
You know what's crazy about the move,
said,
right?
I'll take the knight.
You sack a pawn, and in one move, you sack a rook and a knight.
And a knight with that pawn sacrifice. Like, you got to follow this up
And he
perfectly.
played it pretty fast.
He did. He calculated it. And by the way, while we were watching it in real time, we were seeing double exclamation mark here, double exclamation mark there.
Very impressive.
And we were saying Andy was on a roll. By the way, queen f3, check this out. Takes the knight, check. And, you know, he's just playing boss moves, you know, time after time. And I was amazed. I was like, whoa.
This move was a slight slip. Look, this suffering is done.
And
as
for
Wesley
Wesley
his
So, this is the first victory in the 14 games in a row. He's
Correct.
drawn 13.
He heard the stat.
He heard
Ed's
the stat.
Ed said he'd drawn so many games, and now he finally has broken that
bad streak,
drawing streak, and
Yeah.
with a win.
And
tied for first.
And by the way, we do have h6, and we do have rook h4 on the board. I think our analysis was queen d7. Queen h7, is that correct?
I don't know if you want to allow h7, bishop guards pawn, rook gets on the line, and then rook g8.
Yeah, like, so, okay, let's put that down. d5, h7, king moves, right? Bishop guards the pawn, and rook g8. Let's go. So king moves. So this is the thing that we absolutely want to avoid, right?
Yes.
Because the best we can hope for now as black is a perpetual check.
You better
pray. We don't get it.
Looking around.
Right. So that's what we want to avoid, and that's why we've played queen here, queen h7, and then Katya also asked a very salient question. You don't want to take a pawn? Maybe you do. Maybe you
Because
do.
then I can have the same thing, just moving back and rerouting the bishop.
Exactly. So maybe you do, and maybe really it's Andy on the back foot. Once again, just this position. So how does it go? I need your f2 pawn and I need your rook to make a draw. So if I could give up my queen and get your f2 pawn and your rook.
You're never getting my f2 pawn.
I'm never getting your f2 pawn.
How, you can't trade it off.
Okay. So in this position, let's say I go queen. Oop.
I'll take it.
Okay. Queen here. Give me the rook.
Rook h5?
Rook h5, check. I'm never getting your f2 pawn.
You're never
getting your f2
King
pawn.
h2?
Okay, king h2, yeah.
I'm never getting your h2 pawn. You'll be surprised, Maurice, actually.
You must have some tricks in mind. I saw that one coming. So, what's your point?
I want to take your f2 pawn.
So if I go king g1.
Check
Yeah, he's just
some
trying to get up her pet.
Check some more. I am definitely trying to get a perpet. I feel I'm worse if you get that set up. You just showed me pawn on h7, bishop on d3. I'm trying to avoid
Okay,
that.
I know how to trick you. King
Okay.
g2.
King g2, check on g6.
King h3.
King h3, check on d3.
That's not a check.
Felt like a check.
King g4.
Okay, body check.
I might take your f pawn.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Let's pause our analysis because Anastasiya.
Anastasiya has a guest. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I'm here with Wesley So, who just managed to win against the opponent he knows very well, Ray Robson. Tell us a little bit, first of all, about your long-term
History.
rivalry with Ray.
No, actually, it's funny. When I came to live to the United States back in 2012, they told me we were going to move to Webster University, and I never heard of such a place. I thought it's a dictionary. They were moving to St. Louis, Missouri. Where is that?
Yeah. And then you actually shared the room with Ray. Yes,
yeah,
that's what I remember.
so it was nice. Back then I was 2650. Ray was around 2590. So we learned a lot from each other. In chess, also in living habits. So I roomed with him for around 2 years. So we played tons of blitz games. So we work a lot on opening. So Ray's extremely good in opening. So he helped me in that regard.
Yeah. And today you had to play against him once again. How did the game go, and how was your prep against the opponent you know so well?
Yeah, I mean, Ray has always been a very solid, very good player. But in the last few months, he's been playing poorly. In India, also Uzbekistan. Not sure what happened. Probably psychological, because it's not like he plays so many events. Like he lost last game to Vincent Kamer in India. It was a critical game. And he had a long game yesterday, so I thought I'd surprise him with this d takes c4. And fortunately, he played it because he could play many other things. Fortunately, he went for this line, which is what I mostly looked at. And the game, of course, was very interesting. But, I mean, it's quite known that Ray has some problems with time control. He's still trying to solve it. So yeah, today he paid for it, I guess.
Yeah,
I guess it was
but
just
speaking
a draw.
about time control, Wesley, at one point you were thinking for like 26 minutes. I was checking it, the move
Which
when you
move
took
was
on
it?
c5, when you took on before you took on c5. I think it was one of the most critical moments in the game. Like it was
I see,
definitely
the end game, yeah.
you had to make a choice, yes, to take on c5. I think with
Yeah.
bishop or with knight. And
The thing is, both look tempting. And I had a equality at least because the queens are gone. But it's so confusing what to play. Huh? Like I have some tempting options, but I could also just play like an idiot and then check in the engine later and I have nothing. So it's still very confusing. Then I decided to keep the bishops, but it's not like it gave me much. Yeah, like I could also take with the bishop, then knight b3, and then it seems like I'm close to promoting. But here, so I decided to play it safely. Yeah, I don't know, take, knight b3, then you're gonna go g3. I think white has to play g3 here, so he can move his knight, and then not sure bishop d5 or knight b2. But
yeah, it was so complicated. Yes, another interesting moment which I really liked was
hard to say.
this great moment when you played this king f3. Do you think he missed this move, like later in the
obviously.
end game?
But
Yes.
also here, like
Yes.
the exchange sack, rook b2.
Yeah.
Because king d7 he has knight e6, so this was an exchange sacrifice. But I thought I wasn't risking much. Like instead of rook b1, he could play rook fe1, king f, threatening the sack on e6, and then king f7, and then it's unclear. But I think I'm fine here. Like, like if he takes the rook, like knight e2. Okay, bishop d1, this should just be a draw, obviously. I mean, this is just an equal endgame.
Endgame, yes.
I mean,
But was it easier for
maybe
you to
slightly
play?
easier for me because
Yes.
his king is extremely passive. Like it takes, but obviously white should have many ways to draw, but not the way he played. Like here played bishop d2. Maybe it's not necessary. Yeah, not sure. Bishop d2, rook f4 seems weird. Because the thing is, after bishop d2 takes bishop a5, king d5, then I get bishop d4, e5, c5. Then it could get tricky for him.
Yeah,
So,
with all these pawns
yeah, like king d5.
in the center, yes. And did
d4,
you
c5.
speak with him after the game or not really?
No.
So I was just wondering.
Yeah, I mean,
if he missed.
Yeah, probably here it's still a draw, but it's quite tricky because maybe rook c8 was a blunder. Yeah, because king f3 just wins for me.
Yeah, can you just explain what?
Maybe if king f1, I have still have king f3, so he has to. Yeah,
Still,
king f1,
yes.
king f3. So it's already quite tricky. Maybe rook z8 was bad or something.
And just to show, let's say, what would happen if he would have taken on c5. Yes, after king f3, maybe like just to
Yeah,
show.
king f3. I think fortunately this is the time control. Like rook c8 was
It
his
was
last
last
move.
move, yeah.
Like he almost lost on time. He had 2 seconds.
Oh.
Yeah, so he almost lost on time. And after king f3, I think it's just winning. Because the point is after rook c8, king f3, he can. Okay, this is just totally lost.
Yes, it just totally lost. Yes.
But rook c8, like after king f3, he can try king f1. but I think it's still winning for me. Rook d7, rook c6, f5, rook f6, f4,
Yeah.
df, ef.
So Wesley, sorry to say this, but the games are running right now. Thank you so much. It was a very important
Thank
victory.
you.
All the best of luck for you. For
Yeah, I want to say also a shout out to Maurice Ashley, who's back.
Yes, absolutely, Maurice. So then we're back to you.
Maurice, my favorite commentator. I'm watching him since 2005, so it's good for him to be. Although unfortunately, I can't see him here. But
No, now you can see him. Here, we're back to Maurice.
Wow.
Favorite commentator? What am I, chopped liver?
Don't be jealous. Don't be jealous. Those are
Huge
really
result, Maurice.
Really kind words from a player that I respect tremendously. But I gotta say, 2-0. I think 2-0 in predicting results. Yasser also jealous of that. As I said, in this position, it just looked like even though she found this move, queen to f5, which was the only move, to keep finding only moves in this kind of setting was going to be very difficult. Now, the Indian gave bishop g7. It's not always the best move that wins you the game. She played rook back to e1. Did Anna. The Indian doesn't like that move. The Indian says, no, actually, black would be fine if you play the move knight to f6. That's not an easy move to spot, although it does make sense to curl up. Rook e6 is also given, leaving this pawn hanging, by the way, but having these checks in your pocket, also given a good move. Knight f4 was not the end of all end, but there was this spectacular retreat. Now, I did a course on chess geometry, and the queen and its ability to zigzag is easy to miss, especially on retreating moves. Those two ideas, zigzag and retreats, are in that course. And the point is, these are hard moves to see. The queen comes back. Where's the queen headed? It's not really after the rook. It's after the c1 square where it hits this diagonal. The queen was sitting here a second ago, and it's headed to c1 of all squares. This precipitated a blunder. Your only move is rook f6. Nobody wants to just hand the rook over in this position, but it was the only move. She instead played rook b6, and suddenly that hung rook f1. This knight is not long for the world because after rook b1, now it's just simply bishop takes. You can't take back because your rook is hanging. And that was that. King g6, queen g8, check.
Ouch.
It's a whole piece and nothing but the piece. And that ended the game, and Irina's great 1-0 score. She's looking at the board, realizing that she has no chance, and so she had to resign the game. We're seeing that. And Anna Sargsyan, in her first championship, is now 2-0, leading the tournament by herself. Nobody had that, for sure, on their bingo card.
No.
And she's currently now with Anastasiya for an interview.
Yes. Anna is already here. It was very quick. Thank you for coming. And yes, I mean, 2 out of 2. What a great start for you. What are your feelings?
I'm feeling just okay, honestly. Nothing special, because there are still 9 rounds to go, and it's a tough tournament. So just, of course, it's good to start with 2 out of 2, but it's okay. Yeah.
Could you imagine such a good start? I remember we were talking yesterday. You said so much pressure on you before this event.
Yeah, I felt pressure, but yesterday after I finished my game, I went home and then went for a walk like an hour or so, and I realized I didn't even think about the tournament, like not at all. Like I was just walking, like, you know, enjoying the weather, and since the tournament started, I don't really feel much pressure anymore.
Yeah,
so,
it's very important point. But today you actually defeated 8-time U.S. chess champion. Like, how important is this victory for you?
It feels great. Of course, I've never played against her, and yeah, winning feels good. I mean, always winning against a stronger opponent feels good.
Exactly. And just quickly describe the game. How did it go from your perspective? Like, how did it feel?
Well, after fifth move b5, I was already out of my preparation, so obviously didn't feel very good about b5, and I could actually quickly pick what did engines say after the game, you know. But yeah, I thought it was just up and down. I didn't feel very good about my exchange down position, but yeah, somehow I managed to win, so it's nice.
And in the end, also, she didn't have much time. It was more difficult for her to play this ending.
I think so, because I actually liked my position after h4, hg, fg. I really did like it because of the exposed king.
Yeah, so I think so. It's really hard to play when your king is running around.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, we have a little bit. We can check a little bit at the board, maybe the end of this game. Yes, after g5, it seemed like this king is in trouble.
I thought I'm better. I'm not sure if I am, but after queen, yeah, and then rook a3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought g4 has to be played. f4. After queen f5, I thought I have queen d5, but then I realized after queen d5, check, king h2, g3, king h3, she can just play rook g6, I guess. And yeah, I didn't see anything there for me. That's why I ended up just playing rook a1. At that point, I started to hope for a blunder from her because she didn't have much time.
Exactly, yes. So this is how it developed. Thank you so much, Anna. I mean, you are the leader right now with two impressive. Yes, all the best of luck for you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations indeed, Anna. Lots of questions about that game. I wanted to ask about being a rook up for Arena. Arena could have taken the bishop, but we have more games, including a game that has kept us transfixed, and I'm talking about Fabi versus Andy, and you've got that on your screen, Maurice.
Yes, and I got to admit that Yasser Seirawan was right. We hate when we have to do that.
Oh no! How did I get? Did I get away with F2?
Yeah, he did actually go the F2 pawn.
I'm never giving you F2. I heard those famous words.
Well, Fabi decided he had to give up F2 in this position. He did take on that square. He didn't try the maneuver I tried, which was to try to get the king up the board somehow.
Right.
He must have seen something because he gave up the F2 pawn for no reason. Well, for his reasons. And here we're realizing this H pawn is a problem. It is galloping down the board. The queen has to stay close to stop it from going anywhere. But it's just not easy to deal with this queen and the king coming after the king and it getting behind that pawn. That queen is flexible. We talked again about the zigzag effect of the queen. It came down, it took this pawn, it goes back, and it just keeps whirling around the board. Very hard to control and visualize those moves. And now a sacrifice of the queen to make it clear this is real time now. We've got an H pawn. The king will just get over into the corner, and we will see a handshake shortly. So let's jump back to the players as they're about to conclude matters in an epic struggle.
Beautiful.
Andy Woodward showing his mettle against the reigning champion, but Fabi, woo, I don't know if he has 9 lives.
For Fabi.
This guy's definitely used up a couple of lives on this game to manage to survive. Incredible game and incredible defense by Fabiano Caruana.
And let me also say incredible defense, too, by Andy Woodward, because I was trying to get rid of the queen for the F2 pawn and the rook and get the draw that Andy got. And he found the moves that brought him a draw, because he could easily have lost that. I mean, the pawn gets to h7, the bishop gets to e4, protect the pawn, the rook goes to g8, and bing, bang, bang. And then suddenly, Fabi's the one with 2-0. But just a marvelous game. And seriously, if you haven't seen this game, you could do a lot worse than spending an hour or two in studying this game. 15-year-old Andy Woodward brought the battle today. I think Fabi is thinking,
I'm going to say to you,
I'm ditching queen b3. No more queen b3. Say it.
2 years, 3 years from now?
They get him. Mishra.
That kid, Awonder Liang.
Yeah.
Now that he's focused on chess.
Yeah.
Hans Niemann still going. Brenton Hardaway coming. The U.S. team is going to be rough to beat. And the U.S. championships are going to get even more competitive with those youngsters feeding the pipeline. Incredible.
I think so, too. We have a great future in front of us, but tell us the results. I've kind of lost track. I lost track, Katja, what we've been doing.
In the women's section, Tatev Abrahamian actually drew with Carissa. We did not see that ending, but it was blocked. We were talking about the game. Alice Lee won against Jennifer Yu. That was a beautiful game. Anna Zatonsky drew against Megan Paragua. Atusa Prokashian lost to Nazi Paikidze. And Anastasiya, very important win against Irina Krush. And in the open section, we have Grigoriy Oparin making a draw against Hans Niemann, Levon Aronian making a draw against Awonder Liang, Robson losing to Wesley So in a tricky way, and Fabiano Caruana surviving against Woodward.
I think that's a good way of describing it. Surviving. By the way, just in the game between Rose and Talia, Rose looks like there's going to be another decisive game in her favor this time. She lost her first game, did Rose Atwell, but at the moment, she's a pawn up and an exchange as well. So I expect another decisive game to occur in the lady section. And I'm just going to...
Can we jump into the game of Sam Shankland against Dariusz Swiercz?
I would love to.
Because Sam Shankland is a pawn up.
Now,
but in this endgame...
I've had these endgames. I studied these endgames. Funnily enough, rook and knight and 4 pawns is an easy win against rook and knight and 3 pawns. Rook and knight and 3 versus 2 is an easy draw.
So what's the difference?
1 pawn.
Right.
But it's crazy. The idea is that you only can win it with your king. You can only win it by getting your king up the board. And you get to check the king as it comes up. Having an extra pawn as a protection makes all the difference in the world. And it was like a kind of another one of those keys that you just learn in chess that unravels itself, and you sit there and go, duh. But boy, it takes you a long time to come to that realization. And once you do, then you win them and draw them.
Collecting points.
You're collecting points all the time. Exactly. So this game is actually a draw. Theoretically, doesn't mean that Sam Shankland isn't going to put on the screws and try to grind away. By the way, I see a big difference in time. One of the ways you can lose these positions with the pawn minus, get yourself into time trouble. And then the blunders come easy.
Easily. He's under a minute having to defend a worse position.
Right.
And yes, you get 30-second increment, but those 30 seconds tick by very quickly, although the trick potential is not the same as we saw in the game with Irina, but it is definitely there that you can somehow lose. He's gotten his 30 seconds.
With the move, knight f8.
And one of the things about being ahead on time, ahead of the clock, is you must pause. Don't rush. Play slowly. Let your opponent stew on the position. Let them suffer. Give their nervous system more stress. The more you sit, the worse it gets. You want to help them blunder? Give them all that nervous pressure inside. A lot of people like to play quickly, and their argument is, they don't have any time on the clock. I want to play fast.
Exploit it.
But when you're playing quickly, you're joining them in time pressure. Bad idea. Use a separate tactic. Sit there, even if you know your next move, keep looking and let them suffer. Sure, they'll work out a couple of moves that you've worked out, but the benefit of having them feel that tension in their bodies will pay off later in the game, as they do not know if you're going to play the move they're looking at or maybe another move. The more they think, the more confused they get, the more nervous they get. It's very hard to stay fully at peace when you only have 77 ticks on the clock.
Right. You're definitely from the school of Adrian Michael Chishan, because he kept practicing, he kept preaching that, slow it down, just patience, patience, patience. If it's a winning position, you'll get there. You don't have to rush. Knight f8. I think for Dariusz, where did he spend the time? When you're in these situations, you desperately are trying to resolve, and you're trying to force matters. So what that means is you're looking at forcing moves. And so I think Dariusz spent a lot of time considering the move g5, so he's probably looking at hg, is this a technical draw or not? And then he's looking at h5, and is this the right square for the knight, and so forth and so on. So, you know, after some hesitation, whatever, he says, no, I'm not going to do it. Knight f8. And now from Sam's point of view, you know, Sam is thinking, should I play h5 and try to reroute my knight to the f5 square. So he's played king f2, by the way, as maybe a prelude to that. And again, I love what you just said. Patience, patience. Don't rush. You have nothing to rush. Let your opponent enjoy their time trouble.
The other thing about time trouble is the phantom ghosts that appear.
I see.
You suddenly see something that's not even there.
Remotely close.
You go, wait a minute, I thought this was going to happen. No. You let the time pressure just sit. I know it sounds like we're sadists.
Right. And you have to be.
And we absolutely are.
Yeah.
I didn't tell you to go into time pressure. You put your own self in time pressure. And we're going to make you suffer as much as possible. And then you're going to start seeing ghosts, and your eyes are going to glaze over with all the complications and possibilities, and something that wasn't really there, you think it was there, and then suddenly you lose the game. Now, he's headed to f6.
Yep, alert.
That's restrain moves like that. So you expect rook d6 to...
How automatic.
First move on the board. No, you're not getting that.
No, you're not going to get that.
We're not trying for anything necessarily. We're just stopping you from your best ideas.
Exactly.
And then your time ticks some more.
Right.
So what if I just go back, knight f8?
Knight f8. Okay, I'm not 100% sure, but as a blitz player, get out of those knight forks. You never know when I'm going to rush my king into the center with king to d4, and you're going to go knight e6, check, and take a rook. So I get out of that.
Okay, I go back, knight e6.
Knight back to e6. Okay. Now, at a certain moment, I absolutely have to play for the pressure along this file, right? So let's go. h5.
Takes.
And if you take,
he did it right away.
Knight to d6 with the idea of knight f. Oh, you got knight d4. Excuse me. I have to do it. I apologize. I have to do it this way. Apologies. So I want to go knight f5 check, and I want to go knight takes h5.
Okay, so I go knight d4.
Knight d4, knight takes h5 check. This is the best I can do.
Oh, yeah. You got to pass f pawn.
I got
work with that.
And I kind of forced you to
think h7.
Yeah, to be a little bit on the cautious side here.
It's always a draw.
We
know it's a draw.
But
it's not about the board. And CK, you don't have a clock ticking away over there.
Right.
You could casually suggest the move, and if it's wrong, you'll take it back.
Right.
You have no pressure. You're relaxed. That guy isn't, and that's the main point. It's not how easy it is to draw this position. It's can you do it with 56, now 53 seconds ticking down, and he's got to decide, should I take that pawn on h5 or shouldn't I?
Not easy decisions for Dariusz. He's really being pressed hard in this ending by Sam Shankland. Again, we know from the table bases and the engine saying, with absolute correct play, we can draw, and we just played the move knight.
Well,
f7.
I don't know.
You don't know. And again, I had put the rook on a6. I have no complaints about trying to do that with or without hg. Is this the remaining game, or there?
No, we have one more. Actually, I wanted to take maybe we can jump there now. Abhimanyu Mishra against Sam Sevian, because it's another very exciting endgame.
Winning this game for some time.
Yeah, he made a mistake.
And Sam fought his way back.
Yep.
Good. No.
There it is. Wow. So Sam has been defending 2 versus 4, but he's got an exchange for some time. Now, he's got a blockade on the dark squares, and a good thing, right?
Okay, Yasser, we need to just wait for the board to be on the screen. Good.
There we go. So I didn't see the earlier missed wins, but my first reaction is not so easy to win this. Give us a summation of this game, Maurice, if you don't mind.
Well,
how did it go?
In the opening in this game, he played...
Both players.
Abhimanyu Mishra played very quickly, as did Sam Sevian. But at some point, Abhi played a move that somewhat confused his opponent, and he played a new move, this move A3. Mm-hmm. It turns out it wasn't that bad, but very soon after that, it was Abhi who ended up with an advantage in the position and was nursing this advantage, but then couldn't find the precise move. It was a great rook move to just play rook takes b7 at the right moment, and he missed this chance. Instead, he kind of soft-footed it with the move rook to d7, and then a couple moves later realized that he had missed the real chance. Later gave up.
I remember you're telling me it now. It was queen f5. That was a
with the queen
star
f5
move
opportunity.
with
exactly.
the e7 threat. Nice.
And he missed that awesome chance. And then he ended up trading off a pair of rooks for that c pawn so that it wouldn't be a danger to him. And now they're in an exchange up, but for two pawns ending. But a dark square blockade. Bishops on light squares hate dark square blockades, and there's just nothing to do about this at all. So they're still playing, and maybe either side is waiting for a mistake. It's not going to happen. This game should end in a draw. But in the meantime, a game that also ended in a draw, but in exciting fashion, is one that we have the youngest player in the competition with Anastasiya right now. It was Fabi and young Andy Woodward.
Yes, here we are together with Andy, who came so close to defeat the reigning U.S. chess champion Fabiano Caruana. How exciting this game was for you?
Yeah, it was really exciting. First, he surprised me in the opening, and then it got really crazy after that. So.
But actually, this move Queen b3 was played before in a actually friendly game against Sarin Sukandar previously. Have you seen this video?
No.
No, so it was, Queen b3 was a surprise
Yes.
for you today, yes? And how did you come out with this knight d4 idea?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it just like really seemed like an interesting idea from the start. I thought maybe d3 was a bit better instead of bishop g2 because it doesn't allow this knight d4 stuff. But after what we got with queen b7, knight d4, it got like really interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, did you calculate all these complications, all possible moves over the board, and you kind of liked all the lines?
Yeah, I thought like at the worst case I was getting back the piece, which unfortunately ended up happening in the game. So, I mean, I couldn't really make anything out of it. He did mention after the game that maybe at one point, instead of bishop g4, I could have played queen d7, and it could have been pretty unpleasant after queen f3. But I didn't really calculate it too much, so maybe that was my chance. But
yeah, it looks so tempting. Yes, also to get the queen. I mean, for the rook and bishop. But did you feel that he has chances actually to survive at this moment?
Yeah, I mean, once I took on c3, and then he got to develop his pieces. He kind of set up some sort of a fortress. I first missed this move, bishop c6, which was really a really nice find by him. But then I felt like I started like playing pretty badly. Like around here, I was getting really worried that I might lose at some point because I already have to worry because there's lots of tactics.
Yeah.
And especially in a time scramble, can go really lopsided.
So, but you found the right moment somehow not to go crazy and just to make a draw in this game. So it finished in a draw. But, you know, I was wondering, like, what are your goals in this championship? It's the first time that you play in the U.S. Chess Championship. How does it feel so far after 2 rounds?
Yeah, it's, of course, like a big experience. I haven't played many tournaments of this extremely high level. I mean, my goal is just to play some fighting games and see what happens in the end. So far, the tournament's gone, I guess, relatively okay. Round 1 was a bit disappointing, but since then it's been pretty good.
But you said it's like one of the first tournaments like of such a caliber, but you played in Grand Swiss and actually did so well. Tell us a little bit about your experience there.
Yeah, I mean, going into the tournament, I guess I didn't expect the tournament to go so well, of course. I was just trying to play some good games. I had some lucky moments at the beginning and towards the end of the tournament. So I guess it was a mix of luck and confidence that brought a good result.
Yeah, also when we asked you the other day to characterize your style in one word, you said that you were an aggressive player. And also yesterday I paid attention that you avoided repetition with Levon. Like, is it how you treat these big guys? Like you just want to beat all of them?
Well, I mean, I guess you don't really get to play these guys so often at my level, so I kind of want to try to make the best use out of my opportunity. So I don't think, I mean, maybe in that case, taking the repetition was a better idea, but in hindsight. But I think what I did was good because it brought a game where I could learn some lessons that I wouldn't have learned instead.
Exactly. It was an interesting game. Thank you so much. We have to go back to the studio, but all the best of luck for you, Andy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasiya, and congratulations, Andy, for a great game.
Absolutely. And we do have a development, a huge development. Sam Shankland actually has been given a dream opportunity by Dariusz. Now he's winning this rook and knight versus rook Maurice.
He sure is. And in this position, we said it. What is the deal? Well, it's all about time. Time is part of chess. A lot of people are so upset that they didn't play the right moves. But if it's time pressure, the clock is ticking, you make these mistakes, you might feel like an idiot. So do we. And these top competitors go through the exact same experience. Time is a factor. It was this position where Dariusz, in time pressure, should have defended differently. He had other moves, plenty of moves to save himself. But he played this move, not a good one. It has allowed this exchange, king takes, and a knight to plant itself on f5. Suddenly, this rook a6 move is coming with a combination of the move f4, and that's going to be problematic. He now had to play the move king g5. Only move, according to the engine, best move at least. Still problems, but who's walking to the g5 square in this position? Rook d3 instead, and Sam found the perfect move here, f4. Not even given an exclamation mark by the engine. That's
too good.
That's obvious. Just play the move. You are cut off, but now the threat of rook check and rook over to f6 is so strong that this rook's going to have to go backwards and allow this king in, and that's actually what happened. Check, king over, rook f6, rook b7, give me king g3, rook to b7, give me king h5. A second ago, white was suppressed. Now we're all impressed by what Sam has done, and this one is busted. I mean, just busted. He is now facing a knight takes h6 threat that he can do nothing at all about, and he has resigned. Sam Shankland, the 2018 champ, now moves to +1 after this win, and just
stunning,
an amazing show of control and understanding of your opponent's time pressure. Part of the game is how you manage your opponent's time pressure, keep the embers alive while they suffer.
Yeah, and that was really a nice technical win. You don't get these in this level. So big win for Shankland. That puts some wind in his sails as he starts to think, nobody's running away with this thing, right?
Well, a number of players actually join the leaders.
Because Fabi drew.
Fabi drew. Aronian
drew. Well, hold on.
I think Aronian's game is going to end in a draw. I don't know.
Already, he drew.
Yeah, that was the Awonder Liang game.
They made a draw.
They did make a draw, so that's 2 draws. Then we have Wesley winning and Sam now winning. That brings 4 players
in the tie for first.
Tie for first. Nobody running away for sure.
Right.
And but we got to say,
well, let's take a look at
So
these
yeah,
results.
let's review the results. Grigoriy Oparin drew against Hans Niemann. Sam Shankland won just now. Great endgame against Dariusz Swiercz. Levon Aronian drew against Awonder Liang. Ray Robson lost to Wesley So, and Fabiano Caruana drew with Andy Woodward.
The one player still playing, Mishra and Sam Sevian. Mishra trying to nurse something in this position and trying to join those leaders at +1. But I think that Sam Sevian does have a fortress. Sam looks quite chill at the moment. He's just played the move rook f6. I'm thinking in my mind's eye, if there was a way for me to win the game, it would be through passive play. Like, again, this is just not what you want to do, right? Well, even this. The one thing you don't want to allow let me take that last move back, is allowing, obviously, this checkmating threat. And so what Sam is doing is making sure that this bishop never can retreat and set up that battery, because I'll take this pawn on e6. In the meanwhile, his moves are king g8 and king h8. Can we play for g3, g4? Trying to break open.
I'm even thinking about like queen d5, queen d7.
Queen d... Oops, excuse me. So let's go back. Queen d5, queen d7.
Just preparing it after king h3, pawn g4. Because then once we trade and we push our pawns...
I'm going to keep the blockade, but how do I keep the blockade? Okay, so I don't know. I guess I'll stay just chill.
Okay, so we will continue, but Anastasiya is with Sam. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, Kate. Yes, I'm here with Sam Shankland, who just won the game, the first victory in the U.S. Chess Championships. Sam, how is it? How exciting it is for you to play? I don't know, 17th or the tournament.
This is my 17th. Let's just hope it's not my last, because I've, my rating's fallen a lot in the last years. It's hard getting older and whatnot, but yeah, just hoping to play fighting good chess every game, and I guess this was a good start.
I think it's a good start, 1.5 out of 2. What do you think about the quality of your games, the previous one and this one?
Okay, yesterday I misjudged a position early on when I thought the structure after a5, b5 would be fine for me. It's very much not, but apart from that, it was sort of level throughout. Today, I mean, it was weird. The moment when I played knight f3, I had calculated that knight f3 isn't great, and I was going to play bishop takes c6, and somehow my hand played knight f3, which was a bit surprising. And then already I think I should be precise to maintain the balance. But I think it should just be a draw, and I was absolutely shocked that he didn't take my f-pawn. Like, I was calculating like how not to get this exact endgame with colors reversed if he goes like f6 and wants to play knight takes f2.
Let's point the moment you are talking about.
So here, like,
yes,
rook a1, I was already a little surprised. Like, I thought he should just play knight takes f2 and offer a draw. When the game's over, I guess we can't offer, but okay, rook a8, and this game's absolutely finished. When he played rook a1, f3, here already I was like, you really should play f6. Once he gives me this f-pawn, this is miserable. I mean, I'm sure it's defensible, but it's miserable. And Dariusz got low on time. And, like, I think around here, at some point he should have not... Yeah, like, I think around here, rook c3, rook c5 was probably not best. He should not try to save this pawn in any capacity and just try to find the right setup on the king side. And I'm sure if he gets it, he should hold. Like, I thought at some point here, like, instead of rook c3... Or, yeah, here, okay, rook c5, sure. That's fine. Rook c5, I went, here, rook c5. Like, after rook a7, I thought maybe he could go h5. I thought try to get a pair of pawns off the board. And I was trying to figure out what was going on after h5. There was a funny idea that after knight f5, you can go hg4 and knight h5. And
hg4,
and something like this. It definitely should be holdable, but with little time, it's very hard.
It's really hard, yes, and you managed to win this game. Sam, I was wondering, like, what's going on in your life right now? Like, how is your chess career doing? And also, I know that you're doing so many courses and books.
Well, I mean, still my career is my top priority for as long as I can still keep playing chess competitively. I've had a really, really rough few years, but I'm, working away, and the content that I make for Chessable and my books and stuff is all about doing my own improvement. So I study something I want to study. I wrote theoretical rook endgames. I got to study rook endgames for 2 years. So I never write anything that's not interesting for me for my own study.
Yeah, it's also interesting for many chess fans around the world. Thank you for all these contributions you are doing, Sam. And all the best of luck for you in the next rounds of the U.S. Chess Championship.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our congratulations to you as well, Sam. A very nice victory. And as he's saying, it's very miserable. It's very hard to hold this ending, especially when you have no time. We have a game going on here between Rose Atwell and Talia, and I'm just seeing that Talia's played this move, bishop d4 check. I'd snap off that bishop as fast as I could so that I could play c7 and Yep, she's done it. She's done it. And I think Rose is on her way to victory with the move C7. Talia will have to play rook here. I don't want to allow the king to come in. So a little bit of a move like, whoops, H6. Okay, different idea. But
does it work the same way? Because if I capture now on H6, I have rook H8.
Yeah, she has rook D7, rook and D8 at the end.
Okay, that's smart.
Yeah, we can get our king to E3. But the problem is after rook D8, the highly desirable move rook G8 is not available. And that is winning. So Talia.
And Talia has only 33 seconds.
H6 by Rose Atwell.
Okay, so that's a very good move too.
Yep, that is a very good move. I was thinking C7, rook C3. Then you'd play a move, I don't care, rook E7, and then H6.
Right,
H7.
I mean, C7 is just a move very natural. Then you stop
hand.
the F-pawn for coming for promotion, and then you just march with the other one.
Exactly. You play C7 by the hand, but
okay, 4 seconds.
Time. And she just played king E3. Okay, she's trying, I think Talia is going to have to resign after C7, F3, her last chance, rook E7 check. And that will be all she wrote. C7 on the board by Rose. And then again, you know, it's never too late to blunder a game, right? I mean, there's always one way of blundering a game.
But is it blundering? So
if
I promote?
Maybe even if I fall for the trick.
So king G2, you have to give up a rook.
Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. This is her last chance for Talia. She's just played the move
But
F3.
Yes, here rook E7 is more accurate, and Rose just made that move, forcing the king to go away from the pawn.
That's it. Yep. Talia stops the clock, gives it a rest.
Congratulations to Rose Atwell with her first win.
Indeed, congratulations. I was going to say, that was a very decisive round for the ladies, right? How many victories were there?
3 out of 6, I believe.
No, I thought it was
Feels like more.
It felt like there was a lot of wins. Wait a minute. How many were there?
1, 2, 3, 4.
4 wins. There you go. Wow. Impressive and nice game by Rose.
So we have last game remaining in the Open Championship. Abhimanyu Mishra against Sam Sevian.
All right.
I get the feeling we're going to be here a while.
Exactly. It was yesterday. It was the rook and pawn endgame between Anna Zatansky and Jennifer Yu. This one, today's last to finish, appears to be Mishra versus Sam Sevian.
It's not just that it's the last to finish, it's how long they may sit here playing. How did Mishra's king get back to H2? He pulled that back. I think he's understanding your point about playing eventually for G5.
G4, G5, yeah.
Under the most ideal of circumstances, just keep making your opponent, and we're going to say that word again, suffer. Make them suffer. Make them look. But you never know where they're going to make that mistake. Chess is not a game of, I can make something happen. A lot of people are not patient because they want to just attack, do this, make something happen. No. Sometimes you've got to let your opponent make something happen. And the best of the best know just how to massage the person and lull them into a sense of security or put enough pressure on them that suddenly they panic. You just do just what you need to do because these players are tough. They're not just going to go down easily. So you have to learn the art of patience and the art of pure sadism. You really have to know that well. Guys like Karpov, guys like yourself, frankly, yes. You know?
I'll have to brush up on my Marquis de Sade. Tell us about the standings. Let's do it for the ladies.
Yes, so women's standings after round 2. We have a sole leader, Anna Sargsyan, defeated today Irina Krush, and she is 2 out of 2. Nazi Paikidze with a very important win against Atusa Purkashian today. It got her to the 2nd place, and then we have a bunch of players tied for the 3rd place. And so far, only one perfect player in this tournament, Anna Sargsyan. And let's take a look at the open section. The results of today. Grigoriy Oparin drew against Hans Niemann. Sam Shankland won against Dariusz Swiercz. Levon Aronian drew against Awonder Liang. Robson lost to Wesley So. And Fabiano Caruana drew with Woodward. And Anastasiya is with Rose. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I'm here with Rose, who just won a very beautiful but crazy game. I was wondering, after yesterday's loss, how did you manage to put yourself together and play such a crazy, such an interesting game today?
I'm not sure I did a very great job of putting myself together, but I tried my best. You know, like, the first hour or so after the loss, it feels really bad. Then I calm down for a bit, and then, like, later at night, I get angry about it again. That's just how it happens with me. I don't know.
Yeah, but then you started to prepare, I guess, for the second one. And
yes,
this is normally when everything is like,
yeah, then everything's
you forget.
Fine. Yeah.
Yes. So, I mean, such an important victory for you. I know that it's your second U.S. Chess Championship. So how do you feel about playing here for the second time? Like, everything is more or less known for you?
Yeah, definitely. I'm way less nervous than for the first time. And I remember in the first time I played it, I got tied for last. So this year I just want to do better than that, I hope.
Yeah, I follow you actually in social media, and you're very active. And I was like, what is very impressive for me that it doesn't matter for you, you lose, you win, you still share this information with your followers, and like you are very open. Because I know that many players, they only share when they win, right?
Yeah.
So like, why is it like this for you? Like, why are you ready to take everything and give it to your followers?
Well, I mean, obviously, the losses are actually the games we should learn the most from. Like, I know in my loss yesterday, of course, I was very upset. But yes, I did the regular routine, posted about it, analyzed the game. And I think when I post about it, it actually helps me understand the game a bit better. Like, when I have to explain my error. Because then it conceptualizes it for, like, the viewers. So then I can get it better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can learn it.
Yes, and it seems like also like you give like small lesson also for your viewers in a way, like when you actually do this summary.
Yeah, I'm teaching myself and teaching them at the same time. So that's why
feels
I like
like
it.
that. Yes.
Yeah.
And also you made a post before the tournament, and I saw some comments, including Susan Polgar, who wished you all the best of luck. How important is it for you? How encouraging is it for you before the event?
It's really nice and motivating to read it. Like sometimes for the game, I read the posts on the previous day's game, and then it gives me more confidence for the next game. Yeah,
absolutely. And I know that you were so active this year. You played more than 100 games, right? I mean, like how many games have you calculated?
I haven't been paying attention to that, but I know I have been playing a lot. Yeah.
Yes. Do you feel that over this year, like you grew up as a player?
Yeah, definitely. Like I can tell. When I played this year, like at last year's U.S. Championship, I lost, 4 games in a row? Like, between the first rest day and the second rest day, there were 4 games, and I think I just lost them all.
Oh,
but this year, like, I haven't collapsed like that, so I think I'm much stronger now.
Yeah. And just a quick summary about the today's game, like, without going into details, like, how did it feel from your perspective?
I thought I was, like, better the whole game pretty much, but I didn't check it with the engine, obviously. And the end game, like I was up in exchange, I'm not sure, like it must have been winning for me the whole time, but like when her F-pawn got sort of advanced, like her pieces were pretty active, so I was still nervous.
We can see that you're still inside of this game. Yes, of course, I mean our commentators also analyzed it for a long time today, but I don't want to take your time anymore and wish you all the best for tomorrow.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
Congratulations indeed, Rose, with 1 game remaining. And we think that Sam may have saved us an hour on the clock.
You're going to see that famous crazy queen.
It's stalemate on the black queen. So if we could lose the black queen, we don't have anything else but a draw.
So he sacked his rook to get this position on e6 for that pawn, and there's really nothing to do. You can move your king up to try to slow things down, but that queen just sacrifices.
I can even go queen h3 to make a skewer right now.
Even more convincing.
So when the king goes to g4, I have queen h3. If you go to h4, I go queen takes g3. Kind of checkmate.
Yeah. I checkmate your king. I force you to take my queen. And then I look around and say, I can't move. And this will be one more game in his undefeated, no losing streak. And handshake, draw.
Man, I was up a queen and a bishop. The guy got lucky.
Yeah.
I made a mistake and stalemated it.
Yeah. I was the moral victor. Yeah. Signed the score sheet that says draw. Hard-fought game.
That was a good escape for Sam, because otherwise he would have struggled or fought for another hour.
Well, both players showed their familiarity with the opening because they blitzed through the first dozen moves like, yep, this is all standard fare. And then it was that move A3 that was the novelty that had us... Oh, sorry, they're still analyzing. Oh, it was... all of this has actually been played before. And... it was this move A3 that was new. We were looking at queen D3, we were looking at rook A5, and then after A3, there was an opportunity. There was just one really, really nice opportunity that was missed by Mishra, and it was right here. He played the move rook D7, which turned out to be a little bit too tepid. He had to be greedy. Rook takes, queen takes E3, and check out this beautiful move. Queen F5 defends F2. Very importantly, it stops queen E4, and it sets up this nasty E7 move, which will also hit the rook. The only move in the position was rook E2, and we thought that this would end up in a win for white. But standings now.
Let's take a look. All the games are over. So in the open section,
four-way tie for first.
Yes, so Fabiano, Caruana, Wesley So, Sam Shankland, and Levon Aronian, they are all tied for the first place with 1.5 points.
Closing pack at 50% also looks really, really dangerous. But for Wesley So, I think he could breathe a little bit because he was getting on a only drawing track, and getting a victory really so meaningful for this incredibly strong player, Wesley So. Remember, he missed the GCT tour by just a smidge, by half a point. Crickets.
Could I change my pick?
Crickets in the studio here. Look at this.
I mean, we were so uniform in our guesses, it's unreal. Look, our picks are still at, well, actually...
Say it.
Carissa drew, so Carissa's still...
And Irina lost.
Underwater. Irina had won her first game, though.
True.
So she's at 50%. So I'm feeling better about my life.
Right.
And here, all our picks are still in play, so we're doing well.
Very good.
There, although nobody picked...
I was about to say, Levon getting a lot of love amongst our panel here.
Well, you guys forced us off of Caruana, so we have to pick somebody.
What do you mean? I give you guys first.
It was freedom.
Yeah.
Choose anybody.
By the way, just make a note, only one perfect score right now.
Bobby
Fischer Prize can only go to one Anna Sargsyan, but she has to keep winning. She's got 2 wins under her belt. She's got to win 3 more to get the new Bobby Fischer Prize. But that's going to be a hard task, for sure.
Thank you for joining us and sharing today. We'll see you all tomorrow, same time for day 3 of the U.S. Championships.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.